Our meeting. I remember you. Yeah. No.
Absolutely.
You know. Yeah.
I was getting.
Yeah. That's last it. I do think it's worth like. Yeah, this one's not. Or like, I wanna. Yeah, I think it's good, right? Yeah. Both are dead. Oh. I remember this time. F4. Just copy it out. Got a wire. I can see how it's holding.
I didn't get it.
Want some of it in italics? Yeah. Give it back. I can help.
Oh, okay. Oh. Hey, how are you?
I think it's an app, either. This is an option.
Oh.
Well, I just. It'll be, yeah, yeah. Yeah, actually.
This is a board member. I don't know. But I told him, I don't.
Well, yeah. I.
Ours is.
Oh, well, good.
Yeah.
Good. You said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's. Like that would be, I don't think it's a thing. Like.
Mhm.
Good, how are you? Just wet, you know?
The school. But the school nurses were all supportive.
And there's. They know.
But it eventually happens. Then the army. That's been. Well,
Did our, this doesn't really.
People, families weren't even able to. No. I've been done for, very, very good. That was no.
But I was here.
Yeah, so, yeah, Marion very bad, Marion very bad, we elected the night. Yes. Forward, that's the reason why workhouse, work, house parties, work. They sold. And used. They're small, but it's very simple. Part of it. I go up there to. So there's no sorts of release. Yeah. That's huge, that's great, it's a huge. All kinds of.
Yeah.
Last. Pottery.
Last week, she goes in here. You just-
You wanna see what, but there's a live thing. There's a live one, I just did the hearing.
I'll be in a second.
But I'll show you how to get rid of it.
Project that I lost. That'll come in.
Yeah, we're all here. Yeah.
Thank you so many times. It's before. Cinema. Yeah.
So, you know, I was like.
Okay, we got those. We got you.
It's like 5. And then it's like, the only thing I'll say is.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Okay, oh, well. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Maybe in the district. Yeah, it's like.
I am calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Wednesday, May 6, 2026. The time is 10:34 in the morning. We actually had a hearing before this. Did I say today is May 6? The time is 10:34 in the morning. We are in room 412, the Johnny Wilson Building. This hearing is being recorded and will be available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing today is consideration of the mayor's proposed budget for the Department of Buildings, the Commission on Arts and Humanities, the Office of Zoning, and the Office of Planning. And we'll hear testimony in that order. I think we have something close to 90 witnesses total between the four agencies. I believe this is the sixth hearing that the Committee of the Whole has had on the mayor's proposed budget. We will have a hearing tomorrow in the Office of State Superintendent for Education, and we will have a hearing next week, May 13th, on all of the legislation the mayor submitted for the council's consideration related to the budget. So on April 14th, the mayor submitted the proposed budget for fiscal year 2027. Accompanying that legislation was also a proposed revised budget for the current fiscal year, FY26, also a budget support act, also a federal portion budget request act. So all of those measures, plus I think there's an emergency version of one of them, it will be the subject of next Wednesday, May 13th hearing. There'll be a lot of witnesses. It will be an all-day affair. But today, as I said, we will begin first with the Department of Buildings. The council is required under the Home Rule Act to vote within 70 days on the budget. So first reading will be 56 days, which I believe is June 9th. And the second vote will be 2 weeks later. The Budget Support Act will get first reading on June 9th. Second reading will be sometime after, but probably not the 23rd of June. My practice is to call witnesses if they're in person until we fill up the table, and if they're online, I'll keep going for a little bit in terms of how many witnesses I call. Because we have so many witnesses, I ask that witnesses be mindful of the clock, and there are clocks everywhere. If you're testifying online, there's a clock on the screen. If you're in this room 412, there are a few clocks that you can see. So please stay to the time. Susanna Lumiere, Senior Staff Attorney at Legal Aid. Valerie Jablo, who's just listed as a public witness. Liz DeBarros, who's President and CEO of the DC Building Industry Association. Chuck Elkins, who's an ANC Commissioner, I believe ANC 3D. Martin Holmes. David Maloff. Bianca P. Michael Arias, who's a member of the Public Policy Committee of the DC Association of Realtors. Patrick Cawthorn, who's a policy attorney with Children's Law Center. Andrea Chatman, who's community organizer with Empower DC. And if this person is virtual, Damiana Dendi. Otherwise, well, then I'll call you at the next panel. So I did not take careful notes. Let's see. Is it Lumiere? Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Susanna Lumiere. I'm a senior staff attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC and a DC resident. Legal Aid's DC housing unit represents low-income renters against eviction and in securing healthy and safe housing. We often see landlords allowing housing to fall into disrepair, then failing to correct housing code violations even after the Department of Buildings has done an inspection and cited them. Our client community feels the impact of inadequate enforcement acutely, primarily through unsafe and unhealthy living conditions that go unabated for too long. We are urging the council to first, maintain the current level of funding to the Strategic Enforcement Division. Second, ensure that the Department of Buildings is spending down its nuisance abatement fund on abating violations. And third, to fund the Proactive Inspection Act of 2023. The council should maintain the current level of funding to the Strategic Enforcement Division. The mayor's proposed budget reduces funding in the amount of $327,000 and reduces full-time equivalents by 3. This is a step in the wrong direction. While DOB has steadily been increasing the amount of inspections it conducts and violations it issues, less of these violations are being abated in proportion. According to DOB's public dashboard, on average, 33% of violations were abated within 30 days in 2025 and only 31% in 90 days. We're concerned that DOB is not staffed and funded for enforcement, and we are asking the council to maintain the current level of funding. Second, we're asking the council to ensure that DOB spends down its nuisance abatement fund to abate housing code violations. Given the number of unabated violations, there should be plenty of opportunity, but in fiscal year 2025, over $4 million in funds went unused, and of the $6,274,551 in expenditures, only $1,592,000 was spent directly on abatements. Because the funds are consistently going unused from year to year, the budget and expenditures from prior years for the fund should be reviewed to determine whether the budget should be increased. Third, the committee should fully fund the Proactive Inspection Program Act of 2023, which is subject to appropriations. The unfunded cost is $1.2 million and $8.5 million over the financial plan. The act relies on data and health-related risk factors to target properties most likely to have poor housing conditions for frequent inspection, and an added benefit is that the funding includes staff and 2 attorneys to enforce code violations. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony, and I have your statement here. Valerie Jablo, who's online.
Yes, thank you. My name is Valerie Jablo, and since 1991, I have lived on Capitol Hill. As other neighbors are, I'm concerned about the growing use of residential properties here for commercial activities because it is tax fraud committed against DC. It deprives residents of the residential neighborhood that we expect and are entitled to by law. It creates unsafe conditions in a dense neighborhood of connected row houses due to lack of inspection and lawful protections for commercial operations. It deprives local commercial properties of needed revenue and our neighborhood of robust business presence. It makes a mockery of local commercial enterprises that follow the law, and it endangers Capitol Hill's historic residential fabric, which is explicitly protected by law against such abuse. Since 2024, residents have repeatedly documented for you and other city leaders more than 50 Capitol Hill residential properties used illegally for commercial purposes. Most are close to the Capitol in an area specifically protected from such abuse. DOB's director has said that at the behest of the mayor, DOB will not enforce the law, in part due to budget constraints. To further get around the law, some owners rent out a basement apartment of a residential property otherwise used for commercial purposes, and then say the property's use is residential when it clearly is not. Thus, I want to propose legislation that could protect DC residents and save money, details of which are in my written testimony. 1, require buyers of residences to sign a document stating that they will use the property primarily as a residence and ensure that there is an enforcement mechanism. This would be a piece of paper that would be signed by buyers at closing. Real estate agents would not enforce it. only ensure their customers sign it. The enforcement part would be mentioned on that paper and contained within another proposed piece of legislation, which is 2, add a complaint mechanism and referral system for commercial abuse of residential properties. Residents right now have no way to report commercial abuse of residential properties to DOB outside of multiple appeals that are often unanswered and untracked, and DOB has made clear it has no appetite for such an effort or for litigation around it. The proposed legislation demands that DOB diligently collect all such complaints and, importantly, refer all complaints to the DC Attorney General and the Office of Tax and Revenue for investigation and possible prosecution. 3, add a punitive property tax category for residential properties abused thusly, like the vacant and blighted categories currently used. Levying commercial taxes on a residential property would entirely defeat the purpose of protecting a residential property as residential. Instead, DC can create a punitive tax category that would, like the vacant and blighted categories, deter commercial abuse. Finally, I want to let you know that DOB recently reached out to me to see if I could attend an OAH hearing. I reported to DOB illegal construction at a Capitol Hill property, but there was apparently never a timely inspection by DOB. Incredibly, to pursue this case, DOB may need my pictures and my testimony before an OAH judge. All of this highlights why you need to enact legislation, such as what I have proposed, to protect DC residents and get around budgetary and other impediments that prevent DOB doing its job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chablo, and I do have your statement. Liz DeBarros.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Liz DeBarros. I'm the CEO of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. I'm also a Ward 7 resident. And I want to testify on all 3 agencies this morning. The budget challenges that we face are not cyclical or short-term. They're structural conditions with lasting implications for the district's fiscal position. To protect our tax base, we support a budget that invites investment to return to DC, strengthens core systems, removes barriers to housing and development, and delivers services reliably. To that end, we have 4 priority areas regarding the agencies before us today. The downtown conversions and zoning relief. We strongly support the district's commitment to downtown conversions and the Office to Anything program, expanding eligibility to non-residential uses and removing the first source requirement will significantly increase participation. These projects also often face unique structural challenges and constraints that require zoning relief, and timing is everything. We urge the Office of Zoning to prioritize these reviews. We are also relieved to see that the upcoming hearing for the 3 BZA nominees, the current inability to meet quorum has caused significant delays for our members. 2, the funding vacant to vibrant. We deeply appreciate your strong leadership, Chairman Mendelson, with the Vacant to Vibrant Working Group, which led to the act, and specifically urge the council to fund the permanent tax reclassification process within that law. Currently, there is no permanent framework to ensure the buildings undergoing conversions are taxed at the correct rate during construction rather than the higher commercial or vacant rates. Funding this section will provide a predictable pathway for developers to align Department of Buildings and the OCFO on what actually constitutes a building permit for the complex projects. 2 more points in the BSA subtitle for the building code infraction fines extends the CPI adjustment fine structure to 2006 zoning regulations. Backdated to 2018, we asked the committee to ensure that the legislative language explicitly protects previously issued and settled fines from being affected by this backdating. Lastly, DCBA supports meaningful reduction of corporate filing fees and corporate certificate of occupancy fees. However, we ask that the fee revenue be reinvested into fixing the systemic data errors our members face daily. When DOB system pulls inconsistent data from sister agencies, it can delay certificate of occupancy for months. We need better interagency data coordination to stop these avoidable project delays. An investment climate in the district depends on a regulatory environment that is agile as the market it governs, and we stand ready to work with you to ensure the codes and zoning align with the district's rewired economy. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. DeBarros, and I would really like a copy of your statement.
Yes, it should be submitted if it's not already.
Okay. I don't think we have it yet. Chuck Elkins, who's online.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk today about enforcement, and my testimony draws on my 25 years at the Federal Environmental Protection Agency, where I was writing regulations and designing enforcement programs. The most important thing I learned about enforcement there was this: a regulation that is not enforced is worse than no regulation at all. When enforcement is weak, good actors comply, but bad actors do not, and the bad actors laugh at all of us on their way to the bank. This is exactly what is happening at the Department of Buildings today. The DOB has become a paper tiger, and the bad actors know it. Here's what is needed to fix it, in my view. Require DOB to hire a structural engineer who will spend half time reviewing permits and half time inspecting actual structural operations at construction sites. Require a general contractor to take responsibility for what happens at each construction site where structural changes are involved, something we don't do now. Hire more inspectors and hire more judges at the Office of Administrative Hearings to process cases of violation more quickly. The Office of Administrative Hearings is the Strait of Hormuz. In this analogy, DOB inspectors are upstream of the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the tenants and others who are seeking relief are downstream of OEH. When OEH cannot process cases fast enough, the entire system backs up, and the consequences for bad actors, which are supposed to motivate voluntary compliance, if they come at all, they come too late. I've been digging into DOB's own public numbers to get a good idea of the real size of this problem. Since DOB opened its doors, it has issued over 53,000 housing code violations that remain unfixed, unabated today, 53,000. Right now, 12,500 housing code cases sit at OAH waiting for a final order. $42 million in penalties is at stake. Another $20 million has made it through OAH and received a judgment and still hasn't been paid. $62 million in uncollected housing fines, 54,000 unabated violations, years waiting for a judgment and a hoped-for repair. Does that sound like a functioning enforcement program, or does it sound like a program that incentivizes noncompliance? People may say this is the problem with just a few actors, but looking at the data from DOB, 600 landlords have 25 or more open violations each. These 600 landlords alone account for more than half of the 80,000 open violations in the DOB database. The council faces a stark choice. Do nothing is not an option. Either fund a robust enforcement program or be honest with the public that we don't have an effective enforcement program. Instead, we have unintentionally created a racket, one that benefits the very people who are supposed to be regulated. I know it's a tight budget year, but $42 million in OEH's backlog would fund an awful lot of resources at DOB and OEH. A good first step would be for all of us, including Director Hanlon, to come to grips with the undeniable fact that we have a very serious problem that needs to be fixed. And your recent committee's report on illegal construction shows this to be the case, and we now need to act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Martin Holmes, I believe, is not here. David Maloff, who's online.
Good morning, Mr. Mendelson. I am David Maloff, past president of the DC Federation of Citizens Associations. I'm here again today for both DOB and HPRB, HPO, if you'll allow it, sir. Regarding DOB, the council should carefully monitor DOB's recent actions in its review and changes to the DC Construction Code, which as it stands is operating on a 2017 release, several years overdue. Now DOB is making opaque what should be more transparent, as the mayor has disbanded CCCB, the board of experts tasked with the oversight of construction code changes. In fact, the Office of Attorney General had to step up and review the construction code that has been jerry-built over the years, resulting in an incredible 650 comments, apparently, on 500 pages of proposed amendments to the construction code, which after 3 years, the public has yet to see even a glimpse of. Why did OAG do this costly exercise? Because DOB and its code are broken, likely beyond repair from a legal perspective. During this code review, DOB and the council should reinstate the neighbor notification program as it was under DCRA in full to protect unwitting and at-risk abutting neighbors confronting dangerous construction next door. At the very least, from a resident's perspective, property rights as well as appeal prior to permitting of dangerous proposed adjacent construction must be reinstated in full during this rulemaking. The council and the code must make it clear that incumbent residents have review and technical objection rights within reasonable time limits prior to DOB permitting. For the full council committee, I ask you again to support my immediate call for an internal review of all aspects of the Department of Buildings positively broken residential permitting and inspections for DC Construction Code Section 3307 projects that are deemed dangerous. I received my fourth neighbor notification now in 3 years, and under the nonsensical rules that were implemented 3 years ago, and the permit recently issued and the official files reveal a process still broken in myriad ways, which we can get into if you're interested, sir. In situations like the collapse and death at 1113 V Street and the collapse at 1835 H Street, the agency must be held to independent arm's length after action reviews, which it has not been held to yet. The council should repeal, however, the well-intended as it was, DC Law 2637, the Review of Agency Action Clarification Act of 2025 that became effective last September. We are spending too much money of dwindling taxpayer funds paying city lawyers to defend blindly, almost mindlessly, DOB's other government and other government agencies' malfeasance, as is clearly demonstrated in my 2 OAH orders that I hold that ordered
Mr. Maloff,
remand back to the agency that has
Mr.
yet to be
Maloff, you need to
complied
wrap
with.
it up.
Thank you. I have 3 recommendations regarding HPRB and HPO, and sir, I'm very grateful for your oversight of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do have your written statement. Bianca P., I believe, is not here. Michael Arias?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I submitted my testimony this morning. If you do not have a copy, I'll be glad to give that to you.
We're printing it, I think. So please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and staff. My name is Michael Arias, and I'm a member of the Public Policy Committee for the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I'm also a Ward 2 resident and principal managing partner at Capital Brokers Group, where I specialize in commercial, retail, and office properties. DCAR is a district state association of realtors and serves as the premier voice of real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interest of our approximately 2,800 members and their clients who live and work in every ward of our city. Through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, property managers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your longstanding partnership. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for your, again, longstanding partnership with our association, including as you worked on the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act. As you know, over the last few months, an issue arose with the legislation's requirement that properties that are for sale be registered as vacant and request an exemption or face potentially immediate enforcement. In addition, to receive an exemption, properties that are for sale must be listed on the MLS, which leaves out many properties that are legitimately for sale. The unanticipated outcome of this policy was that properties legitimately for sale frequently saw a vacant property sticker placed on their property in the middle of a sale. What is even worse, the risk of the higher property taxes put the sale and future occupancy of those properties at significant risk. Unfortunately, that meant it was harder and slower for owners to put their properties back into productive use. Since we raised these issues, we were happy to welcome Keith Parsons from DOB to our Public Policy Committee meeting and have had very productive conversations both with your team and with people from DOB. We are grateful, and after we raised our concerns, the Department of Buildings quickly updated its initial inspection process for vacant properties with a clear for sale signage to provide notice before enforcement. We also appreciate your team working with the department on a potential legislative fix. DCAR looks forward to continuing to work with you to ensure we have a vacant property system that encourages the sale and occupancy of vacant properties, which we know was always the intent. Finally, as it relates to the Department of Buildings budget, we want to ensure that the proposed small reductions in permit processing and third-party inspections will not slow the construction and renovation of district properties. As you know, delays in regulatory requirements can already be a significant challenge for developers trying to achieve our housing production goals. The district's housing market has already been weakened with reduced investment in new housing and decline in the quantity and value of existing property sales. As a result, we cannot afford any new delays in permitting or inspections, and we need at bare minimum to maintain our investment in home ownership, housing production, and housing preservation across the budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Patrick Cuthern, who I believe is online with the Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Patrick Cawthorn, and I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the budget for the Department of Buildings. For the families we serve, housing code enforcement is how unsafe conditions are remedied, how pests get removed, leaks get fixed, and unsafe electrical conditions are made safe. When serious hazards persist, children miss school, parents miss work, and families face preventable health crises and instability. My written testimony, which I will submit as soon as I can, will go into more detail on all of CLC's recommendations for the Department of Buildings. However, today I would like to focus on our request to expand the nuisance abatement fund to $75 million. This dollar amount is also requested by the Fair Budget Coalition, and our advocacy for greater use of the nuisance abatement fund echoes what others have said this morning. The nuisance abatement fund is DOB's most effective tool because it produces the outcome that families need: repairs. When a landlord refuses to fix serious code violations or cannot fix those violations, DOB can use this fund to do the work directly and then recover the cost from the owner, whether by payment or through a lien. But the fund is not currently scaled to match the real volume and severity of hazardous conditions in occupied housing. The mayor's proposed budget makes only a limited adjustment by aligning the fund with projected collections. That does not solve the core problem tenants experience, which is that after even repeated complaints and citations, dangerous conditions can linger for months before the district has an opportunity to do anything, if anything is done. The district lacks a sufficiently scaled, reliable mechanism to get the work done quickly when an owner will not act. Direct abatement is outcome focused. It fixes the violation. For a family living with mold, leaks, pests, or unsafe wiring, the key question is not whether a citation was issued or an inspection was conducted, but whether the hazard was corrected. We urge the council to expand the nuisance abatement fund, and if a one-year scale-up is not feasible, we encourage the council to still move decisively towards that target through a multi-year plan. To ensure that this investment translates into repairs, we recommend pairing new funding with a direction to instruct the Department of Buildings to develop clear guardrails that prioritize life safety hazards and addressing serious health threats in occupied housing. This is a smart use of public dollars. It pays for repairs, includes a built-in cost recovery mechanism through lien authority, and can reduce future costs that the district's residents would otherwise bear, including avoidable emergencies care, school absences, and family instability. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cothern, and you will submit your statement.
Yes.
Andrea Chapman?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Andrea Chapman. I'm a community organizer at Empower DC, a citywide community organizing group working to preserve affordable housing and prevent the displacement of low-income Black and Brown residents. We are also proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. During our outreach and resident meetings, residents across the city continue to identify unsafe housing conditions as a key cause of displacement and affordable housing loss. Residents are forced out of their homes in search of more livable conditions, only to find similar or worse conditions. Empower DC's Tenant Power campaign is focused on addressing these issues, including through a stronger inspections and enforcement process that leads to the repairs tenants deserve. As the council considers priorities for the fiscal year 2027 budget, I would like to highlight some of our key recommendations for better ensuring and preserving safe, healthy housing for DC residents. My colleague Farah will add some other recommendations when it's her turn. But first, I'd like to discuss mold inspections. Last December, Empower DC alerted the council that the Department of Energy and Environment was ending mold inspections, leaving the city with no mechanism to address this serious and common life safety issue. While DOB can cite for root causes of mold like flooding, we regularly meet tenants whose health remains at risk because only part of the issue is being addressed. At Cascade Park, a Ward 8 property where Empower DC recently began organizing, residents reported holes and insufficient sealing of windows, allowing rain to pour directly into some people's homes for almost a year. While DOB inspected and cited the leaks on the property and the leak was eventually fixed, the mold continues unabated. DOB should be able to inspect for mold and then cite the landlord for a housing code violation. Empower DC repeats our request for mold inspections to officially be moved under DOB and funded at $1 million. This is a relatively small investment that will directly improve DC renters and quality of life. I would also like to discuss the Department of Buildings Proactive Inspections and Enforcement Program. A key issue we see at Empower DC are landlords who repeatedly violate the housing code, fail to pay fines and make repairs, and continue receiving financing to operate other properties in the city, all while pursuing some of the highest numbers of eviction. At Cascade Park, for example, Faria Management pursued over 30 evictions despite owing $77,111 in fines to DOB. Residents are dealing with those issues I described earlier, including mold, and through our tenants meetings with our partners at DC Jobs with Justice, we learned that other Faria properties are dealing with the same issues. The council passed the Proactive Inspections Program Act of 2023 to create a more targeted proactive inspections process, but it has been chronically underfunded. The current system is over-reliant on tenant leaders who put themselves at risk constantly of retaliation to call out and report unsafe and unhealthy housing code violations. So we recommend the council fully invest in DOB's Proactive Inspections and Enforcement Program at $2 million to improve unsafe housing conditions and hold some landlords accountable. With a fully funded proactive inspections program, DOB should ensure that repeat violators like Faria Management are prioritized for inspections to ensure that issues are caught before they become serious health and safety emergencies. I'll end here that DC has a deficit of over 33,000 housing units in DC. As you know, housing is an ecosystem, and enforcing the housing code is a critical piece of not just landlord-tenant contract, but also preserving affordable housing and preventing displacement. So we urge you to make these relatively small but meaningful investment in DOB to better protect residents' health and well-being and preserve affordable housing. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman, and I do have a copy of your statement. Because we have a lot of witnesses, I'm limiting how much I have in terms of questions. Some of your testimony, though, I am going to ask of the director. I do want to ask Mr. Arias, so the reason we would have created an exemption on the vacant property, that it has to be listed on the MLS, is that's a very objective criterion. You note leaves out many properties that are legitimately for sale. Say more, because if someone is selling their house, it's to their advantage to be on the MLS unless they have they know of a purchaser right away.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I think it's just a matter of nuance. With reference to our statements, it can increase inventory artificially. So,
I don't understand what you mean. It can increase inventory. What's the it?
well, there are properties that are, should be noted as vacant, and rightfully so. But in our case, there's been some complaints regarding properties that weren't actually vacant. The homeowner was simply trying to flip it, trying to get it ready for sale. And when that happened, a sticker was received.
Sure, but why would they not list it? If they're selling it, why would it not be on MLS?
It would be. That was one of the things it seems we're working on, is to having the restriction removed as a registration tactic within DOB.
All right, now I'm getting more confused. So my understanding is that if a property is vacant and if a property is being sold and the owner has moved out, it's vacant, that properties that are vacant are going to be classified as vacant.
But is it vacant? Does it deserve a 5% sticker when they're really not vacant? When they're trying to sell the house?
Well, hold on.
Next stage.
So if a property is being sold and the homeowner or property owner has moved out, it is vacant. Now, we have an exception from the vacant property classification if it's being sold.
Yeah.
And I believe that what the law says is that indicia of it being sold is that it's listed on the MLS, the whatever it is, listing service. You're objecting to that, saying that that leaves out properties that are legitimately for sale. I'm trying to understand that. What properties would be for sale that are not on the MLS?
Sure. Actually, I'd like to refer to my colleague. Would you mind following up now?
No, if he's testifying later, we'll get him. Is he on? He's not testifying? Actually, he's not a witness, but he's also not at this panel. So maybe this just could be explained to me subsequent to the hearing.
Certainly.
All right, we'll leave it there. I don't have any other questions for you. I appreciate those of you who are in person, and those of you who have not given us statements, please do that because that's helpful. Those of you online, thank you for your testimony as well.
Thank you.
Damiana Dendi. Farah Fossey, Community Development Director at Empower DC is Tom Donahue, who's Commissioner with ANC 8A. Jan Baker, President of the 2M Tenants Association. Ms. Dendi, you're up.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Damiana Dendi. I'm a tenant organizer with DC Jobs of Justice, and I've been organizing for over 10 years. The Department of Buildings, DOB, has a crucial role in assisting tenants who are forced to live with poor conditions due to landlord negligence or unwillingness to abate code violations. DOB carries out inspections of rental units and properties when residents have nowhere else to turn in terms of enforcement of housing law and building code in DC. Despite the effectiveness of DOB in citing landlords for code violations, that is oftentimes the end of the road. When DOB cites a violation, the report of the violation is sent to the owner. And this happened last week. I accompanied DOB on a full property inspection of a 4-unit which resulted in 40 citations, adding up to $46,022 in fines in one inspection. The last time this landlord was due to appear in court for eviction proceedings that he brought against his own tenants, he failed to show up. I worry that while these residents live with their families in units with life-threatening conditions, there's wall-to-wall covered mold, giant holes in ceilings and walls, a potential for a second carbon monoxide leak, which the first time almost took the lives of one entire family, rat infestations, ceilings completely dampened by water infiltration after just a little bit of precipitation, I fear their lives will be completely, will be shortened during this process. In the meantime, the landlord sits on the property, regularly putting it up for sale, but removing it from the market. Instead of investing in that property and ensuring livable conditions for the tenants, the landlord seems to be focused on a potential sale in search of profit of this property. This is just one example of what can happen when residents are dealing with an absentee landlord and are faced with a DOB that has no teeth for impactful enforcement. This has been happening since I started organizing 10 years ago. Right now, the violations that DOB is sitting on is up to $81,762,567 in unpaid fines since 2018. This reflects 82,646 code violations and over 17,000 units across the city. And in just 1 year, this year, from January to the present day, landlords owe $17 million in unpaid fines. The district has the ability to take serious action to hold property owners accountable and ensure that DC residents are safe in their homes. DOB should be able to place liens on properties when landlords and property managers are in violation of the law. It should be our first priority to ensure the safety of residents in rental housing. If DOB is permitted to make these emergency repairs, that residents will be safer and healthier. And I'm recommending that DOB receive the $75 million in funding for issue abatements that was mentioned from the Fair Budget Coalition in past testimonies. And my testimony should be in front of you, so I have more, but I will stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Dendy. I do have your statement. Thank you. Ms. Fossey?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Farah Fossey, Community Development Director at Empower DC. Through an Access to Justice grant, Empower DC does direct outreach to DC residents at risk of displacement. We can never reach all the people in need, so we target our outreach in wards 5, 7, and 8 to neighborhoods and properties with a high number of evictions, unsafe and unhealthy housing conditions, and properties with federal and local subsidies that could be put at risk due to the housing conditions or mismanagement. Through this work, last year we went out to Bedding Park Apartments. The property was on our Access to Justice list because of a high number of evictions, and we prioritized it due to the project-based Section 8 contract. It's a red flag when there's this many evictions at a subsidized property. It could indicate mismanagement, meaning the management company isn't doing recertifications, or poor housing conditions, which can lead to HUD stopping payment. We found that area management did not properly recertify some low-income residents and did not fill subsidized units, leading to non-payment of HUD rent on over 40 apartments. There were very serious housing code violations. I've been doing this work in DC for over 20 years, and I was shocked at some of the housing code violations. I knew there was a real problem that had been going on for too long. Our Access to Justice work in DOB's Nuisance Abatement Fund played a critical role in what I believe will be the successful preservation of this affordable housing. Proactive inspections and citing for mold are critical, but we know the worst actors don't fear enforcement. Even after repeated citations and fines, they don't repair health and safety violations. Through the Nuisance Abatement Fund, DOB can make the repairs and charge the owner. Empower DC recommends that this year the Nuisance Abatement Fund is funded at least $15 million and then can ramp up to that $75 million amount. It's currently just used for small repairs like cutting grass. If it's increased, DOB can make critical health and safety repairs like restoring heat and hot water. And last year at Bedding Park, DOB did exactly that. It took too long though because DOB does not have a robust process for doing these repairs. That repair though was critical. It let the property stabilize. It gave people hot water. Unfortunately, because of the length of time it took, the CAP contract, the Section 8 contract, was abated, meaning those payments stopped. The residents and the new management company, Metro Management Group, are working to get that contract reinstated. I believe they will be successful, and I believe that the Nuisance Abatement Fund will have played a critical role in that. When the Nuisance Abatement Fund is used, the landlord is charged for the repair through a lien on the property. Liens, unlike DOB fines, have a high rate of collection, and the money comes back to the Nuisance Abatement Fund, making a revolving fund with its own income source. This is an existing tool which DC can use better. We also encourage the council to pass the Lien Act, which would allow DOB to place a lien on a property when serious, clearly documented violations are not corrected, putting additional funds into the Nuisance Abatement Fund. We collectively know the warning signs for troubled properties and can prioritize limited funds. Investing in this fund and ensuring funds are used strategically and maintaining access to justice to ensure direct support for residents are efficient and targeted approaches to affordable housing preservation and ensuring DC residents' health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fosse. Tom Donahue, Commissioner Donahue.
Chairman Mendelson, my name is Tom Donahue. I'm the ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 8A01. For many of us, especially at the start of a term, being a new commissioner is like trying to find your way through a dense fog without a compass. We are thrust into high stakes resident crisis without a clear map of the agency's internal structure. So one of the budgetary requests I'm requesting is I suggest that the DOB budget include a funding for a ward level introductory summit at the start of each agency term. These smaller meetings between ward representatives and their respective commissioners would build the necessary support to ensure we are introducing ourselves for the first time while a building is literally on fire. I can't begin to describe and appreciate the work that DOB has done, especially our Ward 8 representatives. The danger of this fog is best illustrated by the crisis at 1508, 1507, 1509, and 1511 19th Street. This building was a structural and social nightmare. 2/3 of it was condemned, yet squatters were relentless. They had opened pathways through interior walls, creating a pathway that allowed them to move into the rest of the building. The conditions I witnessed were shocking. The building stunk of neglect, yet because it still had the basics, heating and water, occupied. I spent much of my time in the first year chasing these breaches, documenting where squatters entered and reporting them. My best success didn't come from a portal, it came from the direct communication with the property manager and the property owner. By having my feet on the ground and meeting with the owners personally, I sent a clear message the community was watching. The tragedy of inaction is best personified by row houses across the street at 1902, 1904, 1502, 1504, 1506, and 1508 19th Street. Despite my repeated checks, squatters breached these properties and let 3 unoccupied homes on fire twice within 7 months. The 4th victim was my neighbor, Miss Brown. At 95 years old, she was extracted by firefighters twice in 7 months. After the second fire unhoused her again, she passed away just 1 month later. She was never able to return to her home after the second fire. Crews were literally in the process of fixing it when she passed.
You're over your time, so you need to conclude.
Thank you. I've also submitted some supplemental testimony with my original testimony as well.
Yes, I have your statement with the core budgetary stress points and suggestions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Jan Baker.
Good morning. I will be submitting my testimony after this. Good morning, council, and thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Jan Baker, president of the 2M apartments in Ward 6, and have been the president for 4 years, but I'm also representing other tenants associations and presidents because we are the ones who quarterback a lot of the work that needs to be done in between DOB, talking to the council, talking to ANCs, and we don't get the credit for it. I'm asking today for the council to fully fund, but whether it's $15 or $75 million in the DOB's nuisance abatement fund, so that the agency has the power to make repairs even when landlords refuse to do so. We need the council to make this a revolving fund so DOB can make critical repairs and then assess landlords so money goes back into the fund. However, the DOB needs to spend down that fund annually. When I asked the director of strategic court Code enforcement, what happens to the funds? He said, we use it or lose it. Those are use it or lose it dollars. When our heat went out in January for 8 days, 17-degree weather, that would have been opportune time to spend the money. Secondly, mold inspections are a huge issue. DC currently lacks a process for inspecting and citing mold in rental housing. Mold exposure can create serious health issues like asthma. I have personally had to help tenants who complained of headaches and breathing problems, making them take time off to go to work and kids missing school, ultimately diagnosed with asthma due to mold. The Department of Buildings said that they could inspect and enforce mold if they receive from the next budget. All inspections should be officially from DOB and from the DOB and properly funded at about $1 million. However, I'm not here to just ask for more money for the DOB without the processes, checks and balances to enforce properly. Being a tenants association president is a full-time job and a change agent with invisible labor. And I spend so much time chasing down the DOB to follow up on issues. It is exhausting. Fully fund, I'd like the DOB to be fully funded for the department, for the enforcement program at 2 million to improve bad housing conditions and hold slumlords accountable. Please use the money to be creative in inspections. Late hours and weekends is not a major innovation. Other cities are doing what can be done. Working people do not have the time to continuously take, especially when they work shift work and they don't work from home, for inspections that may happen, especially when the DOB takes forever to enforce. So the least the DOB could do is make things easier for their tenants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I remember touring your building with you after a previous hearing, and you'll submit your statement. I do not have any questions for you. Thank you all for your testimony. Giselle Powell, who's a member in Empower DC. Nathan Hunter. Chuck Elkins, we already called. LaShonda Rice. Arthur Slade, who's Vice President AFSCME. County Gilliam, who is President AFGE Local 2725. Ms. Powell, you're up. Good morning.
Grand Rising DC Council. My name is Giselle Powell, and I'm a Ward 7 resident, and I have lived in the 28th Street neighborhood for 6 years now. I am here as a member of Empower DC to support our tenant power campaign for better housing conditions. I am here to urge the council to fully fund the Department of Buildings Inspections and Enforcement Program to better ensure residents are able to live in healthy and safe conditions. First, I ask the council to increase funding for Department of Buildings to hire and train more inspectors and to properly fund its proactive inspections and enforcement program. I have lived in buildings that have faulty wiring, cracked foundations, electric fires, damaged rooftops, and have seen how these major issues have gone ignored, affect the health and well-being of residents. At Performance Oversight, I shared that in July of 2023, my mother moved into a building following an $87 million renovation and grand reopening that was supposed to have included major updates and repairs. A month later, I lost my mother to carbon monoxide poisoning in her apartment coming from the heat and AC conditioning unit. The landlord never disclosed any existing violations to us, and these conditions eventually cost my mother her life. We can't keep letting residents slip through the cracks. I stand with Empower DC, and I ask for $2 million to go into Department of Buildings Proactive Inspections Program to catch issues before they become serious emergencies and to hold slumlords accountable. I also want to discuss mold. I've experienced the effects of inhaling mold for a substantial amount of time. It has caused my son and I to experience breathing issues. I asked the council to move mold inspections under DOB so that they can inspect and cite for mold. I also asked for mold inspections to be funded at $1 million. We cannot continue living a strong process. We cannot continue living without a strong process to address one of the most common conditions issues DC residents face. DOB's inspection and enforcement process needs to be fully funded for inspections of new and old buildings. We need inspections of OSHA. We need inspectors with OSHA 30 certifications to inspect new and upgraded buildings and ensure they are safe. I encourage you to dedicate the necessary funding to DOB so the city can intervene and hold landlords accountable to the housing code. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Powell, and I do have your statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nathan Hunter?
Good morning, Chairman Minister and council members. My name is Nathan Hunter, and I am a Ward 6 resident. I am here today as a member of Empower DC and as a part of Empower DC's Tenant Power campaign. Every year, I testify before the council and highlight the same unsafe housing conditions that continue to threaten our health. We moved 3 times in the past 3 years in search of better living conditions. First, we were at Benning Courts in Ward 7, but after management continued to ignore our issues, including flooding, we moved to Capitol Vista Apartments in Ward 6. We thought we were moving into a safer home for our family. Our son lived on the property too. We were soon to discover that conditions at Capitol Vista were the same, if not worse than at our previous home. The property manager for Capitol Vista Fire Management owes over $97,000 in fines. One of the key issues at Capitol Vista is mold. Our son who lives on the property is experiencing flooding in his unit, and our neighbor who moved onto the property through a permanent supportive housing program called New Endeavors has also had several leaks and mold in her apartment. You can smell it when you walk in the unit. This is impacting the health of her and her pets. We helped her schedule an inspection with DOB, and while they pointed out the causes of the mold, including the flooding in her unit, nothing was really done to address the mold. DC needs a steady process to inspect and enforce mold. We stand by Empower DC and ask for $1 million to go into mold inspections and enforcement under DOB. Like at Capitol Vista, landlords and management companies still fail to fix things because they know that even when they are cited by the city for housing code violations, they are unlikely to face any real penalties besides a fine. This leaves us languishing in severe conditions and causes displacement. My wife and I had to leave our community at Capitol Vista, where our son lives, and moved a 3rd time. We now live in Ward 8, but our neighbors are still dealing with some emergency conditions at Capitol Vista. This cycle must stop. We asked the council to put $15 million in DOB's nuisance abatement fund so the agency can do more repairs even when landlords refuse and then bill the landlord later. Fire management has continued to violate housing code with no real consequences while our health gets worse, and then tenants are blamed for property conditions. They say people are behind on their rent, but we paid our rent on time and still nothing has changed. Not to mention fire is breaking DC right to organize law by retaliating against residents who organize to hold them accountable. They threaten tenants with eviction and tenant organizers from the building, such as myself. Housing conditions are serious and lead to displacement. My wife and I have been displaced 3 times because of bad housing conditions, but we are still here, and we refuse to be displaced anymore because landlords refuse to do their jobs. So I ask the council, how will you protect residents? Thank you for your considering my recommendations for this year's budget, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter, and I have your statement. LaShonda Rice is not here. Arthur Slade.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Arthur Slade, Vice President of ASME Local 2743, representing the employees at the Department of Buildings. I'd like to follow up on testimony that I provided at the performance oversight hearing on February 12th, 2026 regarding 3 outstanding critical issues regarding employee safety. The first one is a rodent infestation that persists and continues. And I followed up with your office on an email on March 31st, I believe, that you should have attached with my testimony. We're asking for funding the DGS to fully eradicate the rodent infestation, which is currently persisting to date. The second issue is going to be the workplace safety of the employees, because there was an incident that I mentioned on the performance oversight hearing regarding an October 25th incident where a beam failed in an undisclosed location. Almost luckily, no employee was there at the space that could have caused serious litigation problems for the District of Columbia. And third, a classification audit to ensure that the additional duties that the members of ASME Local 2743, in accordance with the working conditions portion of the CBA, are properly classified and compensated for those additional duties. I also want to bring forth at this moment to the committee and lobby for your support for the paid family leave budget to remain in place. Specifically, the 320 hours that are designated for employees and not the reduction or the scope of those classifications excluding grandparents and siblings. There are several members within the local who are DC residents that take care of the elderly citizens that is an aging population in the District of Columbia. And in closing, we also want to ask the committee for its support in refunding the $70 million that was allocated for the Workforce Investment Fund, as well as the $127 million that's for the FY27 Investment Fund. And that aggregate total is $197 million for compensation, not only for compensation for union members, for non-collectively bargained members as well. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Slade. And Mr. Gilliam?
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the committee of the whole. My name is County Gilliam, President of FG Local 2725. I represent district government employees across multiple agencies, including employees with the Department of Buildings. I want to be clear about what is happening in this budget. The fiscal year 2027 proposal removes $127 million in funding for future pay increases tied to collective bargaining and workforce compensation. That is not a technical adjustment. It is a policy decision that directly impacts working families across the city, including employees responsible for building safety, code enforcement, and protecting residents from dangerous conditions. We continue to hear from the executive that there is not enough money. However, that claim becomes difficult to reconcile when discussing the Department of Buildings. DOB is a revenue-generating agency through permits, licensing, inspections, and enforcement actions. One area that deserves immediate review is the continued reduction and settlement of notice of infraction penalties through the Office of Administrative Hearings. Contractors and violators are routinely allowed to settle fines for reduced amounts rather than paying the full penalties issued by DOB inspectors. That weakens enforcement, undermines deterrence, impacts public safety, and reduces revenue that could otherwise support agency operations and workforce investment. If DOB and other DC government agencies were permitted to fully realize the revenue generated through its enforcement authority, the district would not be claiming the budget is in a precarious position while simultaneously removing $127 million from worker compensation. Employees within the Department of Buildings are directly connected to public safety. Our members inspect construction sites, enforce housing and building codes, identify dangerous conditions, and enter unsafe environments throughout the city to protect residents before tragedies occur. At the same time, we are seeing continued growth in the management supervisory service positions throughout district government, including deputy directors, associate directors, and chiefs of staffs, while frontline employees are being told there is no funding available for compensation. That is not efficient and it is not sustainable. During the mayor's budget presentation, she stated that DC is not broke and that the district has approximately $2 billion in reserves. There's also approximately $1 billion in locally generated tax revenue removed by congressional action. If those funds remain within district accounts, they should be leveraged and earmarked against the district reserves to offset the removal of the $127 million in worker compensation funding. At the end of the day, the question is simple. If the district has the resources, why are the workers who protect the safety of this city being asked to absorb the impact? AFSCME Local 2725 respectfully requests that the council restore the $127 million in funding for worker compensation, conduct oversight into the notice of infraction settlement practices through the Office of Administrative Hearings, and to ensure that frontline DOB personnel are adequately staffed and supported. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliam. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. I'm trying not to ask too many questions because there's so many witnesses. But I do want to say this. So, Mr. Gilliam, you mentioned as possible funds that are available, the $1 billion that Congress didn't let us spend last year. That money has been accounted for and is incorporated in the budget. What happened was that Congress, through the continuing resolution, forced us to spend at FY24 levels, the difference being about $1 billion. We, the council, we found a way of working around that to the tune of about $600 million. That did mean that the last fiscal year, there were some measures undertaken by the mayor to freeze hiring. And as well, between the mayor and the council, we deferred some spending, and that's how we took care of the $1 billion. Congress never actually took the $1 billion. They just simply denied us authority to spend it. And when the fiscal year ended, that which was not spent just fell to the bottom line and is part of what is before us now. So it's not like there's a pot of $1 billion sitting out there. It's all been incorporated, subsumed into the budget. With regard to the testimony from both you and Mr. Slade regarding the workforce investment account, so the mayor sent down a budget that's balanced. In order to fund anything, we have to cut in order to then have money available to fund. I did have a conversation with my staff yesterday about the workforce investment account and whether we could restore any funding in there. So I never make any guarantees or commitments of what we're going to be able to do until we get to the point where we're voting on the budget, which will be June 9th. But we are looking at whether we can put some dollars into the workforce investment account, realizing that there are several major contracts. I think firefighters and Comp 1 and 2 are two of the major contracts. And then there are a lot of lesser contracts. When I say lesser, I mean small units. So we're trying to see if we can put some money back into the workforce investment account. The one other issue I wanted to bring up, Mr. Gilliam, I'm a little bit of a disadvantage because I don't have a copy of your written statement. But Mr. Slade, you talked about the rodent infestation. Could you say more? That's at 1150 or 1104 4th Street, am I right?
Yes, across the street from the CFO's building.
Yeah.
Because it's adjacent. I think Safeway is in the space.
Yeah.
And maybe that the party from Safeway is coming through DLCP and going up to DOB. And I know DGS is control of the rodent infestation, but it's a problem and it's persisting. And the members I've sent photographs to the council, specifically Councilmember Nadeau, and I attached photographs of the rodents in traps, in cubicles, and rodent fecal matter in windowsills. So we would just ask that, no employee wants to come to a workplace and be in the workplace and have a deceased rodent in their desk.
I can understand. That is Department of Health who takes care of rodent infestation. You said DGS. I will ask the director about it.
I'm just going off the information that they provided when we did a request for information with the director. So that was the information that was provided. The DGS controls the site and the scheduling for treatment to ensure that rodents activity is removed. And then as a result of some of the some of the emails that were forwarded to the council, the Department of Buildings response was just to remove the traps so that there wouldn't be any evidence of rodents activity within the building, but there's still fecal matter surrounding the cubicle areas and in the window sills.
Yeah. All right, that's pretty disgusting. Thank you for your testimony. I don't have any other questions for you all. Continuing, Shani Shi, who's with the Safe Chinatown Solidarity Network, Peter Yang, Hao Chen. Please sit down. Are there just, is that, who's that? Okay. Should I just do the three? Yeah. I think we'll stop there and hear from you all. So whatever order you want to go in, I understand, I guess, Ms. Shi, you'll be translating?
Yes, I will.
So whatever order you want to go in.
Okay, I can go first. Good morning, Chairman. I'm an organizer with and the founder of Save Chinatown Solidarity Network. We are a grassroots organization that is fighting to keep the long-term residents and businesses of DC's Chinatown in place. So we are here to spotlight the emergency needs around elevator safety enforcement, and along with the Fair Budget Coalition and Empower DC, asking for the expansion of funding of the nuisance abatement fund to at least 15 million. You may have heard of Museum Square, a 10-story apartment building in downtown DC, housing dozens of Black and Chinese senior citizens, most of which have severe illnesses, mobility, and other health issues. There's been a protracted displacement campaign that the landlord has been carrying out at the building since 2013. For 2 months, from the end of November 2025 through Christmas, New Year's, all the way to the end of January, all 5 elevators at the property were out of order. I have personally worked with this building since 2015 and spent almost 8 of these years working as a tenant organizer, supporting residents all across DC, dealing with the myriad of issues. The failures at play here are absolutely unforgivable. I witnessed 80, 90-year-old residents struggling to help each other carry water, other groceries up endless flights of stairs, up 8, 9 flights of stairs, which prompted us to organize mutual aid support in delivering and buying groceries. One particular wheelchair-bound resident was completely trapped in his unit for the whole of the 2 months, unable to leave his apartment during the holidays, missing doctor's appointments, times with family. He became sullen, depressed, and what happened to him? After the elevators came back online, he had to move. He was displaced from his home of 30 years. This 2-month outage came after over 6 years of repeated breakages, many of which were not cited because of weaknesses in the property maintenance code. And even with repeated violations, they're allowed to the landlord are allowed to continue on without ever making adequate repairs. At this point, this level of neglect constitutes abuse. Year after year, residents from not just Museum Square, but Black, Brown, and immigrant communities across the city share with you stories that point to the same conclusion. The housing code enforcement architecture is faulty, it's violent, and it's disproportionately harming and displacing people of color, the poor, and the working class. So our demands are clear. We support and advocate for the passage of the Lean Act to more effectively hold these repeated bad actors accountable. We are asking you to fund the Nuisance Abatement Act that will allow DC to step in and fix elevator issues in particular. We should strengthen the property maintenance code around elevator regulation and fund more DOB elevator inspections. And we also support DOB citing for and regulating around mold. Thank you.
Thank you. And the two with you, do they wish to speak?
想告诉你，政府部门他以前几个月不给电梯我上下，现在政府
先讲你名字，你住在 DC 多久了？
我现在来 DC 15年，住在401K 的10几年，但是他故意不给电梯我上下。
My name is Hao Chen. I've been living at Museum Square for 15 years. The landlords are not fixing the elevators on purpose.
他以前几个月不给电梯我上下了，后来你政府部门帮我修好，在昨天电梯又不行，他故意搞破了，现在的一个电梯一层一层上去，故意为难我们的人。
The elevators keep breaking after it was broken for 2 months. Now the elevators are breaking again. The one elevator that we use is stopping at each floor currently, and taking forever.
还有这个老鼠也很多，在这里咬一个洞，这里又咬一个洞，我们给东西躲住它，它又别个地方咬。我自己叫我女儿买很多老鼠膏，搞掉它们。
The rat issue continues to be out of control, and I have to spend hundreds of dollars of my own money for traps.
还有很多蟑螂，他派人来杀蟑螂的时候乱搞一下就走了。
The pest issue is horrible, and there's a lot of roaches, and the pest control is ineffective. Thank you.
我现在需要你们政府部门来帮我修电梯，我不想这个房东这么坏不给电梯我们上下，我走楼梯很辛苦。我7楼。
你几岁？
我今年69岁。
I'm 69 years old, and when the elevators break, I have a really hard time climbing the stairs. I am asking for the DC government to step in and to fix the elevators. Thank you.
So we hear from Mr. Yang.
等一下，小杨先走，他在He's virtual, right?
Who's that? Whom I don't see on the list, but why don't we hear from him?
大家好，我住在 K 街已经有25年了，可是呢，这里面现在不行，电梯坏掉，还有他们卫生都不做的，所以我今年79岁。
My name is Lin Yunru. I have been living at Museum Square for 25 years. I am 79 years old, and the elevators, I'm here to talk about the elevators and the maintenance at the building.
还有我这里骨头断了2根，没办法走这个楼梯。
I have a broken foot, and it's been incredibly difficult to deal with this with the broken elevators.
还有他们这里面卫生都不做的，就是里面卫生都没做的。
They do no cleaning at the building.
我现在发现我在这里好长时间了，它上面的自来水都没有换掉，就是换下来换掉，好长的我都没看到。所以说
讲电梯的，
所以希望政府帮我们。最主要的是把电梯搞好。我住在5楼，没电梯，我的脚不行，走路真的不行，没办法。
I live on the 5th floor. The elevators situation is just impossible for me, and it's causing us a lot of suffering, and we need your help.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. What is Mr. Lynn's name again? Got it. I don't have any questions for you, but thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry that these conditions persist, because I remember you all testifying before. So thank you for your testimony. I will bring it up with the director. Jeremy Sherman, who is chair of ANC 1A. Kimberly Bender, who's executive director of AIA-DC. Jared Powell, who's president of Historic Anacostia Block Association. Shafiqua Pasha. Nick Weinberg. Daisha Whitney. Dwayne Glenn. Terry Acker. Daniel O'Brien, who's with a Zero Waste volunteer with Sierra Club. There are 4 people so far who are online, just in case it sounds like nobody's here. Cheryl Woodland. Shay Pasha. And Olufunke Adewa. That's all of the public witnesses before we get to the executive.
Good morning, Council Chairman.
Before you start, hold on. Ordinarily, what I do is I go through the list all over again, but since you're here in person, now that you go first, I probably will not have questions for you. So then you can leave if you want. So why don't you proceed?
Thank you. Good morning, Council Chairman and staff. My name is Olufunke Funkedo, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here today because DC needs to protect renters' health and safety in the next year's budget. I urge the Council to fully fund DOB's inspections and enforcement program to better ensure residents are not living with unhealthy and unsafe housing conditions. This issue not only affected my health, physical and mental, it led me to being displaced in order to live what is left of my life without being constantly hospitalized. The terrible, unsafe and unsanitary and quite frankly, unlivable housing habitability conditions are well documented with DOB and the DC Superior Court.
With frustration and exhaustion, I left my home of over 6 years when no help or support seemed forthcoming from DOB. My health took a nosedive, and the medical team questioned if my living situation had a role to play in my deteriorating health. The house had lead, mold, and other unsafe conditions that led to the owner being cited for about $100,000 in different violations and infractions. Inspections occurred, matters raised to the Office of Administrative Hearing, yet no action on actual abatement. A funny thing happened just 2 days ago when an inspection that was carried out around September 2025 only got an attempted follow-up after almost 8 months of the inspection and 6 months after I moved out. It is clear that DOB needs help getting on top of the city's housing crisis, and that is why I'm asking the council to fund DOB with $1 million so they can take on the responsibility of mold inspection as part of their housing inspection. The DOEE no longer does this. This will support training for the inspectors to identify and cite for mold. 2, $15 million in a nuisance abatement fund to help with emergency housing repairs. I lived for months with a defective bathroom bathtub that meant that I took showers in the same putrid water that did not drain out. Had DOB gotten this money, they would have got to the repairs and had it done, then billed the landlord instead of the unending inspections and citations that went nowhere. 3, proactive inspections should be carried out by DOB, especially on old buildings that were built before codes, to avoid untenable and potentially unenforceable code violations. That's why there are so many repeat offender landlords in DC. Why should tenants be hearing other tenants in their own apartments using the bathroom, hearing the trickle of pee and flushing if codes had been enforced to meet the standards? Many older buildings have no soundproofing, very thin walls between apartments. I am weary making certain phone calls or having certain conversations inside my own home because I'm afraid that my personally identifiable information can be heard by my neighbors just as I clearly can hear theirs. This is not a healthy mental way to live. There is no way one can know about such housing deficiencies until the lease is signed and one has moved in, which in many cases is too late.
Mr. Dua, I'm going to have to cut you off because you're.
I think you have the rest of my.
I actually don't think I have your statement.
It's there.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yes. So I'm just, tired of this constant, displacement. And that's why, I'm here physically to testify. Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. So I'm not going to have questions for you, but thank you for your testimony. Jeremy Sherman.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Chairman Mendelson, committee members and staff. My name is Jeremy Sherman and I serve as ANC for Single Member District 1A04 in Columbia Heights. And I'm also chair of ANC 1A. I am testifying today on behalf of the entire 1A commission. ANC 1A has been a strong and consistent voice on vacant and blighted property reform. Back in June 2023, we called on the council to overhaul the district's vacancy framework. In November 2024, we formally supported the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act as I was part of the Vacant to Vibrant working group led by your efforts, and thank you for that. In March of this year, we transmitted a letter to you and the full council urging full funding and implementation of the law in the FY27 budget. I'm here today to reinforce that call. The numbers tell the story. According to DOB's vacant property dashboard, there are currently 4,450 vacant or blighted properties across the district. 564 of those properties have been vacant for over 8 years. And in Columbia Heights alone, we have nearly 100 vacant properties. That is just unacceptable. We should be able to do more, and now we can. We just need the funding to make it happen. The Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act is actually a remarkable achievement. It was the product of a year-long effort to study where our existing laws were falling short, how other cities have tackled vacancy more effectively, and what additional tools the district needed to act faster. It passed unanimously. But right now, some of its most meaningful and helpful elements are sitting idle due to lack of funding. A law that passed unanimously should not be left to gather dust because we failed to follow through on appropriations. I hear about vacant properties constantly from neighbors and from fellow commissioners across the city who wonder why the district cannot do more. The honest answer has led us that we need more legal tools. And that's no longer true. The Vacant to Vibrant Act now gives us those tools. Our primary ask is for full funding of the Department of Buildings' role under the Act. DOB is the linchpin of enforcement. That means funding the strategic enforcement plan, rehabilitation strategic plan, and authorization of vacant building maintenance plan registry, and an expedited permit review process for Class 3 and 4 properties. And critically, it means that we need more administrative staffing capacity to process notices of infraction and compliance documentation. I also want to flag several provisions that fall outside of DOB's direct purview, but are among some of the other powerful tools in this law. I urge all council members to find dedicated funding for the Vacant Property Receivership Program and direct foreclosure authority for tax delinquent Class 3 and 4 properties under OAG, and for OTR to implement tiered escalating tax rates for Class 3 and 4 properties. These are the kinds of interventions that we can finally break the cycle of speculative holding and chronic long-term vacancy. Without them, the properties that have sat empty for 8, 10, 12 years will keep sitting empty. I understand it's a difficult budget year. I'm not asking for everything all at once, but I do urge you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee to find funding to move key pieces of that powerful legislation forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Kimberly Bender, who I believe is virtual.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm glad to be here today and have the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Washington chapter of the American Institute of Architects, known as AIADC, where I've recently become the Executive Director. AIADC represents around 2,200 members in Washington, D.C., and is the fifth largest AIA chapter in the country. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to offer AIADC's perspective on the DC DOB. Over the past several years, my predecessor, Mary Fitch, testified several times on the topic of streamlining the building permit process, a process that we have believed to be burdensome and one that was hampering the district's economic development and housing affordability efforts. Studies have shown that making the development process less complicated will have an immediate positive impact on housing affordability. Director Hanlon and his staff at DOB have made great strides on this issue, significantly improving its customer interface, whether through in-person, or online communication. We believe there's even more DOB can achieve on this front. Along with hurdles from federal agencies and public review of zoning adjustments, obtaining a building permit from the DC Department of Buildings is often time-consuming and can present unanticipated delays. Coordination among agencies such as DOEE, DC Water, and DDOT still needs a lot of work. Permitting delays and regulatory uncertainty have broad negative consequences, impacting both homeowners pursuing modest improvements and larger scale projects that would deliver new developments, including housing, to our city. We fully support any budgetary appropriation that could fund specific reforms within DOB to improve review timelines and consistency and streamline the building review process. I look forward to working directly with Director Hanlon to find ways our members can provide guidance on this issue and contribute to the success of the DOB. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. So you're no longer at the Hyrick Mansion?
Nope. I'm now here at the District Architecture Center with the architects.
And who's taken over your place at Hyrick?
They're just completing the process, so we should know any day now.
Okay, I'll sit on the edge of my seat. Jared Powell, President of HABA.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton and members of the council. My name is Jared Powell, representing the Historic Anacostia Block Association. I'm known as HABA. I'm here today to advocate for the full funding of the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act in the FY27 budget. This is a yes and scenario. The Department of Buildings needs teeth to enforce the law, and organizations like ours need a funded direct pipeline to trusted partners who can return vacant properties to productive use. The district cannot claim a housing shortage while a staggering number of single-family homes and multi-unit buildings, along with commercial structures, sit dormant in historic Anacostia. It is fiscally irresponsible to limit a lack of units while abandonments are allowed to decay in one of DC's most significant neighborhoods. These are not just liabilities, they are untapped assets for workforce housing. Full funding for the Vacant to Vibrant Act would empower the DOB to finally resolve many intractable properties that have sat vacant for decades. We are specifically highlighting 1227 Mapleview Place Southeast with an OTR balance of $3,116,640, 1225 Mapleview Place Southeast with an OTR balance of $1,167,814, 2266 Mount View Place Southeast, where the absent roof threatens the stability of neighboring homes, with an OTR assessment of $1,025,692. 1420 W Street Southeast, sitting directly across from the historic Frederick Douglass House, with a balance of $167,490. As a core component of full funding, HABA recommends a specific mechanism to transfer select properties, including those identified above, to the L'Enfant Trust. The trust is a reliable community partner. It is a proven entity that understands the unique requirements of our historic wood frame architecture. Transfer of select properties protects the integrity of historic Anacostia by ensuring that as the district creates workforce housing, we do so by protecting the historic character and fabric of the neighborhood, rather than replacing it with generic construction. Directing funding to the trust to rehabilitate these structures is fiscally smart. It is a better use of public funds than the status quo, as it removes the red flags that stifle business investment and restores a tax base immediately. Vacant properties continue to degrade community development and act as a warning signs for business investment. By funding both the enforcement and the execution, the district can both support our existing local businesses and encourage new ones, replacing blight and stagnation with foot traffic and activation. We urge the council to provide the FY27 budget allocations that give DOB the authority and the capital to move these properties into the hands of partners like the L'Enfant Trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Shafiqua Pasha, or possibly Shay Pasha, I believe is not here. Nick Weinberg, I think is not here. Daisha Whitney, I think is not here. You're still looking online, right? Dwayne Glenn, I believe is not here. Jerry Acker, I think is not here. Daniel O'Brien, you're up.
Yes, great. Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify at the Committee of Whole Budget Oversight hearing on the Department of Buildings. My name is Dan O'Brien, and I'm a member of the Sierra Club, District of Columbia Chapter's Zero Waste Committee. We represent 3,000 chapter members and over 7,000 active supporters here in the district. We appreciate and are grateful that we've had a strong relationship with the DOB, having worked with them on net zero building standards, building codes, and many other fantastic programs. Okay, here come our questions. We have a lot. Last year, the Sierra Club raised concerns that effective enforcement of the district's construction and demolition, C&D, reuse and recycling mandates depends on DOB having the ability to systematically collect, track, and analyze hauling receipt data. We emphasize that C&D waste represents roughly 1/4 of the district's waste stream, and that compliance with the 50% reuse recycling requirements in the green and residential construction codes is essential to achieving the district's 80% diversion goal and reducing climate and environmental justice harms. Per the 2027 capital project, the IT systems modernization initiative was completed within the capital budget. Within this initiative, we respectfully request an update on progress made in several areas we previously identified, including tracking and data systems, verification and compliance practices, public reporting and interagency coordination, and outreach, education, and enforcement capacity. In 2024, the DOB acknowledged the need for improved outreach and awareness, especially among small contractors, regarding reuse and recycling requirements. What outreach, guidance, materials, training, or enforcement initiatives have been implemented since then? Does the proposed FY 2027 budget include funding for designated staff time or roles specifically focused on C&D compliance, education, and enforcement? Strengthening enforcement and transparency in this area remain a high-impact, cost-effective opportunity to advance the district's climate waste diversions and environmental justice goals. We appreciate any progress DOB has made and encourage continued investment in systems, staffing, and reporting that allow the district to verify compliance and continuously improve outcomes. Action 5 of the DC Zero Waste Plan calls the DOB and the Department of Energy and Environment to update DC Green Construction Code to require deconstruction plans for all new construction, demolition, and retrofit projects beginning in 2029 and redirect materials towards affordable housing. Do the proposed 27 capital budget funds allocated to IT systems modernization put into place the proper information systems to help a building track and recover reusable materials? Has the DOB evaluated opportunities to support or pilot deconstruction material reuse programs in the district, whether through incentives, guidance, or coordination with other agencies? Also, are the deconstruction policies that are being considered aligned with the other jurisdictions located in Maryland and Virginia? Does DOB currently have a composting program? If not, does DOB plan to implement one? In either case, does the proposed 27 budget include funding to start up or maintain a composting program? Furthermore, we want to bring a recent issue to your attention. The mayor dissolved the Construction Codes Coordination Board, CCCB, and killed the pending building code update, as other people have mentioned. The update process has involved approximately 6,000 hours of time devoted by members of the CCCB and their technical advisory groups. 6 years have now passed since the last code update. On paper, the mayor plans to start from scratch and pass a new code by the end of 2027. We do not believe that this is a realistic timeline if the mayor intends to start from scratch. Quickly turning briefly to the Food Policy Council under the—
Can I cut you off because
Yes.
you're over your time? You're a
Okay.
minute over your time.
Sorry, thank you so much.
I do have your written statement. Thank
Great.
you. Cheryl Woodland, I don't know, is she here? That's it for witnesses. If Cheryl Woodland gets back on quickly, perhaps. Let me ask a question of Mr. Powell. Jared Powell, you still here? I am familiar with the L'Enfant Trust because they have rehabilitated 5 houses in historic Anacostia. The 5th Big Green is underway right now. You recommend that these properties be transferred to them. Have you talked to the L'Enfant Trust about this?
Yes, and they're actually in support, and they've submitted testimony as well. I'm not sure if they're actually going to be delivering oral testimony, but they are in full support of the vacant to vibrant full funding. And we've also spoken to them about potentially receiving properties, as well as their concerns that in order for them to do the rehabilitation, there would need to be funding attached for them to be able to do that work. There's certain properties that we have internally identified that would be most appropriate for them, including 1420 W Street, which again is across from the Frederick Douglass House.
Okay, so I asked if you talked to them about this, and you said yes, they very much support vacant to vibrant. That wasn't quite the same as yes, they're okay with undertaking these additional houses?
No, it's a yes and. So they are in full support of the funding request as well as potentially receiving some of the properties if funding is attached for them to rehabilitate them.
Okay, now where are they testifying or submitting testimony?
They said that they had indicated that they would be submitting written testimony.
All right, we don't have it. Maybe it's a different committee.
Okay.
Again, I am familiar with their work, and I think they've done a great job on the houses that they've undertaken. These are houses that the district owns. The houses that you mentioned, I'm assuming the district doesn't own them.
That is correct. The ones with the largest tax assessment, including the one exceeding 3 million, that is directly across the street from the Big Green. So there are two large structures directly across, as well as there's a lot of single family houses that would be great.
My question was, does the government own them or are they privately?
No, they do not currently own them.
Yeah, so that makes it a little bit trickier. Let me see, Ms. Spender, the challenge with your testimony, you're not the first to suggest streamlining the building permit process. If you're here, Ms. Spender,
I'm here,
is we need something more specific. If it's that the employees are not committed to doing things quickly or that they contradict each other, it's very difficult for us to legislate that. That's really a question of quality. But I'm certainly sympathetic to the idea that the process should be as streamlined as possible, but then we need specifics.
Yes, I agree. And we're looking to other jurisdictions as models. And so I'm happy to send you something over or set up a time to meet at a later time and talk maybe more in detail about that.
Sure, I'd be happy to, probably after the budget process, so it details what's key here.
Great.
I do want to add, because there were several witnesses who testified about fully funding the vacant to vibrant. So that legislation came through our committee and I am, yes, committed to it. It has roughly an $80 million fiscal impact over the financial plan. That's $80 million that we would have to find, where we are right now struggling with hundreds of millions of dollars of restoration. So I don't know that we're going to be able to fund it with this budget, which I think is regrettable. But, and I would certainly argue, and you all could help with advocating with colleagues about this, that if we're going to look at funding something new, we ought to fund some of the bills that we have passed, like vacant to vibrant, before we start undertaking other initiatives that we have not even legislated. There was not a question in that, but I did want to just alert you that we're talking about $80 million for vacant to vibrant. So I want to thank each of you for your testimony. You all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the director of the Department of Buildings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So Brian Hanlon, if you could come forward, I'm going to need a couple minutes before you start. Trick question. When you're ready, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and council members and staff. I'm Brian Hanlon, Director of the Department of Buildings, or DOB, and I'm pleased to appear before you today to discuss Mayor Muriel Bowser's proposed fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm joined by my colleagues, Agency Fiscal Officer Enyu Godi, who's to my far left, Strategic Enforcement Administrator Keith Parsons, who is to my right, and our Chief of Staff, Alex Cross, directly to my left. Our agency is primarily responsible for regulating the built environment in the District of Columbia, a task which we accomplish through property inspections, reviewing plans, issuing project permits, and ensuring compliance with applicable building codes and zoning regulations. DOB inspects diverse construction projects, apartment buildings, and vacant properties to ensure that DC residents have safe and habitable living environments. Our mantra is to keep the district's built environment safe, to keep it green, and to keep it moving forward. We accomplish this mission under the leadership of Mayor Bowser and Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, Nina Albert, and in partnership with our sister agencies, the Council, ANCs, and other stakeholders. Despite difficult economic headwinds, DOB will continue to operate as it has throughout my tenure, with adaptability and agility. As we work towards the final year of the mayor's administration, I join her in running through the tape, finishing strong on the commitments to deliver lasting results for district residents. I want to thank Mayor Bowser for her strong leadership and steadfast support for our agency throughout her administration, and I thank the council for its collaboration. Mayor Bowser's proposed 2027 budget, Grow DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates jobs. We are navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. And that being said, it's important to be clear, DC is still growing. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted decisions that will allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend upon. The Grow DC agenda will advance the district's economic resurgence through tangible investment in downtown, a renewed focus on sports, entertainment, and technology, and further efforts to reduce barriers to business growth in the district. Our fast-track fit-outs program and permit relief programs for office conversions are just two examples of how we have invested in process improvement and strategic initiatives to reduce friction, simplify our processes, and invest in the district's economic development. In addition to streamlining services for residents and businesses, DOB plays a central role in advancing projects that anchor the district's economic future. DOB is at the forefront of increasing permitting speed and regulatory efficiency through our work with Monumental Sports and Entertainment, or MSE, on the Capital One Transformation Project, and, of course, the Washington Commanders on the RFK Campus Redevelopment Project. The mayor's FY27 operating budget for DOB is approximately $65 million, which reflects a 2.6% increase from FY26. Under my tenure, abating property violations has been a focus of DOB, with the agency tracking abatement of a record number of violations in FY24 and nearly matching that number again in FY25. We tracked over 17,000 abated housing code violations last fiscal year, with nearly 1,000 of those done by DOB's abatement team and abatement contractors. These continued investments in inspections and property maintenance allow us to hold problematic landlords accountable for not maintaining their properties in safe and habitable conditions. This past year, we conducted a targeted operation comprising 1,328 inspections across 81 properties associated with Sam Res Julian, and this identified over 2,000 violations and over $2 million in fines. These violations were later used by the Attorney General to file a first of its kind civil lawsuit under the RICO Act to dismantle the Rasjulians' network of unsafe and neglected rental properties. We conducted another targeted effort of 275 inspections across 15 properties associated with Petra Development and identified nearly 500 violations, which Petra Development is now actively working to resolve under our oversight. The magnitude of these enforcement activities reflects the tireless work performed by our inspectors and underscores our commitment to improving compliance and prioritizing the safety of tenants in the district. We continue to engage with industry professionals, environmental stakeholders, and sister agencies to encourage sustainable building technologies and practices to help meet the mayor's climate goals. For example, we are working on code updates that will increase the energy efficiency of new commercial and larger multifamily buildings in the district by 25% or more compared to current standards. And finally, our work helps keep the district moving by minimizing red tape and improving customer experiences. For example, our instant permits program now allows residents to quickly obtain building permits for common home improvement projects in a single interaction, including most solar panel installations. In the Budget Support Act, we have proposed reducing permit fees for even more office conversions, as well as reducing certificate of occupancy fees, lowering key cost barriers to economic development. As I mentioned earlier, DOB has a leading role in overseeing the development of two transformational projects: the revitalization of Capital One Arena and the generational redevelopment of the RFK campus. At Capital One, our successful collaboration with Monumental Sports and Entertainment has enabled the timely delivery of improvements to the arena. We efficiently issued 84 permits and conducted 110 inspections at the arena site, all in a complex, time-sensitive operating environment. We ensured that fans could safely access the arena and any construction-related disruptions were minimized. At RFK, we continue to collaborate closely with the commanders on permitting strategies that allow us to meet our announced timeline. We have already issued 6 permits ahead of schedule and have conducted an inspection of the stadium complex. We have also participated in several meetings with the community, ensuring that their vision is inscribed in the stadium right down to its foundation. We are also making several capital improvements to our information technology infrastructure that will enhance DOB's capacity to engage our customers and promote efficient, nimble operations. We are modernizing our digital archive, allowing the public to intuitively access permits, certificates of occupancy, notices of infraction, and other property records. We are streamlining communication with the Office of Administrative Hearings by launching an integrated legal case management system, reducing administrative delays, and allowing us to achieve abatements more quickly. We are also launching a unified customer relation management platform through Salesforce, which will centralize customer interactions, standardize how customer requests are received and resolved, and improve visibility into request statuses and resolution timelines. Lastly, we are investing in artificial intelligence tools and training to enhance our staff's productivity and prepare them to use these tools both ethically and effectively. As Mayor Bowser's administration enters its final year, I am proud of what DOB has built, not just in permits issued or violations abated, but in the culture of this agency. We are more responsive, more transparent, and more accountable than we were when this administration began. The proposed FY27 budget allows us to sustain that momentum, continuing to hold negligent landlords accountable, supporting the transformative projects at RFK and Capital One Arena, modernizing our technology, and reducing the friction that stands between a good idea and a building permit. Our work regulating the built environment is at its core economic development work. Every permit we process, every inspection we complete, and every code we update contributes to a safer, greener, and more vibrant District of Columbia. That is the standard we have set, and we intend to meet it through the final day of this administration and beyond. And Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hanlon. Interesting statement for a couple of reasons. One of them is you say very little about your budget, other than the fact that I guess it's adequate. You say that it's, I can't find it right now, roughly 2.5%.
2.6, yeah.
Percent increase. You're one of the few agencies that's seen an increase. So you say very little about your budget in your statement, but then also, I don't want to get too critical here, and sometimes I can go down that path, but your statement, which includes, let's see, DOB is at the forefront of increasing permitting speed and regulatory efficiency, underscores our commitment to improving compliance and prioritizing the safety of tenants, minimizes red tape and improving customer experiences. It's just at odds with the testimony I've heard for the last hour, which is tenants and some businesses complaining that crappy property is still crappy and that nothing is being done. I will have some questions about that, but I'm reminded of what Commissioner Elkins said, that I forget how he put this, that $62 million in uncollected housing fines, 54,000 unabated violations, years waiting for a judgment and a hope for repair. Does that sound like a functioning enforcement program? But I'll come back to that. So let me ask you some questions. How many housing code inspectors are budgeted for fiscal year 2027?
We have 40 housing code inspectors budgeted for FY27.
40 housing code inspectors. That's actual inspectors, not support staff?
It's actual inspectors. Keith, can you just ensure that that's all inspectors?
I'm also going to ask you to break it down, so be prepared for that.
Well, what we can do certainly is provide a table that identifies by division, department, role, and who's in management, who's actually out in the field. Provide it for you.
I'm going to say yes. Please do provide a table, but I still, for the record, for the public to hear, would like to go over this.
Sure. It is, in fact, 40 housing code inspectors.
Okay, but now you
But
also,
we'll give you a breakdown so you
yes,
can see the whole.
but you also have other inspectors, like vacant property inspectors and construction inspectors.
Yes, sir.
How many?
In illegal construction, we have 8 illegal construction inspections budgeted for FY27, and vacant and blighted property inspectors, we have 8 also budgeted for FY27.
That's it?
Alex, you want to expound?
Sure. In addition to those already mentioned, we also have 6 third-party inspection oversight inspectors, as well as 22 construction inspections inspectors that are budgeted.
40 housing code, 8 illegal construction, 8 vacant, 6 third-party oversight, and 22 construction.
Yes.
That's 84, total of 84.
84 budgeted, yes.
I have in my memory, something like 106 is what we budgeted a couple years ago. Have we gone down in the number of inspectors budgeted?
I do not have that in my memory, but Alex?
Yeah, so we have 84 inspectors budgeted. We also have 10 inspection managers budgeted, and in total, we have 94. But the way we make sure to ensure a proper count is we separate the managers from the inspectors. So 94 total.
That's still less than 106, which may be an inaccurate memory, but I thought we got up that high.
I'm sorry, I don't recall that number from a couple years ago.
Okay, the but the budget does call for like one or two fewer than in FY26 in terms of the budget.
Yeah, I don't have an exact tracking for that. We have done some realignment of positions. That may be what we're talking about here, where we're taking people whose roles are more accurately described in another area and just doing some realignment. And I think it might be, I mean, there's a lot of detail in here, and I think maybe we can provide a much more robust kind of spreadsheet with everything on it.
I have a note here. You will provide a robust table.
Robust.
Of these positions, how many, well, there's in the budget for building inspection program, which I assume is all of these positions, is being increased $297,000 for fiscal year 2027.
Yeah.
What's that increase for?
Well, I sort of alluded to that a moment ago. It's really an accounting exercise. And every year we go through all of our FTEs and we look at, where are they assigned? And we will maybe do some tidying up to make sure that the budget actually more accurately reflects where the work is being done. So as an example, with 3 employees, one in third-party inspections, one from vacant and blighted, and one from fleet management. And they were moved because they're actually, most of what they do is actually associated with building inspections. And there's some overlap, of course, as there always is in the agency, but we're just basically putting them where they're actually doing the work.
Would it be, I don't like to answer my own questions. Would it be accurate to say the $397,000 increase is right sizing salaries?
No, I think it's really, if you look at the overall budget, it subtracted from one area and put it into another just to reflect where the work is actually happening. So it wasn't a net increase for salaries. And Alex, if you want to expound.
Right. The only net increase was 59,000, and that was for step increases that the staff get annually.
So now of the these different positions, these 94 positions, how many of them are currently vacant? So you have 40 housing code inspectors. How many are vacant?
We have 5 vacancies right now.
You have 8 illegal construction inspectors. How many are vacant?
1.
8 vacant property inspectors. How many are vacant?
1.
6 third-party oversight. How many are vacant?
2.
22 construction inspectors. How many are vacant?
10.
Would elevator come under construction inspectors?
That's a property inspections.
Yeah, you're right.
I believe those are under the third-party inspections program.
So the third-party oversight folks, the 6, include your elevator inspectors?
I believe so, yes.
Where you have 2 vacancies.
That's correct.
I want to ask you a question related to federal grant funding. The fiscal year 2027 budget includes $1.599 million. I don't know why it can't be 1.6. $1.599 million in federal grant funds to implement the 2024 construction codes. So the Construction Codes Advisory Board is dissolved. DOB is taking that work in-house. I've heard some testimony that's skeptical of this exercise. My understanding is that this grant, federal grant, is to support the work of updating the construction codes. The budget chapter notes that the grant will pay for 8 FTEs. What, if any, locally funded FTEs will be dedicated to supporting the implementation of the 2024 construction codes?
So I'll say, and I actually want to expound a bit on this, but we have 3 dedicated FTEs that are wholly focused on the development of the construction code, and
those 3 are locally funded?
they're locally funded, right?
Keep going.
We have a number of other people that also assist in the formation of the code. And I just want to say, because it did come up earlier, that the dissolution of the Construction Codes Coordinating Board did not dissolve our need for continued industry input. What it really did, and that board, which was entirely volunteer driven, and that included people at DOB who had other jobs, what we've done is we've realigned the effort so there's a much more focused endeavor here, which is why we believe it's going to result in a much faster code adoption cycle, and one that will get us aligned with our jurisdictional neighbors in Maryland and Virginia. So rather than taking our eye off the ball, it's actually the move is to refocus and actually apply a lot of dedicated effort. The 8 positions that are that would be grant funded we're in the process of seeking them.
And seeking them, what does seeking mean? Does that mean hiring?
It's a hiring process, yes, sir.
I feel like giving you a hard time. So you hire some people and you seek other people?
Well, we seek everyone, but this is through grant funding, and we already have the dedicated FTEs in-house that are through local funding.
So you'll have a total of 11 who are focused on this?
And yeah, in a variety of different efforts. And Alex, do you want to expound on any of this? We're good? Yeah.
So the grant funding, is that 1.599 million in 1 year?
No, it's over multiple years.
How many?
It's like 3.
Yeah, I want to say it's in 2030 it expires.
So it's FY26 or FY27?
So the grant is through 2023. The total amount of the grant is $5.4 million. We had 3 positions that were grant funded this year. As the grant, every year you get more. It's not all at once. And then in FY27, there's 5 more for the total of 8.
So 3 this year, FY26, 5 FY27, for a total of 8 in FY27, 28, 29. When you say through 2030, is that calendar year or fiscal year?
Calendar year. Oh, pardon me. It's through February 28th, 2033.
Through February 28th, 2033?
Yes. The grant also includes the standing up of inspectors and plan reviewers for the green energy codes as well. That's why it goes farther than just the building codes, which we're going to be promulgating at the end of next year.
What is it standing up?
So the grant is going to be standing up an additional inspectors and plan reviewers for the green energy codes as well. And so it supports both the creation of the building codes as well as the regulation of them.
So the 3 this year, the 5 next year, they're all focused on the construction codes. You mentioned that the grant also covers additional inspectors related to the green energy. But is that in FY27 or is that in the later years?
We can get back to you with the years they're coming on board, the detailed table.
Okay. But I'm trying to get a sense of how much resources are available for just the construction codes. And it sounds like it's 3 FTEs next year.
It will be 8 FTEs total. We have 3 this year and 26, and then there's
Yeah,
5
misspoke.
more next year.
And that's all construction code.
Right.
In fiscal year 2026, the department had a capital budget, or maybe I should say has a capital budget of $2.8 million. What is that money being spent on?
Well, it's for a variety of IT upgrades. I'm happy to list them here or some of them here if you like. We can also provide a list and a kind of a forecasted schedule of how we'll be working to put these in place. Would you like me to mention a few?
Mention a few and then provide the list.
So Project Docs, which is a kind of central repository for uploading documents and for exchange back and forth between customers. We're in the process of improving that. E-records, a number of system improvements to improve integrating a GIS and some AI user interface just to make it easier to use. We're actually putting together a plan review, an AI-driven plan review pilot to see how that does and if it enables a kind of faster turnaround times and a sharper focus. We are getting underway with a strategic IT assessment, which is looking at all of our platforms, the internal and external customer-facing platforms, to look for how do we improve, discard, optimize all of it. As I said earlier, I think in my testimony, we're transitioning away from a somewhat clunky customer relation management system to CRM, which is through Salesforce. We're in the process of kind of beta testing that now and getting it adopted by the agency. Scout improvements, better user interface, and actually lower operating costs. Looking at an e-prosecutor platform, which is an integrated database tracker that will improve our communications with the Office of Administrative Hearings, and then a series of kind of digital marketplace tools that include Tertius and Certify and Wall Check, and things of that sort. And I could go on, and I'm happy to provide an exhibit that identifies all of them, what their function is, and basically how they roll out across the next couple of fiscal years.
Okay, so you'll provide the
Sure.
detail. And the proposed fiscal year 2027 capital budget. Now you were answering 26.
26, correct. Yep.
For FY27, the mayor's proposing a capital budget of 2.5 million. What will you be spending that money on?
So similarly, I mean, we have a variety of continued upgrades. We're piloting the plan review for AI, and we'll be kind of expanding that. We'll continue to fund our CRM transition to Salesforce, which I think during 27 will be kind of fully adopted by the agency. Also, continued improvements to e-records and e-prosecutors. So it's basically some of the things that I mentioned in 26, and as we move through into this next fiscal year, we'll be finalizing the refinement and launching of those platforms.
Is this funding adequate for what you need for these upgrades?
It's proving to be. We are, I think, managing our expenditure well and going to yield some significant improvements. Do you, Enyu or Alex, do you want to expound?
No, I agree.
I want to say that was loquacious, but it did make the point. So you'll provide a detailed list for that?
Yes,
for
sir.
27?
Yep.
How is it that DOB managed to get additional money when other agencies were cut? Did you submit enhancement requests?
Alex?
We did not submit enhancement requests. What we did receive was what's called operating impact of capital, which is the required maintenance and operating for capital projects. But we did not submit an enhancement request per se.
I'm not sure I completely understood that. So you did not submit any enhancement requests?
Correct.
You said you received operating cost of capital?
The impact of capital. Yeah, when we institute a capital improvement, there is often an ongoing operating cost impact.
Correct. And if you received it, who did you receive it from, the mayor or CFO?
Sorry, in the mayor's budget, it was provided. But in the mayor's budgeting process, the operating impact of capital is something that I guess wouldn't be required to be given if capital projects or capital money is given in prior years. So we're not creating a capital asset and then not taking care of it or running it.
So again, was the CFO or mayor in the budget formulation? I say CFO because I know that this is something I've heard them talking about, operating cost of capital, and I've heard the CFO say that that's something that's got to be budgeted. I remember from budget chapters in the past where it often will list with a project operating cost of capital. That all seems to be coming from the CFO, but think I'm hearing you say is the mayor. So the mayor says to you, what's the operating cost of capital? And then you provide a document explaining the operating cost of capital?
We go through a process and review, yes.
At the mayor's request?
And her team, yes.
The Schedule A for the fiscal year shows 54 vacancies, only 2 vacancies less than fiscal year 2026. Give me a second. What is the department doing to recruit vacant positions? So it sounds like the Schedule A for next year is very similar in terms of vacancies as the current year. The goal isn't the goal to fill all the vacancies. I'm sure there's salary lapse in your budget, but are you fully funded for your Schedule A?
We are, and I mean, I would say that we remain in a very active recruiting posture. Our HR team, which was strengthened this past year and which is ably led by Rhodey Zemwe, has, I think, been successful at helping us recruit and get some qualified and quality candidates on board. It's just something that we're always in that posture. We have had a number of recruiting events that have yielded success. We, for instance, recently had an inspector interest event, and we got 3 new folks from that. Right now, we have actively 6 positions that are posted, and then 2 that are going through the pipeline with DCHR. So that's, I think, 16 total that are posted. You want to expound, Alex?
Yeah, we have 16 inspector positions posted right now on the careers.dc.gov website, actively in recruitment. And we have 2 additional that we'll be posting shortly once we get them through the DCHR process.
Well, looking at my earlier question about vacant positions, you had, I think, 19 vacant inspector positions. And you just listed 18, so that's pretty close. But if you have 54 vacancies, that's on the FY27 Schedule A. I could ask, how many vacancies do you have right now in the?
I think it's 54 total. And we can get you an exhibit that shows the number and where they are, where.
Okay, but how many vacancies do you have right now?
I believe that we have right now 54 vacancies that listed for FY27.
No, how many do you have right now? Not listed for 27, but today.
We have 54 right now.
And what percentage is that of your total?
I don't know, roughly, I won't guess. Say 15. Just guessed. 14.4.
14.4.
What's that, 14.4? Now, I hate to ask leading questions, but is some of that because of the hiring freeze last year?
Well, I think last year's recruiting schedule was impacted by the freeze. We actually had queued up, I think it was 13 to 15 inspectors that had signed and were coming on board. And then we had to say goodbye to that because of the freeze. It was just an unfortunate event. And as we continue to do, we look at, ways to be creative about attracting, really highly qualified candidates. And sometimes that means, in the past, we've admitted people in and then given them a year plus to get their certifications in place. We're actually looking now at maybe recruiting at an even lower level, and so that they can start off with a real kind of starter position and get trained. And so we're going to continue to try to be creative about how we recruit and hopefully retain folks. And it's just an ongoing effort for us.
How much do you collect from the vacant property registration fee?
It's somewhat de minimis. It's about, I think, 50,000 a year. And it's a fee that, as we looked internally at our operations, it actually, if you did the math, it costs more to administrate than it does in terms of bringing it in.
And why is that?
Why does it cost more to administrate?
Or why is it so small?
It's historically been small. I mean, I'm not sure it's inappropriate, but Keith, please expound.
Well, the total universe, Chairman, of course, is only the properties that are vacant at any one time, which is about 4,000. So the ceiling on the fee is not particularly high. As for why it costs a lot to administer, is it's a very individually small fee, and every time it comes in, we have to do paperwork, we got to invoice it, we got to update our systems, and all of those have transaction costs, and somebody has to do that.
I assume there's a low compliance rate.
It depends on your definition of low, but
Let's just say there are 4,000 vacant properties. Of the 4,000, roughly how many are paying the registration fee?
I don't know that, but if 4,000 paid all of their
Well, that's data we'll have to dig up and get to you. We'll get that to you.
Yeah, it would max out at like $1 million if it
What's
was
that?
perfect. If it was perfect compliance for 4,000, it'd be $1 million. So that's the ceiling.
So it's like $25?
250.
250. Went up to 350 under vacant to vibrant, but it was 250 during the time periods we'd be talking about today.
Okay. 4,000 times 250 equals $1 million?
Correct.
Okay. And we're getting 50,000. That's my definition of low.
I see. Well, we would have to, I mean, it probably deserves a little bit of study here, but my guess is that the vast majority of vacant properties don't have people that are going to proactively report them as vacant.
That doesn't surprise me.
So we have to go after them in other ways. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. Now, I'm just thinking, if it's $1 million, 10% of $1 million would be 100,000. You think it's bringing in about 50,000. That means about 5% compliance rate. So why is the fee being repealed in the Budget Support Act? Because it's so costly and it costs more to administer than we're bringing in.
I think it's really, yeah. And I would say that, you know, the folks that are actually following through to register are, I would say, they're good faith actors. And this just becomes an administrative step that doesn't necessarily yield a lot of value and just adds friction to them. It's the folks that are not compliant that we need to hit them in different ways. Keith, did you want to expound?
Yes, Director. So the other thing I would sort of add when you're thinking about the impact of this fee, Mr. Chairman, is the really powerful hook on vacant properties is the tax classification change. And so we find that the strategic way to bring these properties into compliance or to end up sending them to tax sale where they're cycled through to another owner who will hopefully be in compliance is to make sure that we're focusing on the change in the tax class, because that's going to be a much larger, it's going to be a much larger amount of money. It's sort of automatically administered by OTR. They have to send the bills every year regardless of what they are. So it's not an additional administrative burden for us to try to chase another fee. And it tends to work when the people come to us and want to bring a property back in compliance. It's usually because of the tax bill. It's not because of the fee.
Because the tax bill goes from 85 cents per $100 if it's residential to $5 per $100. For commercial,
Correct.
I think it's 161 to $5.
Correct.
We've heard from the DC Association of Realtors that listed residential properties we've heard from the Association of Realtors that listed residential properties have been targeted with vacant property stickers by DOB inspectors before the listing exemption timeline ends. There's a little bit of testimony to that earlier today. What is the department doing about that to address the issue?
Well, forgive me. Yeah, I actually recently became aware of this, and as soon as we became aware of it, you know, most people that are listing their property are acting in good faith, and there is a process they have to go through to register their property as vacant, but there can be a lag, and so rather than have one of our inspectors go out and pop a sticker on the door, we just think it makes sense. So we've actually got a bit of a process improvement we put in play really in the last almost week. So I think we fixed the problem. So let me just walk through, if you like, what we're going to do here to make the process better. So if an inspector is out there and sees a property that's clearly for sale and has a sign, it again is vacant, but instead of applying the sticker, the inspector takes note of the contact information on the sign, and then they actually reach out to the realtor. And then they communicate with the realtor, who can provide all the kind of notice paperwork by email. informs the realtor that there is an exemption process that they have to go through. They've got 90 days. It will be reclassed in 90 days if they do not do that. And so it's really just a process of kind of working with folks so it's not an annoyance.
Do they have to pay the registration fee? Before we repeal it, would they have to pay the registration fee?
They would, yeah.
So I put my house up for sale and I have to pay $250, but you're planning on getting rid of that. But at the moment, I'd have to pay $250 and then apply for an exemption.
Correct.
Is any legislation necessary in this area?
I don't think so, other than eliminating the fee, and then we've handled the rest through a process improvement.
I mean, I think it makes sense that if an inspector goes out and it looks like the property is being sold, that rather than slap a sticker on the property, you reach out to the realtor.
That's why we're doing it.
Now, the Budget Support Act also contains a subtitle that reduces fees for certificates of occupancy. Why?
I would say that's one of those additional fees that just adds a bit more cost. When you've got people that are making improvements to a property and they're investing in Washington, D.C. to build a business or a building, we look at that and we think it's actually beneficial to reduce that, what I think of as cost friction. We want to encourage people.
What's the fee?
Well, for just as an example, if it was 100,000 square foot building, there'd be a fee of around $700. And the flat fee that we're proposing is, I think, don't laugh, $36.30. But it's a flat fee. So
Let me just say, in the last couple of years, I have not heard a single complaint about the fee for a certificate of occupancy. But I've heard a whole lot of complaints about how long it takes. So what are you doing about that?
Well, as we do with everything internal to our operations, we continue to look at every step to improve communications. And I'd say overall, there's a wide range, and what folks hear generally is the negative end of the chatter, and we actually lean into listening to that because it gives us a lot of clues of where we need to make improvements and fixes. And I'll be the first to admit that we continue to have work to do, but I'm also really proud of what we've been able to accomplish in the last 3 years. And when an owner and their architect and their expediter are actually providing us great documents, and by the way, we're also working on making sure that checklist that goes through plan review and frankly all the way through C of O is much clearer. We think it's going to yield results and speed things up so that there's greater clarity of the process. But there are folks that sail through the system, and then there are folks that don't, and there are contributing factors to that I'm not sure I can really elucidate here. But there's a range of things.
Some of it's communication. So somebody comes in, especially somebody who doesn't regularly go to the Department of Buildings, and they think they've provided everything they need, and they don't understand what they need to provide. That's communication.
And I think that's an area where, it's a never-ending kind of discipline that we have to continue to reinforce to make, clarity is huge. And when we communicate proactively, when we do so in a way that understands that there may be things that are on the customer side of the ledger in terms of responsibility, but we end up owning the narrative anyway. So we coach our folks to actually be proactive and to communicate. And it's an ongoing effort to keep that discipline going.
I'm not quite getting why it's so difficult, especially if you have a written checklist.
Well, I think what I'd need to do, and I'm not trying to dodge the answer, but it's difficult for me to answer a question absent the example that's being cited. And so what I would want to do is, look, we did a lot of interaction with AIADC, with Mary Fitch when she was president. And of course, I'm looking forward to working with Ms. Bender to continue to look for things that we need to do better. And so what I would prefer to do is to have an example that we can basically do a, kind of decipher where the problems were. And if they were in our agency or in a different agency or, and that for me is more helpful because then we can get at the root cause of the issue.
Yeah, but can't you ask your own people for that? So ask Inspector Smith, what are reasons to delay in your processing permit applications? He or she can tell you.
Of course.
You know, that when Mendelson came in, Mendelson was missing the check, if that's what it is. Or Mendelson brought a check when a credit card is faster.
Well,
you can make your own list of where things are getting hung up and then.
I agree. I think you're right that and that is also part of our continuous process improvement discipline is to speak internally to our teams to make sure that we're understanding and aware of the challenge points. But in order to be able to diagnose, in my opinion, I need to do it in a sense, almost on a case-by-case basis so we can begin to look for behavioral patterns and things where there's maybe cracks in the system. And that's kind of how we have been doing things the last several years.
So again, I have not heard any complaints about the C of O fee, but I have heard complaints about how long it takes. Can you provide data on the length of time between application and providing a C of O?
I certainly can. And we've got, I think a fairly good data set that can break it down. So sure, we can provide that.
Okay, so you'll follow up with that. Is part of the C of O application process getting a clean hand certificate?
I think that is no, not for the C of O. It's if you're doing a home occupancy permit and you've got you're running a business. But Alex, do you want to? Yeah. So clean hands is if you're operating a business.
But not to get the C of O.
No, C of O is just to occupy the building. Or the space.
So we received quite a bit of testimony today about increasing money in the nuisance abatement fund. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, I think I have several reactions. And one is that we have found it to be an effective tool for us to be able to, when an owner is unresponsive, to get out there and take care of stuff, and that our collection rate on that has been, I don't know the exact percentage, but we tend to collect more on those liens than we do in other ways through fines of infractions. I think that the formation of a budget requires a lot of
Now that was
consideration
my
of everything.
question.
Well,
I did not, my question was not, why isn't it in the budget? My question is sort of agnostic on whether the money's there. It's just simply, what's your reaction to people saying that there should be an additional million or additional 15 million?
Well, that's what I was trying to get to, actually, Chairman, that, I think, let me just say that I think I heard upwards of, in one case, 75 million. I'm not sure where that number comes from. I do think that, as an agency, we are regulatory and not right now built to manage that type of volume. So
Okay,
we
well,
have to
that's
really
at
look at it.
75 million, but Empower DC recommends that the nuisance abatement fund be funded at $15 million. How much are we funding it? Like 5 million?
Oh, it's less than that. It's like, I think it's been in 2. Keith, you want to?
Yeah, so the amount directed at direct abatement has been between 1 and 2 million in the past few years. So that would be a very large increase.
The last couple of years is 1 to 2 million. How much is in the FY27 budget?
For abatement, it'll be 1.2 million.
So Mr. Parsons' answer was the last few years, it's been 1 to 2 million. That's what I wrote down, 1-2. And Mr. Cross, you're saying for FY27, just put, instead of a dash, put a decimal point, 1.2.
Correct.
Okay, so 15 million would be roughly 15 times. Could you handle that?
To be frank, I'd need to take a look at what does it take administratively to do that volume and determine whether or not there's an operational or a fiscal impact. I can't answer right now because it's not a number that I've previously considered.
So I don't know that we could do this, but if we doubled it, it sounds from 1.2 to 2.4. That sounds like something you could handle.
My gut feeling is yes, but I definitely would want to just take a quick pause and see whether or not it's going to monkey wrench anything internally in terms of administrating it.
Well, yeah, but like some properties, you're not really able to do much because it costs too much to exhaust the fund. So just one property could maybe use a good chunk.
Yeah, we've had a couple in the past that have used a sizable chunk.
So legal aid testified, given the number of unabated violations, there should be ample opportunity for DOB to spend down the nuisance abatement fund on direct abatements to improve living conditions for tenants. Yet in FY 2025, over $4 million in funds went unused. More importantly, of the $6,274,551 in expenditures for FY 2025, only $1,090,592 was spent on direct abatements. Similarly, in FY 24, of the $6,237,291 in expenditures, only 1.536 was spent on abatements. I'm assuming those larger numbers is because this is a special purpose fund that has a carryover balance?
Yeah, there's some detail in there that we would have to break out for you, but the fund is funding an apparatus to manage the work. So there's a lot of administrative stuff in there. There's personnel that are doing things. So those other costs are embedded within the numbers that they're looking at. The actual fund that is targeted towards properties is what we were just talking about, which is the 1.2 million number, plus or minus.
So how much of the fund are you expending every year? 100% or a lesser amount?
I think it's pretty close to 100%. Keith, can you, or Alex, can you?
Well, you also have your AFO here.
Yeah. And you?
So for FY25, under the nuisance abatement fund, the total budget was approved budget was 6.7 million. And out of that, 6.2, almost 6.3 was spent. But the fund also supported some FTs in addition to the direct abatement contracts.
I didn't hear all that. So you said over $6 million, but some of that's supporting FTEs.
Yes,
And you're saying that most of it was expended.
yes. 6.3, almost 6.3 million was spent.
But my question was, of the roughly 1.2 million that's actually for abatement, how much was spent?
So the 1.2 million abatement budget is for FY27. For FY25,
Direct abatement. Okay.
so for direct abatement, we spent 1.1 million in FY25. 1.1 million.
1.1 million FY25, and you're on track this year to spend?
Because we had some enhancement in FY26, the budget is 2.3 million, so it has to be the whole amount will be probably spent.
I didn't hear that last part.
So 2.3 million is the FY26 budget because it has some enhancement. So the whole amount will probably be spent, yes.
What's left over? Okay.
I have a few more questions, but I'll let Councilmember Felder go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Hanlon, and members of your team. It's always a pleasure to see each and every one of you. During last year's budget cycle, we were able to fund, we were able to fund through the BSA Support Act, abatement of properties on Just Street. And I just want to thank you and your team for the outstanding work. I did want to find out a little bit more about how those funds were spent. With that, Director, could you share which programs and/or division those funds were allocated to?
Sure. I may ask Alex and/or NU to shed light on that. They have the detail.
Okay.
They were put in our housing rehabilitation fund, or the program, sorry, not fund.
Okay. And can you share more about what types of rehabilitation is funded from the housing rehabilitation program?
So we have abatements that are funded out of that. For example, Just Street, where we knew we needed to go in and take down a wall that was blocking the gas meters to allow the gas to be turned back on for the residents. That's just an example of what we do out of the housing rehabilitation fund.
Thank you. And can you share how much of the $1 million that was allocated to Just Street was spent?
200, 800.
So there's 250,000 that was in last year's budget and 750 this year, 750,000 this year. For the Just Street project overall, I believe it was around $60,000 that it came out to be necessary to take down that wall.
Okay. So it's about 700,000 remaining?
I'd have to do the math.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well, I noticed the decrease in the housing rehabilitation program in your FY 2027 budget. Can you speak to what was driving that decrease?
So in FY26, we received multiple enhancements. We received from the mayor and from the council, and those were one-time enhancements. So they're going away.
Okay. And on average, do you spend all of the funding in your housing rehabilitation program fund?
Did you say all, council member?
Yes, like the funds that are allocated for that program,
About 90%.
90%. Okay. And have you ever needed additional funds?
Not in my memory. No.
Okay. Oh, next, I'll shift my questions to vacant and blighted properties. Ward 7, as you know, Director, has the highest number of vacant and blighted properties in the district. And this issue directly impacts neighborhood safety, economic development, and quality of life. That's why I was concerned to see a slight funding decrease to the vacant and blighted property program. Director, my question is, why is this program seeing a reduction despite persistent needs in the community and communities like Ward 7?
Good.
So that slight reduction was a building, it was a position that we moved from that fund to another. It was more of a right sizing the Schedule A.
So it wasn't an actual reduction in the program?
Right, just an FTE that was shifted.
Okay. Now, according to DOB's dashboard, there are currently 617 vacant properties, while 41 blighted properties in Ward 7. Again, as I said earlier, these numbers are significantly higher than any other ward. My question is, what is your process for updating your dashboard?
Well, I'm going to probably ask Keith to expound on the mechanics of updating the dashboard. The vast majority of properties that are on our dashboard are actually populated through complaints that we receive from maybe A&C commissioners or neighbors. But in terms of the updates, we have a pretty focused team on making sure that our data is, which I encourage everybody to go look at. It's dob.dc.gov. There's a public dashboard tab, and Keith is very proud of it, and I'll let him expound on the answer.
Thank you, Director. So the dashboard updates automatically every day at around 10 or 11. And so if the team has completed the back office work to document a vacant property sufficient that the data team scripts will pick it up, then it will be processed through to the dashboard, and any changes will reflect, since the vacant property dashboard can tell if it's vacant or blighted or exempt, or if we've inspected it recently. So all those things should refresh in the morning each day.
Thank you for that. And could you speak to what proactive efforts are underway to identify non-compliant property owners?
Yeah, well, we have certainly a proactive inspections program for rental property. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. And so we have an algorithm framework that enables us to look at the time since the last inspection, the age of the facility, the number of open infractions. Some of the efforts from this past year that I referred to in my testimony, we're actually using what I would call a kind of a risk-based framework for deciding how we deploy our enforcement assets. And we've had some success in doing that by going after some landlords that are on the bad actor side of the spectrum. And so it's an array of tools to use our internal resources as effectively as possible. And I'll ask Keith if he would like to expound on anything on the algorithm or our proactive program.
The only thing I'd add, Director, is that the volume for fiscal 25 for proactive inspections was around 22,000, which is almost equal in size to the volume for complaint-based inspections for the same period.
Thank you for that. Given that Ward 7 has the highest number of vacant and blighted properties, could you speak to how your agency is allocating inspector and enforcement resources to reflect that reality?
Well, we deploy them based on where we receive complaints. And when we're talking about vacant and blighted, again, the the vast majority in the high 90% is probably coming to us from a neighbor or from an ANC commissioner or a council member or their staff. And occasionally it's one of us driving around and calling it in. But it's largely reflected by that. And I'd say, go ahead, Alex.
And I also want to add that over the past 2 years, that's FY25 and FY26 to date, we have abated 550 properties, which is 34% of, 550 properties in Ward 7, which accounts for 34% of all abated properties in the district, as well as we've spent 33% of all the abatement funds expended so far have been in Ward 7. So we are putting the majority of our abatements that were done and the majority of what we're spending is in Ward 7.
And I would say that we're grateful for people being eyes and ears in the community and calling things in so we can go out and take care of it.
I appreciate that. I think it will be helpful if you can give me a list of how many violations have been abated and or have gone on unabated rather in Ward 7. That would be helpful.
Of course.
Director, as you are aware, the mayor's proposed budget varies in economic development projects across Ward 7. You have Fletcher Johnson, you have Hill East, and of course, you have continued investments in RFK. My question to you, Director, is how is your agency coordinating with the executive and other agencies to ensure that vacant and blighted property enforcement supports broader Ward 7 economic development goals?
Well, I'd say that in a number of different ways. And one example is where we've met with people that may represent a Main Street program and where they've got a kind of an interest of concentrated properties that may be vacant or lying fallow. And so we do have a lot of engagement where our ward-based, we've got community liaisons that do a lot of interface with the community, and they're, I think they're really effective so that we can listen to and respond to specific complaints that come from whatever ward we may be speaking with. And I would say, I would welcome the opportunity to continue to, communicate with you and other council members on how do we continue to improve that communication process and really improve the alignment of kind of developing a much more thriving, economically resilient and safe and habitable city.
I have a number of more questions, but it looks like you're saved by the bell. So with that, Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mr. Hanlon, I'm going over some of the testimony earlier. Empower DC repeats our request for mold inspections to be officially moved under DOB and funded at $1 million. What's your reaction?
Well, I think we have submitted a fiscal impact to OBPM that's a little bit over $1 million, but roughly $1 million, and identifies a couple of staff positions. We are ready to move forward should that funding be provided.
Can you provide us a copy of what you submitted?
Yes, sir. I believe.
I'm told you already have. Are mold inspections still being done by DOE right now? Because there was testimony at some point that it was being discontinued.
I just need to check in with the director at DOE and see what their current state is. I can't speak for them.
What's your response to the testimony from AFSCME about persistent rodent infestation at your building on 4th Street?
I'd say a couple of things, and one is we appreciate their input. When we field complaints of any sort from our team at our headquarters, we respond immediately. And when it comes to rodent issues, a couple of things. One is when we receive a complaint, we speak to our landlord and we make sure that the Department of General Services is aware of it. There's generally some sort of abatement activity that follows. This building has been going through and is now, I think, done with several years of renovations, which created a lot of activity and movement as floors were demolished and then kind of rebuilt. I think it's actually subsided somewhat, and I do encourage folks to one thing we can all do is to not keep food at our desks and in our drawers, because that can be an attractor.
So I'm not sure I'm completely liking that answer. AFSCME testified that there's persistent rodent infestation, and it seems to me that that management has a duty to like eradicate that. And I get about food and so forth, but that's like what they can all do as opposed to, are we going to get it eradicated?
And we'll continue to work with our landlord to conduct eradication programs.
Or step it up, maybe?
We can look at that, of course.
I think you were present when there was testimony about Museum Square.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's just horrible that there was no elevator service for a 10-story apartment building for 2 months. Now, my recollection, because we may have talked about this before, may have been other issues with elevators elsewhere. It takes time to order parts, but this has been a chronic problem at Museum Square, and it sounds like Museum Square, the owners, are trying to make it as unpleasant for tenants, which says to me that you should be stepping up inspections. And in addition, you should be doing everything you can to make sure that they have the parts that they need. They're getting the parts now for the breakdown that's going to occur in August.
It's, well, let me try to address that. Now, one, we do have, I think, an active inspection presence in the building. When we field complaints, we do inspect and we cite for condition when we see it. My understanding is that right now, I think there are 2 elevators that are in working order. I can't speak to how long they have been in working order. And I do acknowledge that the building is I don't know what its occupancy rate is now. I think it's certainly not empty. There are people that live there, but there's a lot of vacant units.
Well, is it okay? You don't have to agree with my characterization, but is it okay for a landlord to constructively evict its tenants?
Of course not.
And
so we, yeah.
Should the government be complicit in that? No. So if they have 5 elevators and we know that they keep breaking down, shouldn't we be insisting they get all 5 operable, not just 2?
Well, the code, I think, requires 1 to be operable in a building. I'm not saying that.
But what do we do when there's 0 for 2 months?
That's a problem I'd have to unpack for you. Keith, would you like to expound on that?
Certainly, Director. So to sort of get us up to date on the facts on the ground of Museum Square, I did check with management yesterday. 2 of the elevators are operable. One of them is broken. We cited that one when we inspected in March. The other 2 are being decommissioned permanently. They did pull the decommissioning permit, and it still needs to be inspected and closed out. But, you know, presumably if those inspections pass, those ones will never be repaired again, and arguably aren't needed due to the lower population of the building. But I mean, the larger picture is when we heard about this issue, we issued a correction order. The property management did fix the elevators. It obviously took a long time for reasons we've discussed, but having the 2 elevators running is eventual success, understandably limited by other factors.
I'm not feeling that at all. Why? The tenants testified that one of them is stopping at every floor. It's not working right. And I believe this issue has come up at previous hearings regarding Museum Square. So it sounds to me like it's just a matter of time before those two aren't working. So instead of, I mean, I'm maybe being a little exaggerating here, but to allow them to decommission two so that there are only three that can break down, and based on apparently their track record, the three will break down. I don't think that's acceptable. I'm not quite saying that right. They need to have enough elevators operating so that as they break down, there's still some elevators that are operating. And it sounds like the two that are operating aren't operating properly. It sounds like the history is that they will all break down again. And I think the department needs to be more proactive in making sure that those elevators are working. This is a 10-story building, and none of the elevators were operating for 2 months. And it takes a long time to get the parts.
Well, one thing I would say is to encourage the tenants to reach out to us if they see the elevator stopping at every floor or any condition that.
Well, you heard that testimony today.
Yes, and I'll be happy to order some follow-up inspections based on the testimony. But they don't need to wait to come here. They can call us up. We will go out, we will cite it if we observe that condition. I'm not aware of authority that would allow us to force them to order parts in advance or anything like that. But I understand what you're saying, Chairman, about being proactive, and we're monitoring this situation and we'll continue to follow up.
I appreciate that. I think being as aggressive as the department can be, given the history of this property, and especially with regard to the elevators, given that it is 10 stories, that I think that's in order. Sierra Club testified about zero waste. I think you heard that.
I did.
And what is your response?
Well, one, I'm, the deconstruction industry is, it has really grown in the last decade or so. I believe the old RFK Stadium had about 95% or so of its material repurposed into industry. A lot of the concrete was crushed and is on site. Steel was taken out, and they're all basically recycled. So we support the practice wholeheartedly, and I do think there's a lot of room for education and for kind of better practices at the smaller contractor level, because I think that's where the industry may struggle. How the agency plays a role in that is a different question, and our ability to be able to kind of monitor and track the percentages of materials that are removed and recycled on any given project is right now limited by the resources that we have. So it would be something that if we were going to take a look at it, I'd have to take a good hard look at what would it take to do it. Support the idea, and I think that there may be other mechanisms outside of the department where we can encourage small contractors to actually take their materials, and there are aspects of that I see in play. Community forklift and organizations like that will receive materials, but I think it's a bigger than DOB issue, and I'd be willing to work with folks to see how do we get the word out more effectively.
My last question, then I'll turn to Councilmember Parker. Valerie Jablo testified about this problem with party houses on Capitol Hill. I don't think she used that term, and I know you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
But she said this, and I'm reading her testimony. Finally, I want to let you know the DOB recently reached out to me to see if I could attend an OAH hearing. I reported to DOB illegal construction at a Capitol Hill property, but there was apparently never a timely inspection by the Department of Buildings. Incredibly, to pursue this case, DOB may need my pictures and my testimony before an OAH judge.
I'm not aware of that property and be willing to take a look at it. Keith, you look like you're wanting to jump in.
Yeah, we can reach out and figure out which property Ms. Jablo is talking about and look at the case. I mean, we try to rely on our inspector's evidence primarily in OAH hearings. It sounds like this would have been a special case if we asked a complainant for evidence, but it happens. It's not something that's sort of outside the realm of possibility. But we can reach out and figure out what she's asking about.
Okay, it's concerning to me because DOB should be able to rely on itself rather than relying on residents to support enforcement. Let me turn to Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Chairman. I know we have a long list of witnesses and testimonies to come, so I'm going to try and be as efficient as possible. I know there's been a lot of discussion on enforcement, but if I could just add my voice to it, with the reductions we see in the budget, it doesn't seem as though the agency is wanting or seeming to ramp up enforcement when in fact that seems to be what is needed. Generally speaking, before I pivot, how does the agency plan to address the unabated violations in light of reductions in the enforcement budget in particular?
Keith.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So our budget is more the same than reduced. If you're talking about the reduction in the nuisance abatement fund, that's from one-time funding that's lapsing.
It seems like there's a 327,000 reduction in strategic code enforcement. And it's my understanding this includes code enforcement, civil infractions, fine assessments. And I believe an answer earlier today suggested there are a number of vacancies, all told 16 inspector positions posted. You're actively recruiting 2, and there's 54 vacant positions, if I'm not mistaken.
So the 300,000, I believe, is and Alex can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe this is right sizing the Schedule A. These are folks that weren't working in my shop. They're just under there in the Schedule A and were moved to where they're actually working. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, so with the budget, can you just generally speak to how the agency plans to ramp up enforcement? I will tell you, I wouldn't necessarily say routinely, but I regularly hear from residents and neighbors in Ward 5 that just feels as though the process is performative and there isn't much enforcement, whether it's about illegal construction, whether it's about blighted properties, you name it. And so I caught the tail end of the chairman's discussion, but generally, how are you all thinking of approaching this in the next fiscal year?
So part of it will be ramping up hiring and filling our existing vacancies. So that's not increasing the budget, but it's going to increase the impact of the budget when we fill those positions. Beyond that, it'll be about using our data and smartly prioritizing where we put our resources. I do hope to have some new folks coming in this month that are going to help me do increased work there. So we're hoping to get more resources within the budget we have and deploy them more effectively.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to abatements. In your testimony, you noted that the department tracked over 17,000 abated housing code violations last fiscal year, with nearly 1,000 done by the abatement team and contractors. What is the current balance for the nuisance abatement fund? If you have that.
The current balance is 1.7 million.
1.7 million?
Yes, but after covering the proposed FY27 budget, it will be 465,000.
And how much of that is for like direct abatement, or is all of that for direct abatement expenses?
So the fund itself, it pays for some FTs and also for direct abatement, but so it is added to the projected revenue. So 1 million is set aside for abatement from the SPR fund.
Got it. So just make sure I have it. 1.7 million is the current balance, roughly, and you have 465,000 budgeted for the next fiscal year.
After covering next fiscal year, we will have 465,000.
I got it. I got it. And how do you determine what properties or what sort of violations qualify for use of this fund?
Yeah, Keith may expound on this, but we have a bit of a triage process, and so we need to allow property owners the chance to respond to a complaint. So that's kind of in play no matter what, but we kind of start with safety and habitability. And so if there's we're gonna focus our attention on issues that really touch on some sort of safety issue or, again, habitability. There are kind of a next tier that's kind of easily systematizable abatements that might be smoke detectors and things like that we can work with the fire department and just actually create a process for replacing those. And then I'd say lastly, when you've got a completely absentee or non-responsive landlord, and there's a lot of the issues that happen there is you might have a blighted condition that needs to be secured, or you may have a large amount of overgrowth in their yard or trash accumulation, and we'll take care of that. But it's kind of a triage, and we have a team of people that are out in the field. We've got managers in-house, and there's communication that enables us to be able to pinpoint how to approach everything. And I'll ask Keith if he wants to add to that.
No, I think you covered it, Director.
Okay. Is there a breakdown of the type of violations that are abated, and or is the information around the funds used public that people can see which type of violations are being abated?
Yeah, I think so. We've got, there are classifications of violations. I'll ask Keith to jump in and shed more light on that.
We do have on the public dashboard under the performance tab, there is a abatements tracker. This is a page that has a lot of little month-by-month numbers zigzagging up and down. I'm happy to show you exactly where it is. That shows the number of abatements, and it's limited to the abatements that are done that are done from the nuisance abatement fund and from that team's work. That does not tell you exactly what precise thing they're abating, but it does show you what that particular team is doing, right? That's the 1,000 that
what you're getting at is there is a level of ambiguity around the fund. I asked my team to dig into this. So for fiscal year 25, it appears there was a beginning balance in the nuisance abatement fund of $3.3 million, revenue of about $7 million, and expenditures of $6.2 million. It should have left a balance of $4 million that was unused. And there was a fund balance sweep of $1.1 million that reduced the fiscal year 26 beginning funding balance. Out of all of that money, only $1.9 million was actually spent on direct abatements. So we're talking many millions of dollars, not much of it going to direct abatements. Meanwhile, there were 26,000 complaint-based violations issued in fiscal year 25. Now, I don't have enough time here, and I'm happy to follow up. But what I'm hearing you all say is that the majority of these expenses are going towards direct abatements, and it is publicly accessible for us to see how the funds are being used.
And just to shed a little more light on the numbers, so there's also 50 FTEs that are funded out of the new abatement fund. And out of that, so some of those are support staff, but out of that are also our abatement team. So when you talk about the direct abatement, the 1.9 million or so, that's for our contractors who go out and do like the heavy stuff. But we also have an abatement team of approximately 15 to 20.
So we're essentially paying 6 to 1 for contractors versus the money going to the direct abatement. So if I'm looking at here, and this is a couple of years ago, I would love for a breakdown of the current year.
I think what would be helpful, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I think what would be helpful is if we actually sit down and walk through the size of the team, how they're deployed on a daily basis, the stuff that they do. And like our abatement team tends to be the kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, stuff. So they're going to go out and they're going to deal with overgrowth and trash and things like that that are kind of a lower lift item. And there's an awful lot of that occurs. So our team is frankly very busy. And I would invite you to come meet them one day because they're pretty great. Then I would say that the 1.9, 1.2, whatever number we're talking about, that's for targeted stuff where it's going to fall into, we have to go out and actually correct a condition that requires calling a contractor to do it, where we have a vendor on call that will get out there and do it. And I think the numbers are roughly reflective of the ratio of the kinds of complaints that come in and how we have to spend our resources.
Okay, I'll leave it there for the sake of time, but for the committee's sake, I definitely think this is an area that we should probe more. It strikes me as curious that you're saying the lion's share of that fund is going to FTEs or contractors versus the intended purpose, which is abatements. But for the record, I plan to follow up and would like.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. A number of those people, a large number that money is funding, are actually doing abatements. They're actually in the field doing it. So it's not that we've got a bunch of people in-house that are administering the fund. They're actually, every day they're out in the field doing stuff.
Okay, so I'm assuming this 1 million figure doesn't fully capture the value of those contractors' work.
I think that's a great way to put it, and that we would, we sit down and we go through this. We can show you again, like the ratio of kind of low-level abatements and what our teams, our DOB personnel are doing, and then also the stuff that is being done by vendors, and break it apart.
Okay, I'll leave it there for the sake of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you offered to brief Councilmember Parker, but maybe you could put in writing how the fund is being used, either in FY26 or in FY25, how it actually was used, 50 FTEs, how many of them are actually out there doing abatement, how much went to contracts.
I think that'd be useful.
Break it down for us.
Yes.
So I added that to the list of things you're going to get back to us on. Data on how long it takes to issue C of Os. This is not going to be a complete list. Provide a list of your how you're using your capital budget in FY26 and how you propose to use it in FY27. Detail on your federal grant and a robust table on your inspectors. And that may not be a complete list. And when you do provide it, make sure you say robust table.
I almost used the word several times more today, but I held back because I knew you'd tease me if I did.
Correct. Thank you all for your testimony. And I'm going to turn now to the Commission on Arts and Humanities and begin by thanking everyone for their patience.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
So the deal here is the same as it's been, which is I will call witnesses until the table is filled. Some people are testifying virtually. Antonio Malik. Is he here? Paris McKinney. Monica Jahan Bose. Shanara Gabriel, who's our Executive Artistic Director at Theater Alliance. Robin Bell. I got 3 people at the table. Are any of you the people I just called? You're Mr. Malik? Dirk Keaton, who's treasurer with DC's Zeinfest. So she's here in person? Okay. Okay. This is Leah Gage online. And Dirk Keaton is not here. Is Rebecca's here in person. All right, I'll stop there. If Shanara walks in, somebody tell her to go to the table. Antonio Malik. Oh, there are clocks everywhere. So if you look on the table, you'll see a clock. I think underneath me is a clock. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities DC to students, schools, and young people in Washington, DC. My name is Antonio Malik, and I am a sophomore at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, and I participated in the Voices of Justice DC under the Constitution Project as a student in Dr. Shalina Warren's constitutional law class. Through Humanities DC's financial support, my classmates and I were able to explore DC history, constitutional rights, and the meaning of justice in our own city. The Voices of Justice Project gave students the opportunity to learn beyond the regular classroom. We did not just read about history or the Constitution. We studied issues that connect directly to our lives and communities. We examined constitutional questions connected to policing, courts, DC statehood, representation, and the rights of people in Washington, DC. We then turned what we learned into documentaries and exhibit panels that could teach others. This project was important to me because it gave us students a chance to use our voices. Sometimes young people are not included in conversations about law, justice, history, or public policy, even though these issues affect us directly. Through this project, we were able to research, create, speak, and share our ideas with our school community. It helped me understand that history is not something that happened in the past. History connects to what is happening now, and students can help tell those stories. Humanities DC support made this work feel real and important. Because of this support, our work is not just an assignment that stayed in the classroom. It became something that was shared publicly during our Bill of Rights Day debut and our Black History Month event. Students, staff, and community members were able to engage with our documentaries, and exhibit panels. That made me feel proud because our work had a purpose beyond just a grade. Voices of Justice was a high priority for us because it helps students see themselves as historians, advocates, and leaders. It also helped us understand DC in a deeper way. As a student at Dunbar High School, a school with such an important legacy, it matters that we have opportunities to study our city, ask hard questions, and use our voices to discuss justice. We could have not accomplished this without the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities DC. So I am testifying today to ask you to fully fund the Commissions on Arts and Humanities as part of the FY27 budget. Programs like Humanities DC gives young people the opportunity to learn, create, and tell the stories of Washington, DC in a time when local history and community voices need to be protected. This funding helps make sure students like me can continue learning from our city and contributing to it. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of DCCAH and Humanities DC, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. McKinney?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities DC to students and communities in Washington, DC. My name is Pierce McKinney. I'm a sophomore at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, and I participated in the Voices of Justice DC under the Constitution Project as a student and the editor of my class's documentary in Dr. Shalina Warren's constitutional law class. Humanities DC helped support this project, which gave students the opportunity to study DC history, constitutional rights, and issues of justice that connect to our lives. Through Voices of Justice, my classmates and I learned that history is not just something we memorize. It is something we can question, analyze, and share with others. We studied constitutional rights and DC history, then created documentaries and exhibit panels to help others understand what we learned. Our project focused on questions about rights, power, representation, and justice in Washington, D.C. This project mattered because it allowed students to be part of a bigger conversation. We were not just listening to adults talk about history or justice. We were able to research, create, and present our own understanding. That helped me see that students have important voices and that our perspectives should be included when people talk about the future of our city. The support for Humanities DC made a difference because it helped turn our classroom learning into a public project. We share our work during our Bill of Rights Day debut on December 15th and again during our Black History Month event on February 5th. Those events allow other students, teachers, and community members to learn from our work. It also helped us feel that what we created mattered. Voices of Justice was important to use because it connected school, history, law, and community. It helped us better understand DC and the Constitution, but it also helped us understand ourselves as young people. We can speak up about issues that matter. At Dunbar High School, where there's already a strong history of leadership, this project gave us another way to continue that legacy. We could not have accomplished this without the DC Commissions on the Arts and Humanities of Humanities DC. I'm testifying today to fully fund the commissions on art and humanities as part of the FY27 budget. Funding for Humanities DC supports projects that allow students and communities to tell local stories. It helps make sure that DC's history, culture, and voices are not forgotten or ignored. Students need opportunities like this because they help us learn who we are, where we come from, and how we can make a difference. Thank you for this opportunity to testify today in support of DCCAH and Humanities DC, and thank you for listening to Student Voices.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney. Monica Bose?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Microphone. Microphone.
It's off. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Monica Jahan Bose, and I'm here to testify, comment on behalf of artists, myself, who want to see the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities fully funded and not have a 15% reduction in the budget. I am a visual artist who has lived in Ward 1 for 26 years. My work spans painting, performance, public art, and film, and has been featured across DC in 13 states and 9 countries. My decade-long Storytelling with Saris project works with community members in DC and in my ancestral village in Bangladesh to illuminate climate, gender, racial, and economic injustice through co-created art installations and performances. For the last 12 years, I have received significant grants from DCCAH to support my work, including the Arts and Humanities Fellowship Program, the Projects, Events, and Festivals Grant, and the Public Art Building Communities Grant. These grants have been essential in allowing me to continue to live in DC as an artist and present my work here, engaging thousands of people. I'm very concerned about the proposed cuts to the CAH budget. This year, I received less funding from CAH than past years, and it has been very difficult to sustain my work. If funding is further cut next year, it will have a devastating effect on my work and the community of DC residents who find joy and healing from being part of my collaborative work. The funds I receive are funneled into the DC creative economy directly and used to engage huge numbers of DC residents from across the city. I use grant funds to pay for studio expenses, art materials, and to hire community members, other artists, and small DC businesses, most of whom are BIPOC businesses, to help me create and document the work. Community members from all wards of DC join my workshops and public art projects and are paid stipends for their time. All my exhibitions and events are free and accessible to seniors and people of all incomes and abilities. Most of the CAH funds that I receive are actually spent in DC for my art expenses, including stipends, fees for photographers, videographers, designers, curators, assistants, ASL interpreters, social media managers, and collaborating artists, printing signs, equipment purchase and rental, and art supplies. I implore the council to keep CAH's funding at robust levels and rescind the cap. The arts are vital to DC's identity and give so much sustenance to its residents. The grants from CAH are a lifeline for artists in this city. If CAH funding is reduced, many of us will have to abandon our work or move out of DC. I want to thank you for for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Has Shanara Gabriel come in? Okay, keep texting her. Robin Bell, who I believe is online.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed.
Yes, DC Council. Unfortunately, I'm unable to be there in person as my family and I are currently mourning the loss of my father. He was a proud native Washingtonian and a talented musician who played the bassoon in many esteemed organizations in Washington, D.C., including the Capital City Symphony and the D.C. Go-Go Symphony. These organizations have directly benefited from the support of the D.C. Commission of Arts and Humanities. So this is an organization that's very close to us and has supported many musicians and artists throughout the city. As a visual artist, I've also been fortunate to benefit from the Commission's grant program. This support has allowed me to stay in DC, expand my work, and this work has garnered both national and international recognition. What we do as cultural workers connects us. Every dollar that's invested returns to the city tenfold. In these uncertain times, we need support. We need more support, not less. Any cuts to the current budget harm the very fabric of our society, which we strengthen and connect through our craft. These funds we receive go directly to keeping artists employed and living in Washington, D.C. When these funds are reduced or eliminated, people leave. Funding the arts is not a luxury. It is essential. It contextualizes the challenges we face, visualizes solutions, and brings people together. It is essential that we fully fund the DC Commission of Arts and Humanities. It's crucial we do not cap the funding in the 2027 budget. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I believe Dirk Keaton is not here. Leah Gage, who's online. Ms. Gage, are you unmuting yourself? Looks like she's frozen.
Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee for this opportunity to comment on the value of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities to the greater DC community as dedicated humanities practitioners in our city. My name is Leah Gage, and I am a Ward 4 resident, a parent of a DC public charter school student, and I'm testifying today as the Community Grants Manager on behalf of Humanities DC. We are DC's Humanities Council, one of 56 state and territorial councils charged with documenting and showcasing the stories of our residents to ensure that our unique local culture is preserved and amplified. In my capacity at Humanities DC, I support our CAH-funded community grants program, which already this year has awarded nearly $570,000 to support 41 local community heritage projects, and we will provide an additional $300,000 more later this spring. Each of our grantees is a nexus, connecting with dozens, if not hundreds or thousands of residents across the city to engage in our city's history, encouraging attendance in cultural events, and amplifying untold DC stories. This year especially, grantees carried out projects that meaningfully engage our city's young people. Projects like the Dunbar High School student High School's Voices of Justice project, which you already heard about from Antonio in Paris. Life Pieces to Masterpieces writing workshops for youth and their families, Young Playwrights Theater podcast series produced by area high school students, Asian American Leads projects, Shout Mouse Press and 826 DC. All of these are some of the youth-focused projects that Humanities DC supports. And in a year where we've heard so much about the need for high-quality programs to engage our city's young people, we ask you to remember that investing in public humanities yields such programs and provides young people the access to education found outside of traditional classroom settings and sets them up for economic success. We know that public humanities works gives meaning and voice to the residents of our city who are hungry to tell their stories and document their histories. That hunger was on full display this year with a record-breaking 336 grant applications we received in our first cycle, and up from 303 last year, across the entire cycle. Although we were only able to fund 16% of those in our first cycle, our community-driven grant process engaged 80+ community members to review, discuss, and provide constructive feedback on all of them. And while most state humanities councils use an internal process, our publicly driven humanities grant-making process is made possible through our partnership with the Commission on the Arts and Humanities. Over this past year, as cultural institutions saw historic federal funding cuts and scrutiny for their vital work, the Commission on the Arts and Humanities has remained steadfast in its support of us and the vibrant cultural community of DC. We understand this is a challenging budget year and that you're facing many difficult decisions, but in this year especially, as outside forces threaten to mute DC's unique voices and stories, I testify today to urge you to restore funding to the Commission on the Arts and Humanities to the FY 2026 budget levels so that we may continue partnering together to support community-based nonprofits, youth-serving organizations, independent practitioners, and others whose public humanities programs and projects in every neighborhood and ward are indispensable. Thank you for this opportunity to comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Gage. Let me see, I'm looking up to see if Ms. Gabriel's come in. She still has not. I do not have any questions for any of you, but I do appreciate your testimony, and I have your written statement, so that's helpful. So you all are excused. Let me turn to the next group of witnesses. Rebecca Medrano, Nancy Miyahira, who is Director of Arts and Cultural Programs at Georgetown Heritage, Rebecca Otero, who is with, she's the Executive Director of Humanities DC, and Lois Nembhard, who's Director of Grant-Making Programs at Humanities DC. Is she here? Sheldon Scott. First, Ms. Medrano, good afternoon. You've been here all day. In fact, most of you have been here all day. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and I'm pleased to come back. I come back every year in support of the Arts Commission. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Rebecca Medrano, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of Grupo de Artistas Latinoamericanos Gala Theater. Gala is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year with a track record of artistic excellence and service to the community. Since building its permanent home in Tivoli, Gala has helped to revitalize Columbia Heights, brought diverse sectors of the community together to share art across economic, social, and cultural barriers, educated low-income youth in a free after-school program, and served 8,000 students from every ward in the city through our field trip. We provided jobs to hundreds of underemployed Latinx artists and technicians and attracted national and international visitors. The impact of the arts on the economy is when our patrons park, shop, and eat in restaurants in Columbia Heights, generating critical tax revenues for the city. We are very grateful to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities for years of support and valuable partnership, but now we face new challenges, including the rising cost of living for employees, increased cost of materials, a surge in crime on the street, and the presence of ICE in our community. Yet because of a quirk of legislation which was passed by the council, putting a cap on dedicated revenue streams for the arts, the commission now faces a 14% cut to their budget, resulting in nearly $7 million cut to arts organizations and programs. I speak not only for Gala, but for all of my theater and arts colleagues here today. Drastic cuts like this to the arts budget, when organizations will have to fire critical staff and reduce programming, which ultimately harms the economic well-being of the city as tax revenues will fall. When Gala opened in Columbia Heights in 2025, there were only 4 restaurants. Now there are over 65, and others have reported that when the season is up and running, they experience an 8% increase in revenue. If our CAH funds are reduced, we will be without, as is proposed in the current budget, we will have to let go at least 2 of our 10 full-time employees, and we are already at a very skeleton staff. In addition, we'll have to pause our free after-school program, which serves 100 youth, most of whom have no place to go after school. As immigrant children with single parents, Gala is the only place they feel safe right now, especially with the immigration crackdown. In addition, we learned as of last year, and these are statistics through OST after school, through the school system, 20% of our students are experiencing homelessness, and 80% are disadvantaged. Just a few days ago, I found a group of them huddled under the marquee, and I asked what was wrong, and they said they were afraid to leave the program because they were being recruited by gangs on the street. Where will these students go if we have to cancel this program due to lack of funds for teaching artists and administrators? We're proposing that each of these jurisdiction over these areas of impact. Arts and schools is with the community of the whole, public safety with the judiciary, and economic development with human services, contribute to a one-time bridge funding to help close the $7 million gap. I just also learned that there is a fund that can be drawn on by the Arts Commission, which can be authorized by the council. They have over $6 million in their reserve, in their funds, that could be, with permission of council, I understand, used to help meet this. I'm probably not using the English term for those funds on, but that is our understanding, and we hope that they could possibly be authorized to cover part of this $7 million gap. Thank you so much. The arts are an integral part of the city, and I hate to see what the city would be like without this arts community. Thank you.
Sure, you don't know what fund that is.
Aaron knows.
All right, well, when he comes to testify, I'll ask him.
That's what fund that is.
Okay. Thank you.
Elliot, what's the name of the fund? It's the fund balance. They have a fund balance, sorry. I knew I was missing a word.
Yeah, I think the mayor swept that, but we'll get to that. Miss Miyahira? Yeah.
Hello, good
Could you
afternoon.
turn
Thank
off your
you,
mic?
Chairman Mendelson. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
My name is Nancy Miyahira, and I'm the Director of Arts and Cultural Programs at Georgetown Heritage. Our mission is to celebrate and elevate the history, heritage, arts, and culture of Georgetown. Our work enhances the neighborhood experience for DC residents, students, and visitors drawn to one of the city's most historic communities. I speak today from the perspective of a growing and new arts program in its first year, now gaining momentum as a recipient of 2 fiscal 26 DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities grants, general operating support, and projects, events, or festivals. I also bring experience from my previous role with the Georgetown Business Improvement District, where I produced the Georgetown Glow Light Art Festival, which attracted tens of thousands of visitors annually. Georgetown's arts and culture ecosystem has become a powerful driver of both community life and economic activity. Artists are drawn here for visibility and opportunity, while residents and visitors come to engage, explore, and spend. In 2025, Georgetown welcomed more than 13 million visitors, approaching pre-pandemic levels. As a commercial and cultural hub, Georgetown contributes significantly to the district's economy through tourism, tax revenue, and institutional anchors such as Georgetown University and Duke Ellington School of the Arts. At Georgetown Heritage, we are building an arts program that reflects this unique mix, partnering with the Georgetown BID, schools, galleries, performers, and residents to create programming that benefits both the neighborhood and the city. In just our first year, we have already demonstrated meaningful impact. Our Make Music Day Fête de la Musique event, we partnered with the French Embassy, featured 105 musicians and brought an estimated 45,000 people to Georgetown in a single day. Our first call for artists earlier this year drew more than 80 submissions, with 1/3 coming from DC-based artists, showing strong local demand and engagement. And we plan to apply for the Public Art Building Communities Grant with some of those artists in fiscal 27. The proposed fiscal 27 reduction to general operating support funding down to 2.9 million would force either a 15% cut across all grantees or a reduction in the number of funded organizations. Either outcome would significantly affect programming, staffing, and organizational stability. And in addition, for the project's events for festivals funding, the proposed 58,000 reduction threatens the viability of performance and community events across the district. So many events. These are not just cultural offerings, they are economic drivers and sources of employment for artists and creatives. The ripple effects will be felt citywide. There will be fewer paid opportunities for artists, fewer festivals and performances for residents, and a decline in the cultural vitality that makes neighborhoods vibrant and attractive. Reduced arts activity also weakens economic development, as businesses and investors are less likely to commit to areas that lack cultural energy and identity. Cuts to general operating support and PEF will make it significantly harder for organizations like us to provide opportunities to artists while contributing to the district's economic growth. These reductions will reverberate across the arts ecosystem, particularly for organizations still recovering from the pandemic. Many will face difficult choices, scaling back programs, reducing staff, or losing access to funding altogether. And individual artists are especially vulnerable. Without sustained support, many will be forced to leave the district in search of more affordable places to live and work. The DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities plays a critical role in supporting the local living culture of this city, well beyond the National Mall. These proposed cuts will be felt across all 8 wards, and I urge you to preserve this funding and sustain the creative community that makes Washington, D.C. a vibrant and distinctive place, and one that I've called home for over 40 years. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Rebecca Artero.
Thanks. Chairman Mendelson, committee members, and staff, my name is Rebecca Lemos Sotero. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the Executive Director of Humanities DC. We're DC's Humanities Council, one of the 56 state and territorial councils charged with documenting and showcasing the stories of our residents to ensure that our unique local culture is preserved and amplified. I'm here today to testify in strong support of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and to highlight the urgent need for a more flexible and fully funded cultural budget. The humanities in DC are currently at a breaking point. Humanities DC has just weathered a year of compounding cuts from both local and federal sources. This has resulted in the loss of 26% of our total staff. It's 2.5 FTEs. And a significant reduction in our ability to work with our community. We're making these cuts at the exact moment when interest is highest. We've received 336 applications this year, a 20% increase and a record for our organization. As you know, our health as a pass-through grantee is linked to the structural health of CAH. With that in mind, and because we believe that they do good work, we respectfully urge the council to take the following actions. 1, fund CAH at the FY26 level. I ask that the council restore the proposed $6 million cut to the FY27 budget. 2, protect access to the Arts and Humanities Fund balance. Thank you for protecting these funds in the past. I believe that may have happened. Please continue to do so and allow CAH to maintain access to this balance. These funds are the safety net that allows for consistent programming even during economic downturns. 3, remove this 2% growth cap. The current cap on the amount CAH's budget can increase decouples the cultural funding from the growth of the city, regardless of tax revenue growth. We ask that this cap be removed to allow the arts and humanities to grow in tandem with DC's economy. And then number 4, grant operational flexibility. For this year, We ask that the council to allow the commission more freedom regarding the statutory percentages they must allocate to specific grant types, like ours. Currently, these mandates limit the commission's ability to protect core operations or pass-throughs like Humanities DC's when the overall budget is cut. We're acutely aware of the difficult fiscal trade-offs of the council must weigh in a challenging budget year. However, at this moment, when external pressures are actively seeking to diminish local cultural expression, and the district's investment must be as unwavering as the dedication of the independent practitioners, youth-serving organizations, and grassroots nonprofits we support. Restoring the commission to FY 2026 funding levels is more than a fiscal request. It is a necessary defense of the diverse, neighborhood-based work that occurs in every ward. Our residents and nearly 100 volunteers that have already demonstrated a record-breaking commitment to this work. We now ask the council to match this dedication and ensure that our city's unique voices are never silenced. I greatly appreciate your time and consideration in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lois Nembhard, I believe, is not here.
No, she submitted hers in writing.
Sheldon Scott.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Sheldon Scott, and I'm a Ward 1 resident. I'm a full-time artist living and working in the district, and in the 2 decades I've been working in my city, I've been able to establish both a visual arts and a theater arts practice that has allowed me to create works in relationship with some of the most esteemed institutions in the world. These opportunities were afforded to me in a container that I've come to regard as one of the most important and viable global creative capitals, my beloved Washington, D.C. My first theatrical expression came in the form of an open mic at the acclaimed Speakeasy DC, which later became Story District, ultimately leading to writing, producing, and starring in multiple productions during the run of the Capitol Fringe Theater Festival, building pathways to the Kennedy Center, where I was the last social impact resident, and William Emmett Theater, where I am currently serving as the connectivity artist in residence. My visual arts practice was born at the Emerge Art Field right here in Washington, D.C. This opportunity led me to working with the Washington Project for the Arts, Transformer Gallery, where I currently sit on the board, and Halcyon Art Labs. This foundation to my practice had afforded exhibitions, programs, and partnerships from Los Angeles to London, while being included in the permanent collections at the Smithsonian American Art Museum, the Ogden Museum of Southern Art and Arts, the private collection of J.P. Morgan Chase, the National Museum at Duke University, and the National Museum of African American History and Culture, as well as the DC Art Bank. In addition, I've been an artist resident at the Aspen Institute, the Headland Centers for the Arts, and received awards to include the America for the Arts Best Public Art Prize and being the first performance artist to become an Outwin Bushiver Portrait Competition finalist. I'm also a DC Art and Humanities Fellowship Program grant recipient. This ecosystem is represented and managed by my visual arts gallery, Connor Smith, and by my literary representation at William Morris Enterprise. The preceding listings of actions and acknowledgements were all touched by the investments this city has made in its creative communities. An investment with both direct and indirect returns, both quantitative and qualitative, that immeasurably make the city worth of its designation as a true global capital. We are very aware of the practice of austerity. We're also enlightened to the fact that arts and culture line items are investments, not expenditures. Cities all around the world have put this into practice and have proven this is a successful strategy. As the city braces itself for the economic pressure, I am imploring the council to keep ever present in their mind that resourcing our asset builds value. And that when the economic tide shift, that one of the strongest tools on the road to rebuilding not be left out of the spoils. Please remove the cap and continue to invest in infrastructure like a museum dedicated to the exhibition and promotion of works made by DC artists, which we do not have, Baltimore does, and continue to buttress the global capital of both now and the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I don't think I have questions for any of you, but I don't know if you all are going to stick around. When the chair and the executive director come to testify and the agency fiscal officer, I'm going to run them through some numbers to understand what's going on. My understanding is that the revenues So the good news, which is old news, is that the Commission on Arts and Humanities funding is tied to our sales tax. So it's no longer just what the council feels like, but there is a percentage of the sales tax. But if the sales tax goes down or it doesn't grow as fast, then that means that the revenues that the commission will get goes down or doesn't grow as fast. Several have testified about the cap. I understand the frustration with the cap, but I don't think it's applicable to this year. I think that the revenues either went down or they didn't grow as much as hitting up against the cap. It appears to me that what happened was that the mayor simply took money out of the fund, out of the fund balance that the commission had. And in order for the council to restore, it means that we have to find money from someplace else. And for better or worse, you all are competing with, let's see, housing vouchers, with the Healthcare Alliance, with the Access to Justice Initiative, with the child care subsidy, the pay equity fund. It's a long list. Pay raises for collective bargaining agreements, which is zero in the budget. And so it's going to be tough, but I welcome the testimony because I think if anybody from the executive is listening, they need to hear what the arts community is saying about the impact on them. I believe, I won't say I believe, we have been for years on a per capita basis, the highest government-funded arts in the country. There's no state that comes close to us. And so even with the reduction, we're still the highest. That's a good thing. But I totally get that arts organizations, you need to have some stability in your planning and your budgeting. And when numbers go down, it's really hard. So your testimony is helpful, and we're going to see what we can do. And I'm welcoming the rest of the testimony that's going to come. And I'm just hoping that the executive is hearing some of this. So I don't have questions.
Can you say what about public safety? Isn't that a big priority for our city? Isn't there money some public safety? Public safety to us is related to arts. You take away the arts, you make the city less safe.
I totally understand. The mayor zeroed out funding for the violence interrupters program. The mayor cut the attorney general's office by $10 million maybe, and would require the firing of 50 some employees in the attorney general. That's all public safety. Yesterday, we had a long debate about the curfew where several members argued that we need to put millions of dollars more into programming for youth at the Department of Recreation. There's a lot of competition.
Yeah, okay.
I appreciate what you said. You spoke about the kids hovering in the doorway and talking about avoiding gangs. So
That so many were homeless. That's statistics from the school system about our kids. So
yeah.
there you go.
Mr. Chair, I do have.
So we're not trying to be depressing here.
Oh, sorry. One question about the comment in relationship to the cap. As my understanding, I understand that right now that you are correct, that we won't be feeling that direct impact so far, depending on like the sales revenue. But I think what's concerning is that the expiration of the cap, once things return, is where we will feel that the most. I think what happens is if the city does on the upswing and we all have to imagine that one day things will get better, we want to make sure that right now we lay the groundwork for the arts and culture to be able to participate in the spoils that'll come in that now. So I want to make sure that that's my clarifying point, not particularly now, but making sure that the expiration, which I understand has to happen legislatively, like making sure that that cap does not prevent us being able to participate in the spoil in the future.
Okay, but it does remind me, which isn't what you were saying. I think that the commission has to look at being more strategic with its funding, strategic, prioritizing, and what approach to their spending their dollars can they take that is the most helpful to the arts community. I'll leave it at that. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mark Eisenberg, who's Executive Director of the Washington Bach Consort.
That's me. I'm Mark Eisenberg, Executive Director of the Washington Bach Consort. I
Don't
started
start
work.
yet. Don't start yet.
Oh, sorry.
A number of people.
Gotcha.
Rebecca Lichtenberg, Mark Chalfant, Jenny Billfield. I know
She's here.
okay, we'll see. Paul Tetro sent me a text this morning saying he wouldn't make it. Ricky Marion at the Washington Ballet. Ryan Merkel, Senior Director of Development, Shakespeare Theater. William Tompkins, Board Member, Mosaic Theater. Carla Francisca Tapia Lobos. Lily Siegel. Is Dwayne Glenn here? All right, we will stop there. Mr. Eisenberg.
Yes, I'm still Mark from the consort. I started working as an arts administrator in DC 35 years ago, and I'm here today out of concern for the budget of the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities. We arts administrators greatly appreciate the heroic efforts of the council chair and council members to get our funding via sales tax. This funding is critical to the survival of our city's arts organizations and our individual artists. Since DC isn't yet a state, the commission is our city, county, and state funding all rolled into one. As a result of the changing political landscape in our country, arts organizations are in a funding crisis. I understand why it's unrealistic at this time to expect an increase to the commission's funding, but I hope you'll understand that it's essential that the council at least maintain the current level of funding to the commission. I want to talk about my organization's education programs as an example of where commission funds go. The Washington Bach Consort is one of the nation's premier Baroque orchestras. We're an all-professional chorus and orchestra. As our executive director for the last 17 years, each year I've given testimony here to this committee and talked about the consort's growing educational program to DC public school students. This past year, those programs were cut significantly. The mission of the consort's award-winning Bach to School program is to make classical music more accessible to DC public school students through engaging, instructive programs that combine live musical performance with multimedia stage production. In years past, students took field trips to the Atlas Performing Arts Center on H Street, the Arc in Congress Heights, and Sitar Arts Center in Adams Morgan to see our 3 different programs. This year, we had to drastically reduce 2 of the 3 programs as a result of funding cuts. The one program we kept went from a field trip into our musicians visiting each school's cafeteria or gym, compromising the quality of the students' experience by not being at a professional venue. 36 schools signed up to participate. We were able to afford going to 9. We turned away 27 schools from having a live classical music experience. Our future success relies on consistent funding from year to year, particularly through general operating support grants. Significant fluctuations in budget and grant size from year to year make it increasingly challenging for organizations to thrive and grow. We believe the arts are at the center of a ripple effect of good things, from improving neighborhoods to helping educate our children. The arts are a significant economic driver across sectors and across the city. Please prioritize our industry's well-being, as it is a critical component to what makes living in DC special. I urge you to maintain funding during this time of crisis. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Eisenberg. Rebecca Lichtenberg.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Indy Lichtenberg. I'm a Ward 4 resident and the Executive Director of Studio Theater. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time and also being such a regular attendee at so many theaters across the city. Support from the DC Commission is a critical source of funding for the arts organization in the city. The general operating support grants sustain our operations, and we rely on them to be a consistent source of funding in contrast to ticket sales, which are incredibly volatile, and other sources of support such as foundation and corporate, which are declining. I wanted to comment on the fact that, Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, DC does have some of the highest per capita investment per person in the country, but I think it's worth noting that that's in contrast to a lot of places where folks are getting both city and state support, and also where there's significant corporate dollars, right? The DC government is the main industry in town, and so we're not getting that corporate support, which I think makes the funding from the DC Commission that much more important, even if it is higher than what other places are getting per capita. Specifically at Studio Theater, last fiscal year, the general operating support that we received from the commission helped us serve over 40,000 audience members that came from all 8 wards of the district, as well as bringing people into the city from out of state. That was with 46 weeks of programming that we put on. The grant helped us sustain our workforce training program, where we provide full-time employment with benefits to 11 early career professionals. It also helped us maintain our facility so that we could host 60 events from other organizations, plus 78 performances of Washington Improv Theater. In addition, we serve hundreds of DC public students and charter school students through our matinee program at no cost to the schools. All of the events and performances that are put on by us and all of the other grantees of the commission support the economic vitality of the city by increasing visitors, jobs, spending on parking and restaurants. Our performances connect communities and increase safety by activating spaces in neighborhoods. And also, the work that we all do improves the health and quality of life for district residents, making DC a more desirable place to live. And we know that all of those align with the core priorities of the city leadership. And yet, we are seeing a decreasing investment in the DC Commission and the arts in our city. We supported tying the DC CAH's budget to a percentage of the sales tax, which when that was done in 2019, because we believed it would be a steady investment in the arts that would keep pace with the economy. Of course, we knew there would be variations year to year as those tax revenues increased or decreased. However, what we didn't understand is that the commission was going to, that the council was going to be able to change the percentage of the sales tax. So originally that sales tax was 5%. Then it was reduced to 4.6%, and now it's been reduced to 4.2%. Plus, there's been this cap put on it so that when there's growth, we're not going to see the full benefit of that growth. We are faced with a 14% decrease in the agency's budget, which represents a disproportionate reduction compared to other areas of the budget and one of the largest agency cuts in the budget. And those cuts are following last year's cuts that reduced the grant budget by another 15%. The impact is not just a smaller budget at a moment when the arts field is incredibly precarious, but it's a system that's increasingly unreliable and unpredictable. Despite success on many fronts at Studio, we have larger audiences than before the pandemic, and we've had a lot of growth in individual giving. We are facing a structural deficit, like so many other theaters and arts organizations in the city. It's an uphill battle. And every time that our DC Commission support is decreased, that gap is widened, and that threatens our ability to deliver our programming and to employ staff and artists. So I would join my colleagues in urging the council to consider 3 things. Number 1, give the agency full control over their budget so that they can determine where the greatest needs are and allocate funds accordingly. Number 2, to allow the commission to utilize the fund balance, which would immediately increase available grants dollars. I understand that that $6 million has been taken and would have to come from somewhere else in the budget, but that's a very small dollar amount that would be impactful to the fundees of the commission and is just very small in relation to the city's overall budget. And then I would ask that we return to the original intention of the sales tax allocation and that it go back to the 5%. As it was originally set at, and that the cap is removed so that we are seeing at minimum a consistent amount of funding year over year in terms of the percentage of the sales tax, and that we're able to see that full growth. Right now, we have a DC commission that has reduced flexibility, disproportionately declining dollars for a sector with growing need and an unpredictability from year to year. This is a punishing predicament for a small but mighty industry that generates far-reaching positive impact for the city. In order to sustain the incredible arts ecosystem that we have developed, we need consistent public investment. Please restore that investment through your support of the DC CAH. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Give me just a second. I want to talk to my staff. Sorry about that. Mr. Chalfant, who's online.
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow council members, and colleagues. I lead Washington Improv Theater as the artistic and executive director. WIT is a nonprofit advancing the art of improvisation in the district for 28 years. Every year, WIT helps thousands of Washingtonians become instant playwrights, actors, and collaborative co-directors. Over 3 decades, through the joyful collaborative art of improv, thousands of DMV residents have found creative expression, community, as well as spouses, life partners, and in the words of one student, a part of me I did not realize had been lost. On stage, in our classroom, and in corporate training rooms throughout the district, it is our mission and privilege to foster the powerful human energies of connection, play, and laughter in these challenging and dark times. The DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities has been a crucial support and partner in our work. I want to basically +1 everything that Mr. Eisenberg and Ms. Lindenberg had to offer in their testimony. Also a huge shout out to Rebecca and the entire team at Studio Theater. They are essentially our creative landlords as we extend our residency there, and they're a magnificent group of artists and collaborators. I'm here today to basically add my voice to the chorus urging the council to recommit to the arts, to lift the cap that's been imposed by the mayor, to basically reset the sales tax percentage at 5%, and just cement a solid commitment from this council and from this government to value what the arts brings to this city. There are more artists and arts organizations seeking funding from the commission each year. Expenses and the cost of living are increasing each year. And if the council continues to impose the mayor's cap on the commission's budget, then the commission's ability to support the arts in DC will be diminished each year instead of growing. This needs to stop. The council intentionally created that dedicated funding mechanism to grant the commission stability and to allow it to grow alongside the city's economy. So we've got to do that again, loudly and clearly, by removing the budget cap imposed by the mayor. We all understand how the economy works, and when the economy is down, we will understand that the commission's budget is down. That makes a lot more sense when it's connected, when it's tethered together with the city's fate. But when it's just being sliced up the way it has been ever since it was created and given away to other priorities, it's painful. It's hard to make this work in the city. I also want to mention the large capital grant program. I've testified previously about what a transformational time this is for Washington Improv Theater. We've signed a lease. We're on our way to a new home in Noma, where we'll have year-round performances, classes, and community programming all under one roof. We sought project funding for this move through the large capital grant program this year, and we were not awarded. 3 amazing organizations were awarded, but only 3 out of over 20 applicants could receive funding. I want to note that a 4th organization could have been awarded funding through this program had $1 million of the large capital grants budget not been pre-allocated or earmarked for 2 organizations per the wishes of this council. So I am now forced to share how frustrating and disappointing it is to see the democratic panel-led process at the commission undermined by lobbying, clout, and connections. I believe strongly that a system requiring arts organizations to back channel for funding is flawed and distorted. The message this is sending is that we should adapt to this kind of system. The rest of my testimony you have in writing. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much for listening to me today.
Thank you, Mr. Chalfant. Jenny, I will call Jenny Billfield, who I saw came back in. The next panel, she left again. I'll call her with the next panel. Ricky Marion, who's online.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ricky Marion. I'm the Director of Development at the Washington Ballet, one of the district's leading performing arts organizations and a longstanding recipient of Commission for the Arts and Humanities General Operating Support. I'm here to ask the Council to protect general operating funding in the FY27 budget. The Commission for Arts and Humanities is one of our most significant and reliable funders, and the prospect of seeing that partnership diminished is deeply concerning. The Washington Ballet serves tens of thousands of DC residents each year through performances, community programming, and arts education, reaching students across all 8 wards. The Commission for the Arts and Humanities General Operating Support is not supplemental funding for us. It's really foundational. It supports the core operations that allow us to plan seasons, retain professional dancers, and deliver programming that is reliable and accessible to DC communities. The proposed $2.9 million reduction in general operating would force the Commission for Arts and Humanities to choose between cutting every grantee's award by 15% or eliminating organizations from the program entirely. Either outcome is damaging. A 15% cut to our general operating award would require us to reduce programming, scale back community engagement, or make difficult staffing decisions. The majority of our staff are DC residents. Additionally, investments in the arts has an economic multiplier effect. Nationally, arts attendees spend an average of $38.46 per person beyond the cost of admission. And in a city like DC with its restaurants, hotels, and tourism infrastructure, that figure is almost certainly higher. As a Ward 3 organization, we are part of a community of general operating grantees that received nearly $1.9 million in FY25. Under a uniform 15% reduction, Ward 3 organizations would lose an estimated $287,000, and that loss would be felt across the district as our programming reaches residents in every ward. The proposed cuts represent less than 0.006% of the district's total FY27 local operating budget, and the Council has tools available to prevent this harm, authorizing the Commission for the Arts and Humanities to draw on its fund balance to stabilize the FY27 budget, and removing the 102% cap that structurally prevents the Commission for Arts and Humanities from absorbing revenue declines the way other agencies can. The Washington Ballet asked the Council to take both steps. The arts are not a luxury amenity. They are a civic infrastructure that serves residents in every ward, employs DC artists, and sustains the cultural identity that makes DC a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marion. Ryan Merkel?
Yes, thank you. My name is Ryan Merkel, and I'm representing the Shakespeare Theater Company, where I serve as the Senior Director of Development. I'm also a very proud Ward 2 resident. And I'm here to oppose the proposed cuts to the DCCAH budget, those cuts that will directly impact jobs, young people, our local economy, and perhaps more importantly, the morale and vitality of our city. The mayor's proposed budget reduces DCCAH funding by approximately 14.5%, which is not just trimming overhead. This will result in a reduction of more than $5.3 million in community grants and subsidies. DCCAH is a very highly impactful organization, funding more than 220 organizations, that's resulting in 4.27 million audience engagements. All those numbers could potentially decrease by 15%. All for a reduction of 0.0005, 3 zeros, 5.7 in the local funding of the local funding operating budget. That's a huge loss for DC without a lot of savings. And that loss is economic and emotional. When people go and see a show, they don't just buy a ticket. They buy dinner, they buy a drink beforehand, they pay for parking, they pay for the metro. They hire the kid down the street to be a babysitter. Our audience data shows that when people buy a ticket, they spend almost $40 additionally in the local economy. That's pumping money directly into downtown Washington, D.C. It's not a coincidence that the restaurant scene on 14th Street thrives around Studio Theater, and that Arena Stage was a catalyst for development at the Wharf. And you know who spends even more money when they buy a ticket? Tourists. At STC, we are putting heads in beds. Our upcoming production of Othello has ticket sales from 46 states and territories. 600 people are coming down from New York to see this show. 65% of our subscribers do not live in the district, which means that more than 6,200 people come in to see a show more than six times or more a year, and they're spending their time and money in Washington. Arts organizations fuel the economies in the neighborhood around them, and we know that we're pumping millions of dollars into Penn Quarter. If you want to see downtown revitalization, that's us. Cutting arts funding does not save money, it reduces economic activity. And beyond economic figures, it builds community. 89% of respondents to a study done by Americans for the Arts report that their local arts venues and activities are a source of pride. 72% of respondents said that the arts provide shared experiences with people of different races, ethnicities, ages, beliefs, and identities. At a time of record low approval rating for pretty much everything, arts are extremely popular. These are things your constituents want. It's potentially even things your constituents need. We frequently hear in our lobby, wow, I really needed that, as people walk out of a show. DC's in a tough spot right now. We're stressed out, we're burned out. The arts are a cure. When you're feeling sick, you don't cut funding to the doctor. DC arts and culture organizations are still recovering from COVID. We're seeing access to federal grants drop, and as my colleague here mentioned, corporate support is slipping fast. My colleagues and I ask that you restore DCCH's funding balance, that you allow the agency greater flexibility and control over how their budget is allocated between programs, and you revisit the existing tax structure. As has been referenced many times, it is the 102% growth cap is handicapping us. And most of all, do not cut funding. We are a great investment. My colleagues and I work hard to support this city. We put dollars into our community's economies. We put heads in beds. We put smiles on the faces of DC students and comfort in the hearts of our neighbors who desperately need it. DC needs what our theaters create. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Merkel. William Tompkins.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you also for being a regular attendee at theaters throughout Washington. We greatly appreciate your personal support. I am Bill Tompkins, a current board member and the former board president of the Mosaic Theater Company of DC. I would like to highlight 3 reasons why it is important to restore and strengthen FY27 budget funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. First, arts organizations play an essential role in building a strong economy and creating vibrant neighborhoods. We also create jobs for artists and offer education programming and training that builds career pipelines. And of course, we pay payroll taxes and generate sales throughout the entertainment, adjacent restaurants and bars before and after performances. And it's even bigger than that. Fundamentally, even at Mosaic alone, our 120 performances, 10,500 theater goers every year, and acclaimed educational programming help make DC the kind of place where people want to live, work, and visit, as is mentioned earlier. A recent report from Theater Washington found that $1 of every public funding generates $2.78 of spending, and it found that DC theaters spend over 40% of their revenue on staff and artist compensation. That's money that's directly invested back into our local economy. For Mosaic, it's even higher, it's 50%. As I talk to theaters in other cities where the local government has reduced investment in the arts, they share cautionary tolls about the number of theaters that have had to close. One theater director recently shared that theater closures have led to, quote, the depression of downtown districts in the city, and we know we don't want that to happen here. Second, the arts sector is in need, and government support is essential. The Commission on Arts and Humanities funding was already reduced last year, and many of us have seen cuts to or elimination from federal funding. The broader economic uncertainty also puts fundraising and earned revenue at risk. We've also seen increases in production costs. With more cuts, the arts sector is truly at risk. This is especially true for mission-driven, mid-sized theaters like Mosaic that are committed to working across all 8 wards, by the way, keeping ticket prices low, offering free programming, providing arts education, and addressing disparities in arts access. And cuts would have direct impacts on the artists and staffing we employ. For example, this year, Mosaic has hired over 125 DC-based artists. That's 93% of the artists we've hired in the area. Third, we are telling stories and creating connections that inspire, educate, build empathy, strengthen social fabric, and reduce isolation. For example, after a recent Mosaic performance, a local high school student shared, "I've had a really hard year, and this play hit me in a soft spot where I didn't know I had anymore. I'm so grateful for this performance." And at Mosaic, we have a special focus on plays and musicals that celebrate DC history and culture, like our upcoming production, our world premiere, set in DC featuring go-go music, which builds community pride. We also work with more than 60 schools, senior centers, community organizers, and other nonprofits each year to increase access to the arts while generating awareness and support for organizations working on community issues like education, public safety, and the environment. Thank you again, and I urge you to restore and strengthen FY27 funding for the DC Commission on the Arts and the Humanities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tompkins. Carla Lobos?
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Fran Tapia. I am a Columbia Heights, DC-based performing artist and educator, a Latina immigrant, twice Helen Hayes Award winner, and a 2025 recipient of support from the DC Commission of the Arts and Humanities. This year, my work was nominated for 5 Helen Hayes Awards by Theater Washington's panel of 50 volunteer judges, all members of the public and our city's community. The Helen Hayes Awards are the most prominent awards for professional theater achievement in the region, and in this context, they underscore the impact DC artists are making in the city. I am here as an individual artist whose livelihood, artistic freedom, and ability to contribute to the city are directly shaped by your budget decisions. The proposed FY27 budget includes a more than 14% reduction to DC CAH, decreasing grant-making capacity in the upcoming fiscal year. And this is not simply a reduction, it is a destabilization of an already strained cultural ecosystem. These funds are crucial at a time when making a life in the arts has become increasingly difficult, due not only to funding cuts, but also to rising restrictions and everyday conditions that affect how we live, create, and even what themes we are able to safely speak about in our work for our communities. As an individual artist, I am already experiencing the effects, fewer opportunities and growing uncertainty that make it difficult to plan, create, and sustain a life in DC. For many of us, this funding is not supplemental, it is foundational. It is what allows us to remain in this city and continue telling the stories of its people. I recognize the broader budget constraints, but the arts are not separate from the city's priorities. They actively advance them by building community, supporting economic activity, and strengthening neighborhoods. If artists cannot afford to stay in DC, DC cannot afford to call itself a cultural capital. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Tapia. Lily Siegel.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
My name is Lily Siegel. I'm Executive Director of Hamiltonian Artists, a 19-year-old visual arts nonprofit here in the district. Thank you for hearing our testimonies today. Just like you, we envision a DC celebrated as a vibrant center for contemporary art, where well-resourced emerging artists in every community can commune, experiment, and flourish. To protect this shared vision, you must allow CAH to use the fund balance amount, remove the cap, and reinstate the original 5% sales tax allocation. 6 years ago, a CAH Projects, Events, and Festivals grant gave us our first public funding, making us eligible for general operating support the following year. That signal of the city's belief in us helped raise money from other sources. In FY23, a capital project grant helped us add 5 new artist studios on U Street Northwest, the only open application purpose-built studios for working artists in Ward 1. Because of CAH general operating support, we now offer those spaces at below market rent, giving artists room to produce, show, sell their work, and sustain a life in this city. Right now, we're partnering with the Nicholson Project, a visual arts nonprofit in Southeast, on a citywide mobile LED exhibition made possible by a CAH Public Arts Building Communities grant. A 20-foot LED truck screens commissioned video work as it drives through all 4 quadrants and all 8 wards, activating the city's roadways and reimagining public infrastructure as a cultural space. This Saturday, we launched its second version at a locally owned business in Anacostia. Our first launch was at a locally owned business in Northeast. Art is bringing new business and building community directly because of the dollars you have allocated to CAH. It is working. Since my time is limited, I'll leave you with one example of what this looks like for a single artist. One of our artist fellows arrived in DC her first year after immigrating, knowing no one except her partner. By joining our cohort, she found instant community and the resources to establish herself here. In just 4 years, she has built relationships with other important CAH-funded organizations like the Krieger Museum, the Nicholson Project, and the Folger Library. She has had a child, a new DC resident, and will begin teaching at American University in the fall. Together, we kept an artist in DC and helped her put down roots. We are ready to keep doing this work. We just need you to help make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel. Give me just a second, then I'll have some questions. Trying to understand what's going on. So I'm feeling very frustrated, and that's always the wrong thing to confess. So a number of you, probably all of you, have testified about the value of the arts. I totally get it. And so that's point one of my frustration, is that the mayor talks about economic development. She talks about growth. This is a growth budget. And I totally get it, that arts, especially arts organizations that attract a lot of customers like theaters or museums, there's a whole lot of collateral economic activity that seems to be missing from the mayor's thinking. And that's very frustrating to me. And we've seen this over and over again, which kind of leads me to another point, which is maybe I've been around too long, but I remember in 2018, 2019, which was the first year that I had oversight over the arts. What I saw was a subordinate agency of the mayor that was enormously frustrating to arts organizations. And some of you remember this, and probably most of you have forgotten it. But there was a turmoil with the executive director. There were several executive directors. The first executive director that I dealt with, and that's not Angie Gates, was somebody who was profoundly underwhelming when she testified before the council, and clearly was not connected to what the arts community was needing or feeling. So that then led to us trying to figure out how we could fix this. Well, we created dedicated funding. Now, dedicated funding can go up or down because it's tied to the sales tax. It can go up or down. But we created the dedicated funding. We also made the commission independent. And some of you will remember that then that was a fight. Just to remind some of you, it was as stupid as the mayor literally locking the Arts Commission out of the Art Bank, among other things. So I have pushed for the independence of the commission, but any of you that have watched hearings over the last 5 years or 6 years know that I've been very frustrated with the leadership of the commission. Yes, I'll just say that, because I don't see that there has been any real thought of strategy with regard to how to promote, support, expand, support the arts community. I just haven't seen it. So a couple of years ago, I asked, this was as we came out of the pandemic, what is the Arts Commission doing to help with revitalizing our city, our downtown after the pandemic, when, you know, the theaters were largely dark or whatever, and museums were closed and everything had been shut down. And there really wasn't an answer. Yes, there were words, but there wasn't really an answer to any kind of a strategy. I know that the commission wasn't working with the downtown bid or any of the bids on a collective strategy. I know that the commission wasn't thinking about, well, we'll look at organizations that are especially struggling financially, and we will prioritize some funding or GOS money that way. There was none of that thinking at all. So that's been kind of frustrating. The mayor has shown her commitment, and I say that sarcastically, toward the arts by finding ways to just sort of niggle away at how much money is available. So I'll put that cap, which is kind of irrelevant right now because revenues are not going up, so the cap doesn't get affected. She put the cap in. She did reduce the percentage of sales tax that goes to the commission. And this year in the budget, this is my word, stole, I think her word would be swept, the fund balance from the commission, which is roughly $6 million. And that's really the pain that you all are testifying to. Although what I'm articulating is frustration beyond that, because I don't see that the commission, meaning the staff, and maybe even meaning the commission chair, has ever really thought strategically about what can be done so that we end up with some vision of where we want arts to be. But just as an example, and I mentioned this with the nominees because some of you may have been here at the very beginning at 9 o'clock when I had a hearing on 4 nominees to the commission for reappointment. I mean, I've never seen, I've heard lots of talk about diversity. And in fact, this is also part of my memory. My unfortunate memory is that the approach toward diversity was to cut funding to large organizations because they have access to a lot of wealthy people and they're predominantly white. And so we'll cut the funding there, which is just destabilizing large organizations. But what I've not seen, for example, is that grants are tied to some, how do I want to put this, principle of we want to see diversity on the board. Or we want to see, if it's a theater, we want to see diversity on the stage. Or maybe that we want to see programs that promote do I want to say diversity with customers? Maybe I want to say that we reach out to different communities like at-risk school students, that they will be brought in as audiences or as visitors, whatever. I've never seen any grants tied that way. I've heard talk about capacity building, but I haven't seen that either. And I mentioned that because of Mr. Chalfont's testimony. I will take responsibility for earmarking funding last year because I didn't see the commission helping two organizations that I understood were struggling financially. Now, I mean, everybody is tight, but I don't see the commission looking at it that way. I said to the nominees this morning, do you look at grants in, as, for example, what percentage of the organization's budget? No. Do you look at grants in terms of how many customers or economic activity they generate? No. Actually, in the last couple of years, what's been clear to me is that the primary principle with grants from the Arts Commission is let's find more grantees. Well, the pie is only so big and you can't keep cutting the slices smaller and smaller. And now the pie's gotten smaller so that the slices have gotten even smaller. Couple years ago, probably 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I had a fight with the leadership at the commission because the proposed budget they had was going to create, I don't know, 6 or 8 people in the executive office of the executive director. I might be exaggerating slightly, but like think top heavy when the need is for grants managers who actually process grants and get the grants out quickly. So these are the kinds of struggles that I have seen with regard to the Arts Commission. Well, oh, and I have another note here. The auditor, this was at my request, I think it was at my request, that the DC auditor looked at the grant making and found that grants were being given to non-DC residents or non-DC entities. The commission, of course, pushed back and said all of that was not true, but then changed their grant making process so that it no longer would be true. I think that the commission could be far more strategic and strategic in terms of how the dollars are spent so that it helps the arts community. I have another example here, which is tying grant funding to large organizations to, I'll use the word mentoring smaller organizations. So a theater shares a stage, maybe even does it to a group that I want to bring in the diversity concept again, that a theater shares its stage that way, or I'm not sure I have more to complete that sentence. Last year, I saw that one organization, arts organization, their grant was cut by, I think, 80%. That just makes no sense to me. It's so clear that every organization needs stability in their grants, not this up and down or an 80% cut. I had a fight with the commission 3-4 years ago when I said, you can't give a grant more than 50% of an organization's budget. That was a big fight. I had to make a compromise that any organization over $250,000, I think it was, you can't give a grant greater than 50% of its budget. That's just crazy that you would fund an organization at 90% of their budget. I think there was one that was like that high. Then they're so completely dependent on the government. I don't see the capacity building, but that was a fight with the commission. So somebody testified, maybe several testified, give the agency control over their own budget, council mandated fixed program allocations, constrain the agency's ability to respond to shifting needs. But I don't want a top-heavy staff. I want to see more grants makers maybe, but not a top-heavy staff. I don't want to see organizations funded 90% of their budget. I don't want to see the kind of instability in the grant making. Yes, I would like to see some emphasis on diversity, like we will incentivize you to diversify your board or your acting company or your visitors. Or, as I said before, strategies for actually using the arts to promote economic activity. I'm beginning to repeat myself, but I Just wanted to put that out there. And then there was this testimony about Ward 3 organization. I know that was an issue in the past. That actually came from Washington Ballet. I know the ballet has, they have a presence at the Arc. Their Levine School has a presence at the Arc. And yet in that debate about a couple years ago about these white, rich organizations, Levine was a Ward 3 organization, Washington Ballet is a Ward 3 organization, completely ignoring that they're active elsewhere in the city. So yeah, I share your frustration. And I just don't know what to do, since we made the commission independent, to try to get the commission to be more thoughtful and strategic in terms of how they're doing their grant making. Sorry, using you all to unload. Thank you all for your testimony. Did Jenny Billfield come back in? Yes, Shannara, why don't you come up? Dwayne Glenn, Elizabeth Denkova, who's Artistic Director at Spooky Action Theater, Terry Acker, Robert Barton, Executive Director of More Than Our Crimes. You are Leolie Lippard or Lippard. George Worrell, Founder, Executive Director, My Voice Media. Charity Blackwell. Amy Austin, President and CEO of Theater Washington. Got 4 people there. So I think Dwayne Glenn is not here. Elizabeth Denkova, please proceed. Turn your microphone on.
Need to turn it on.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
You can probably tell that this is my first such meeting in my capacity as both Artistic Director of Spooky Action Theater and a two-time individual grantee for the Arts and Humanities Fellowship. I want to support my colleagues in expressing investment in the importance of arts funding for so many organizations in our ecosystem. Spooky Action Theater, which is a general operating support annual grantee and a 2-time capital projects grant award winner, is a 21 performing arts small theater organization in Northwest DC. The focus of our work is new play and musical development from across the globe, and we offer an artistic home to a diverse community of artists and audience members, with a special focus as one of the few immigrant-led organizations in the DMV area on supporting the work of immigrant art makers. I want to urge the Mayor's Office to prioritize funding for arts and humanities in the upcoming year's budget. You've already heard from my colleagues at the Studio Theater and the U Street, Logan Circle, and DuPont Circle corridor in Northwest DC is a testament to the importance of arts organizations for a thriving community. For decades, large organizations like the Studio Theater, where I got my start as an artistic apprentice many years ago, and small theaters like Spooky Action have contributed to the economic and cultural development of our community. Housed for over 15 years at the Universalist National Memorial Church, Spooky Action Theater welcomes 2,500 audience members and about 150 artists. By the way, those numbers have grown exponentially over the last couple of years. Post-show surveys show that about 50% of our audiences come from the neighborhood and choose to live in the neighborhood because of its artistic activity. And then other audiences come from surrounding areas. Small theaters like Spooky Action are an essential launchpad for emerging artists in our community. We have some of the most nationally renowned arts programs with Howard University, Catholic University, and Georgetown. And small theaters like Spooky Action partner with those universities to give emerging artists their professional debuts, which is essential to attracting those artists to stay and live in the DC theater community. So the artists that get trained at the professional small theater level go on to work at Woolly Mammoth, Studio Arena Stage, and even on Broadway. Small theaters like Spooky Action are particularly vulnerable to the financial pressures of this economy, with about 22% of our general operating budget coming from the commission. The cut, as has been discussed, would be catastrophic to many arts organizations, even as attendance numbers seem to be soaring across the board. So we want to encourage the commission to reconsider the reallocation of sales tax back to 5%, to reconsider the cap, and ultimately to support and stabilize our arts economy, which clearly generates both significant economic impact, supports the livelihood of vulnerable artists, especially immigrant artists, as you saw in Fran Tapia's testimony, and also ultimately contributes to the health and safety of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shannara Gabriel,
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
microphone.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I'm Shannara Gabriel. I'm the Executive Artistic Director of Theater Alliance, DC's home for bold, justice-driven theater, rooted for nearly 25 years in the communities most directly affected by the decisions that are made right here in this room. I want to begin by thanking the council and you for your hard work on building and sustaining a city under real pressure. These are not easy decisions, and I do not take lightly the weight of what you're being asked to balance. I'm here because I believe that you all want to get it right, and I want to help make the case for where the arts fit into this picture. The proposed FY27 budget cuts DCCAH by more than 14%, with nearly $6 million taken directly from grants to artists and organizations. This is not just a number. This is organizations suffering, artists relocating, and neighborhoods losing anchors that took decades to build. This mayor's budget simultaneously allocates $14 million to the Unproven Vitality and Technology Ecosystems funds, which funnel money to the top and which have no demonstrated return for residents. I want to be direct. If this city wants to attract tech companies and innovative businesses to DC, the arts are not competition for that investment. We're the precondition for it. Research on innovation and economic geography is unambiguous. Cities with strong arts ecosystems generate higher rates of patents, new firm formation, and high-tech employment. Artists and creative workers signal and sustain the kind of environment where innovative businesses choose to locate and where their talent chooses to stay. The arts create sticky communities. They are what make people choose DC over any other option. They are economic anchors, not amenities. And when people sit together in a theater, something measurable happens. Their heartbeats synchronize, their attentions align, and strangers become a community. No other kind of economic investment produces that. The arts are not competing with economic development. We are what makes it last. The arts funding structure is also eroding. And I raise this not to assign blame, but because it is reversible. The dedicated sales tax allocation has been reduced. The fund balance has gone unspent. The 102% cap prevents recovery even when revenue improves. So we're asking for 3 specific actions. Ensure that DCCAH has access to the fund balance, restore the 5% dedicated sales tax allocation and remove the cap. And third, this budget cuts $6 million in direct grants to artists and communities while investing $14 million in business attraction strategies that DC's own fiscal analysts confirm have no demonstrated ROI for DC residents. The arts deliver that return. Hold all economic development investments to the same standard and fund the arts. That's what works. DC works when people work together across ward lines, across income, across differences. That doesn't happen by accident. It is a choice to disinvest from infrastructure that supports exactly what you say you want to build and to abandon the things that make the city worth fighting for. The arts are more than this budget. The arts are a central tenet of a thriving civic society. That is what the city we all want to build. I hope we can do that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Let me see. I think Terry Acker is not here. Robert Barton is not here. Lally Lippard is not here. George Worrell is not here. Charity Blackwell.
Hello, I'm here.
Yes.
Greetings and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Charity Blackwell. I am the Chief of Culture and Arts for DC Scores, and I am a proud Ward 5 resident. I'm honored to speak to you today on behalf of DC Scores. If you know anything about our program, we serve more than 3,500 young people across 68 DC public and public charter schools through soccer, poetry, service learning, at no cost at all for families or schools. We are a legacy of the 1994 World Cup, and for 30 years, we've been showing up for our young people across the city. Our program builds poet athletes, young people committed to the physical, emotional, and social well-being. They use their voices to express themselves, lead in their communities, and speak up against injustices. And they understand, more importantly, that their voices matter. We want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the DC Council, for your continued support for the arts in DC. We believe that access to arts is essential for our young people, and the support of the commission is critical to sustaining this work. That fund directly supports our poetry program. It allows us to deliver weekly writing spaces, expand into weekend programming for young people who want to go deeper, and bring in professional teaching artists to work alongside our students. As an artist myself, I've seen how powerful that moment is for a young person and when they realize how their voice carries weight. Because of this support, our poet athletes have what they need: pens, notebooks, skilled coaches, and access to some of the best poets in the city. More importantly, they have a space to process what they're carrying, to speak on what matters to them the most. Each year, through the Arts and Humanities Education Project, DC Scores hosts the largest youth poetry slam in the city. This past November, thousands of youth took the stage at Howard University's Crampton Auditorium and shared original work about their lives, their families, their fears, their hopes, and their future. One of the moments that stayed with me the most this year was pride. The pride in DC, our young people naming where they're from, claiming it, and standing in it as leaders who are shaping what comes next. We are already seeing the impact. Kayla Nelson, the DC Scores alumni and freshman at Coolidge College Academy, was recently named 2026 DC Youth Poet Laureate. Kayla was first found her poetry through DC Scores in 2022. And just 11 years old, she won the Shine Award for Best Individual Performance, and she's been building her voice since. Clearly, hence, she is the DC Youth Poet Laureate. She says simply, poetry has made me believe that I had a stronger voice than I thought I did, and now she's using that voice to uplift others across the district. To close, I'd like to share an excerpt from a poem from one of our poet athletes, Carter, from Barnard Elementary School. The poem is titled, I Am Hip Hop, was recently featured in Mad Skills Grammy-winning spoken word album. Is that okay? Can I spit this poem for you real quick?
You're out of time, and I'll let you do the poem, but
Thank you, Middleton. I know you want to hear this. Here it goes. I am hip hop. I make other people want to dance. My dad from the boogie down Bronx, my mom from the home of go-go. I bet you know where that is. Hip hop and go-go are like brothers and sisters, peanut butter and jelly, like Tribe Called Quest, ham and eggs. When I dance, I feel good like James Brown. Whatever music is playing, I break out in song. Hip hop cannot be held in, and I can't either. I am a producer. I make beats instead of eating. I am a graffiti artist. When I was in kindergarten, I drew on the wall. When I was in first grade, I drew on the nightstand. I was hip hop before I knew hip hop was. Thank you, Mendelson. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're not the one who wrote the poem, though. Amy Austin.
I delivered it, though. It's just the presentation. Thank you.
It's all the
We
delivery.
applaud the student. Ms. Austin.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson. I am President and CEO of Theater Washington. Our mission is to support, strengthen, and recognize and celebrate our city's theater community. We do through key programs, Taking Care, Theater Week, Theater Work, and the Helen Hayes Awards, as well as our up-to-date website that includes information on shows, database of productions, plus ongoing advocacy and training. So on behalf of the theater industry, I am here to urge the council to support a stronger, more flexible funding framework for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities in the upcoming budget cycle. So as you've heard, we're asking for your support in 4 critical areas. Increase funding for DCCH, restore DCCH's access to the fund balance, work with the agency to review the legislative funding structure on an annual basis, revisit the dedicated tax structure so it can better provide long-term stability. Arts organizations across the district are navigating rising costs, capital needs, and broader economic uncertainty. This is exactly when stable, flexible funding tools matter most. As our Theater Washington's recent impact work shows, public investment in our region's theaters generates measurable return, with area theaters producing an average operating budget ROI of $2.78 for every dollar in government support. Washington, D.C.'s arts organizations are advancing the district's core priorities by supporting community safety, by contributing to economic growth and downtown revitalization, increasing the understanding of a neighborhood's shared cultural identity, strengthening education and workforce pathways through creative and technical training, and improving health and quality of life by fostering connection and reducing isolation. This is an important moment to invest in sustaining a system that is already under increasing strain. We have the impending closure of the Kennedy Center, which will disrupt a major anchor institution for artists and audience alike in DC. Coverage of the arts continues to decline in both local and national media, which is reducing our visibility and access. Public investment is the stabilizing force that needs to remain constant. Ensuring the strength of DCCH at this moment is essential to maintaining a functioning and resilient artistic landscape in the district. And as you've heard today, it's an incredible place that we have that has this many strong arts organizations. So thank you for your leadership and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. I do not have questions for any of you. I kind of talked myself out on the last group. Thank you all. I'm looking around the room to see if Jenny Billfield came back, but I guess she has left for good. We'll see. Megan Kelly, Director of Foundations and Strategic Investments at the National Building Museum. Gloria Hightower with Friends of Carter Barron. Tindani Mpulabusi. Tommy Taylor. Online or in person? I think that's going to be it. Ms. Kelly, you're first. Oops. Who's up? You are. Yeah, 32. What's the name? All right, Ms. Kelly, you're up.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Megan Kelly, and I am the Director of Foundations at the National Building Museum. I am also a Ward 6 resident and a parent, raising my young daughter here in DC. I want my family to feel safe in our neighborhoods and to have access to the arts and cultural opportunities that make this city such a vibrant place to grow up. I am here to underscore the immediate consequences of the proposed cuts to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. For institutions like the National Building Museum, this is not marginal. It directly impacts the people, programs, and partnerships that serve DC residents and support youth engagement, public safety, and neighborhood vitality. General operating support funds what few other sources will: staff, operations, and the infrastructure that makes consistent public programming possible. Through engaging exhibitions and regular family programming, we bring positive family-centered activity to Chinatown and Gallery Place neighborhoods, areas that are facing ongoing challenges, especially with the upcoming closure of the Capital One Arena. Weekly events, bilingual storytelling, and hands-on programs help foster safety, belonging, and community presence. Here's just one example of the direct impact this funding has. The funding enables us to implement free field trips to DC students in Title I schools, including bus transportation, which removes one of the biggest barriers to access. Thanks to this funding, last year we served over 3,500 DC Title I students. For many, this is their first experience in a museum or cultural institution. These hands-on learning opportunities build curiosity and connection, while also ensuring young people have safe, structured, and enriching environments during the school day. Looking ahead, we are preparing to launch new teen and out-of-school time programs that offer structured, supervised engagement during critical hours. However, these are exactly the kinds of programs that become difficult, if not impossible, to launch when core operating support is reduced. If these cuts move forward, we will be forced to make difficult decisions. That will mean fewer out-of-school programs, fewer free access opportunities, reduced neighborhood programming, and ultimately serving fewer DC youth. At a time when the city is focused on public safety, youth engagement, and downtown revitalization, this is the wrong direction. I urge the council to reverse these cuts to the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities and provide bridge funding to address this unintended shortfall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Tommy Taylor?
Yes. Chairman Mendelson, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I want to thank you for your valuable leadership over the years as well. My name is Tommy Taylor Jr. I am a DC native, one of the few that are left. I was born and raised in Ward 7 and now a homeowner in Ward 8. I am a multi-hyphen artist, a national actor, comedian, producing multiple sold-out shows here in DC every month, filmmaker and founder of Taylor Creative, an award-winning DC-based CBE focused on visual storytelling, strategic marketing, and community impact through media. Now, over the past several years, the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities DC have been very instrumental in my personal journey through several grants, support, and their belief in my work, not only allowing me to grow as an artist, but allowing my art to create pathways for others in my community. My current documentary, The Special Ways, highlights district residents with intellectual disabilities, individuals who are often overlooked, yet are actively shaping the culture and fabric of our city in very meaningful ways. Now, through this project, I've not only been able to tell these powerful stories, I've been able to hire local creatives, including those with intellectual disabilities, helping build careers and confidence in youth and adults who deserve access to these opportunities. Now, this kind of impact doesn't happen without investment, the local investment through the Commission on the Arts, Humanities, and Humanities DC. And I want to be clear that without the support, this story and many others like them would not be told, because they benefit all of us, because we are the stories that define this great city. At the core of this for me is really opportunity and exposure. Without opportunity, there is no growth. Without exposure, there's no expansion of ideas. And without investment in our creatives, our city risks losing the very voices that define it. And we can't afford to lose more opportunities away from DC residents, because when we invest in opportunity, we invest in the future of our city. Personally, I've been able to be on HBO, ABC, Amazon Prime, and I've had the opportunity to go to bigger markets, but I've chosen to stay here because what we have here in DC is very special. We have talent, culture, history, and people that deserve to be seen and heard. My personal mission has been to create a bridge connecting local talent, especially for underrepresented communities, to national opportunities. Now, we often talk about preserving culture, but culture doesn't preserve itself. It requires intentional investment. I respectfully urge the council to restore funding for the DC Commission on Arts and Humanities, because I know y'all got it, and we need it, as arts are a vital pathway to so many things in the city, including safety, mental health, wellness, careers, and revenue generation. And as you mentioned earlier, Mr. Mendelson, continued improvement is always needed, but we can't ignore the work that is being done currently is invaluable and quite literally and tangibly improving the lives of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mazi Mustafa.
I'd like to begin my testimony by first thanking you, Chairman, for holding this hearing. First, I'd like to extend my thanks to Aaron for his leadership of the commission. As a grantee of the commission going back to the days of Fenty, I've seen the difference that his leadership has made as the head of the commission. My name is Mazi Mutafa, and I'm the founding executive director of Words Beats in Life, a Washington, D.C.-based arts and humanities organization that has served this city for more than 2 decades through arts education, workforce development, public programming, cultural diplomacy, and community engagement rooted in hip hop culture. I'm here because the arts community in Washington, D.C. continues to face structural instability that makes it increasingly difficult for organizations, artists, culture workers to serve, plan, and grow. First, we need the district government to stop reallocating unspent arts dollars away from the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities at the end of the fiscal year. At least as far back as the Fenty administration, unspent funds were used to provide secondary GOS grants that help stabilize organizations at the end of the fiscal year. That approach recognized the reality that arts organizations operate with limited reserves and narrow margins. Organizations build annual budgets, hire staff, reserve venues, and launch programs based on commitments made by the city. When dedicated arts dollars are redirected away, it creates layoffs, cancellations of programs, unpaid vendors, and instability across the culture sector. For the small and mid-sized organizations serving young people, seniors, working class communities, and communities east of the river, these decisions can determine whether programs survive from one year to the next. Second, the council must fully honor the arts community's 5% allocation. The creative sector is not a luxury, it's infrastructure. It supports economic development, tourism, education, violence prevention, mental health, and neighborhood vitality. If the law says the arts should receive 5%, then the arts should receive 5%. Not during strong budget years, not after reductions and transfers. The law should mean what it says. Third, I urge the council to allow the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities to provide sponsorship support. Organizations that receive general operating support are restricted from accessing festival and special event support, even when they're producing large-scale productions and events that generate economic activity and bring thousands of residents and visitors together. The district already uses sponsorship systems, funding through entities like Events DC, but these resources are often concentrated among the city's largest events. Expanding sponsorship authority through the commission would help more community-based organizations scale events, improve accessibility, increase artistic compensation, and strengthen public programming across the district. Finally, the council should stop limiting eligibility for artist funding based on support received from other DC government agencies. Arts organizations today are not operating in isolation. They're supporting workforce development, youth development, mental health, public safety, education, and community wellness. Organizations should not be penalized because multiple agencies recognize the value of their work. Cross-agency partnerships should be viewed as evidence of effectiveness and public impact, not a justification for reducing arts support. Last 2 paragraphs. Washington, D.C. is one of the most vibrant creative communities in the country, but artists and cultural organizations cannot survive on praise alone. They need stable policy, predictable investments, and funding structures that allow them to grow instead of constantly fighting to survive. And I'll skip my last paragraph just to say, as a witness and as a grantee, I've seen my own organization under the leadership of Aaron and previous heads of the commission grow pre-COVID from a budget of just under 500,000 to just under 2 million this year. I'm a living testament, and my organization's work is a living testament to the power of the investment of the city and of private partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Ms. Kelly, I'm not sure why I'm asking this of you, and I didn't ask it of others. How much general operating support has the National Building Museum gotten for this year? And how does it compare with last year?
I believe last year was around 160,000. And then this year it's, I think, 143,000.
So it's less.
Yes,
And you don't know what it would be for FY27.
that's right. Yeah, we just submitted the application yesterday.
I'm guessing that even though the difference between, what did you say, 160 and 143 is $17,000, it's still, that makes a difference in your budgeting?
Yeah, I don't know if that small difference does, but the previous years we were receiving around, I think, 180 to 200, especially with these enhancements that would come at the end of the year that we haven't received in the past 2 to 3 years. And I think that instability does affect our planning because we're just not sure if it will continue to go down each year, or if it will just fluctuate by like $15,000. That's fine, but the continuous decline year over year stresses us out with stability and planning for the future.
Does the commission ever impose conditions on the grant? Like you have to diversify this way or do something with who your patrons are? Do you ever get those kinds of conditions?
I'm trying to remember for the general operating, when we do applications and we report those questions we need to answer. I'm not sure how it's viewed on the other side and how much they weigh it, but we are asked of those questions. For the other more restricted funding, there is, I think, more restrictive questions on how many people we serve with the money. So for example, the field trip grant is a separate grant opportunity that does have more of those numbers that we need to directly report and relate to the money.
Thank you. Mr. Mustafa?
There's no S. Mustafa.
No S. Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
I didn't understand what you were saying about sponsorship.
So one of the things, 2 years ago, we were able to apply for sponsorship to support an event. And then I'm under the impression that when the fact that the commission was making sponsorship dollars available was presented before this committee, that was raised as a concern, and they were not allowed to do that anymore. Part of what I'm suggesting is that for a group like us, or like many of my colleagues who've been here today, to do things the way the current grant structure is set up, the folks that talked about projects and special events, that's one category. If you receive GOS, you're not actually able to apply for that. We do 3 festivals a year, and we had the commission as a lead sponsor for an inaugural festival we did 2 years ago on the National Mall. But that is off the table as an option. So I was suggesting that with the funds that go unallocated to grant awards based on the recommendations of the committees, that fund balance that we've been talking about all day, that they have greater flexibility. I'm just naming a specific way to give them greater flexibility that people have been talking about all day. I also think it should be noted that I haven't heard a single person here today testify about frustration with the commission, which is something that's happened in the past. I feel like almost everyone who's testified has talked about frustration with restrictions being placed on what the commission can do, because we are all privy to the commission's vision for how it can move forward to do some of the things that you're saying you're frustrated about it not doing, that they've shared those plans with the community, and the community is bought in and invested. We want to see a stronger commission.
Talk to some of the folks. Give me a second. So I was just asking about the sponsorships. So there's nothing to the council's legislation. There's nothing we put in the budget with regard to sponsorships. But I kind of remember that a couple years ago it came up. But it wasn't, as I recall, sponsorship of an event that your organization would have on the mall. It was sponsorship like, this may not be an actual example, but hypothetically, that the Commission on Arts and Humanities is going to sponsor a hockey game at the Capitol Arena. Yeah, that for corporations, that might be good to get their name out and advertise, but with limited dollars, maybe they should not be doing that. What you're describing as a sponsorship would be actually supporting your event. And I know for a fact that the council did not legislate any restriction there. So this would be just a policy within the commission. I don't know why, though, they would, Well, I guess if it's for an event you're having, maybe that wouldn't qualify for general operating support. But I view that as supporting an arts organization or an arts activity, which seems completely appropriate. But I think you were here when I vented my frustration that I just don't see strategy. I don't see a plan. I don't see a vision. You know, there are a lot of artists in the city, individuals, as well as organizations. We can't fund them all. Or maybe that is the strategy, because actually a couple of years ago, I remember when the chair of the commission was testifying, and he bragged about how they'd increased the number of grant recipients. But I don't think that's a very good strategy, especially listening to the testimony here, where if anything, the pie is getting smaller. So expanding the number of grantees doesn't strike me as a good strategy. But other than that, I just don't have any sense of vision from the commission with regard to what they want the arts to look like. More, but
Just as
more is not a vision.
Just as a total side note, I bring this up every place I go where I get a microphone. I'm not sure if you remember, but back in 2019, the Office of Planning developed a creative plan for the city.
Yes.
And it's basically just on their website. It actually details a really robust vision for space use. grants, et
Don't
cetera, et cetera.
remind me of that, because that included that there's arts funding should go to the culinary arts. Really? I mean, I do like a good meal. There's something to be said for the culinary arts. There are a lot of organizations who testified today, and I remember back in 2019, there were even more arts organizations who testified. I think it was culinary arts and I want to say cosmetology. I'm sorry. I just think that kind of speaks for itself. So when you want to do an arts festival, whatever exactly that means, whether it's music or it didn't sound like this is the case with you, music, now I'm blanking what I was going to say. But when you want to do an event like that, that seems to me to be completely consistent with what we're talking about, which is expanding artistic activities that are somehow related to music, theater, the visual arts.
I think the only thing I'm
whatever in
saying is,
museums, but the pie's not getting bigger, but we're going to expand what qualifies as an arts organization.
yeah, I think the only thing I'm suggesting is that there's a grant cycle that you're able to apply to. All the funds don't get spent during the grant cycle. I'm suggesting that the idea of a process for sponsorship / funding is just another way to be able to spend the funds that have already been allocated.
Did you hear me disagree with that?
Nope, you did.
No, correct. I will say this though, this goes back to my diatribe. So the commission has some money left over at the end of the year and the mayor sweeps it. That's not a pretty picture either. It's also, in my view, very hypocritical if the agenda is a growth agenda. Sorry. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We will turn now to the commission. Aaron Myers is the executive director, and I don't know if he's here. Reginald Van Lee. He's okay. And what? Yes, I do want the AFO up here. So, Mr. Myers, before you begin, I want to ask some questions of the agency fiscal officer. So I'm looking at something that was put together for me. It's not a document that you have. But my note here says the FY26 fund balance was $4,253,000. Does that sound right?
No, so at the end of fiscal year 25, the fund balance is 6.8 million.
For FY25?
End of 25, 6.8.
Okay, I said FY26. The FY25, the fund balance, that means on September 30th, there were $6.8 million in the fund?
That's correct.
How much is in the fund balance right now?
Because we're still in the middle of collecting revenue and expending fiscal year 26. So normally we calculate fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. So no fund balance as of today because of the supplemental budget.
There's no fund balance number today because the revenues are still coming in and the expenses are still going out.
Yes.
But
Mr. Myers, you look like you want to say something.
Yes, because of the supplemental, if the supplemental was not in place, we would have access to the $6.8 million.
I understand.
Yes.
So the mayor's proposed to sweep the 6.8 million?
That's correct.
Which I have here, $6,837,980. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
So
I may add, Mr. Chairman, we were asked to find for fiscal year 26, $2.6 million a month or so ago, which is in the middle of this fiscal year, to further cut. And so we did learn that as of today, the large capital grant program is the only program that has yet to be fulfilled. As far as our paid out, the majority of our grants are paid out within the first quarter of the year, which is the majority of our budget. The applications have been received and reviewed, and the commission has voted on the funding recommendations. But CAH has been unable to create grant agreements and send out the grant funds because the OCFO will not allow it due to that $2.6 million shortfall. Now, normally what would happen is that if we were made aware that revenue projections have been lowered, we would then go to the fund balance and make up that particular difference so that the continuity of what we're trying to do would not be disrupted. So that's a concern that we have in this particular moment. Now, we started this process of reaching out for the fund balance back in January of 2026, and we received no response. And in February, we had our complete, when we began the outreach in 26, and in February, we had our complete budget for the fund balance. This is before we realized that there was going to be a $2.6 million decrease. Regardless of that, the $6.8 million would not only be able to fully make up the shortfall for FY26, but it would help us offset some of the declining revenue projections that we see for the upcoming year as well, so that we will be able to somewhat stabilize our budget to a degree.
So you make it sound like the $6.8 million is just sitting there and we can give it back to you.
So it's my understanding that the money's there. If the Mayor EOM wanted to take those dollars, there's a certain process one would have to go through. It's my understanding that in the supplemental, that the council will have to approve their authority to take that $6.8 million, both from this year and then to sweep the fund balance for next year. So as of now, the only reason we do not have access to those dollars is because it sits at the council presently. So but you've heard the request that we've made.
Okay, but I want to paint the full picture. So the mayor submits a balanced budget. Expenditures equal revenues, or expenditures equal all sources, all fund sources available. It's balanced. The mayor's proposing a revised budget for FY26. It's balanced. So it's balanced with the 6.8 million being removed from the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I'm not saying I think that's good. I don't like that she did that. I've listened to witness after witness testify as to the pain that causes, but it's not like the $6.8 million is just sitting there and it can be put back in the commission. The only way it goes back into the commission is some other part of the mayor's balanced budget is reduced.
So it would not be appropriate for us as an agency to try to find those savings in other agencies, because I'm not looking to what they're doing, and I
You're
don't.
certainly welcome to.
Yeah,
but
no, I don't envy your situation, because I know it's
I just want to
difficult.
make it clear that it's not like the $6.8 million was pulled out and it's just like sitting on a shelf for some other purpose. It's like if the pie has been redesigned and your slice of the pie has been made smaller. And the only way your slice of the pie gets bigger is if something else is made smaller.
Yes, I agree. That means that this amount of dollars only represents 0.0313% of the overall DC budget.
Okay, but where is it? Is it sitting in the paid equity fund?
That is not for us to do. What our jobs are as.
Okay, so let me just repeat what I said 3 hours ago. The mayor zeroed out the pay equity fund, and virtually every council member has spoken about the need to restore the pay equity fund. That's for childcare workers.
Yeah.
That's $60 million. The mayor under budgeted the childcare subsidy by about $20 million. So where are we? 80 million right there. I can't remember what the cut is to the Healthcare Alliance, but that's probably 20 or $30 million. Now we're up to 100. Let me see, what else do we have? Why am I blanking? Access to justice, that's $30 million. There's no money for vouchers, none. That's probably 20 or $30 million. So now we're up to about $160 million.
Yes, we understand all of those cuts, and we do not, it's not our place, nor is it it would not be proper or appropriate even for me to speak to those particular cuts, because as those members of our ecosystem, they're feeling the cuts as well in all of those particular areas. What we're looking at is that the money for the fund balance, the proposed budget that was sent over, that was simply proposed. They presented a balanced budget. We're not asking for an unbalanced budget to be presented, nor would it even be accepted.
No, but to restore the 6.8 million.
Well, it's not gone. That means you have to, the thing is that they must, or those who appropriate must do the hard task of finding those dollars from somewhere else, but not from the commission.
The 6.8 million went somewhere else. It might have gone to pay for the snow removal, which was $60 million. That money's already been spent.
No, it's not been spent. The thing is that
the snow removal money has already been spent. The snow removal happened in January. I think you were here for that.
Well, the legal statute for fund balances say that is not to be absorbed into the general fund balance.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand how the budget process works, and it's a little bit frustrating, and I mean a little frustrating to me how the budget process works, but this is how it works. So we have a balanced budget. If the mayor wants to take something like from a fund sweep, the council has to authorize that, but she presents it to us as part of a revised balanced budget. So the only way we can disapprove it is if we take the money from somewhere else. You cite a law that says that the money can't go into the general fund. However, part of her package is to amend the law to say that this money can go into the general fund.
That will be approved until the council approves it.
Yes, and if we don't approve it, then we have an unbalanced budget unless we cut something.
That's what I'm advocating for. Find it from somewhere else, but what we're here to advocate and to.
No, I want you to repeat that, or at least repeat it to yourself, that we would have to cut something else.
Yes. We've already experienced cuts. First of all, if you think about the arts in schools, you cannot find fully funded art programs in schools. Our budget has been reduced by over 23% over the last 3 years. So we've already absorbed and dealt with. And matter of fact, if
I
we
totally get that. And were you not here when I said that I think the mayor has not been a friend to the arts? And that when the mayor talks about a growth budget, ignoring the arts is being hypocritical? Did you not hear me say that?
I understand all of that. What I'm stating to you is that if we look in the upcoming years, we're also looking at cuts that will not just stop with.
Yeah, I know. Don't bring that up because funding for schools in the out years is actually cut by like maybe 60, 80 million dollars. That's
Right.
not going to happen. And if she continues to zero out pay equity and childcare subsidy, no, please don't bring that up. The access to justice is zeroed out. It's like,
Well, I think it's important because in FY28, we're looking at $37.9 million. So it's going down more. In FY29, projected to be $37.7 million. Now, the cap, when the cap was introduced, the spirit of the cap, which we agreed with you on, and I think it's important for the arts ecosystem to remember that you used it as a cost-saving mechanism that would help balance the budget, but because revenue projections were going up, it would cause our budget to be relatively stable and flat. And I believe that was the spirit. We all felt that being the spirit. But that's not what's happened over the last few years. Over the last 3 years, we have seen a reduction in the budget by over 23%. And that reduction is not going to stop. What we've done on the staff side is we have a minimum requirement to have 20% go toward the admin, 80% to go toward grants. FY26, we have only 18.5 going toward admin, 81.5 going to grants. Understanding that there's going to be some more hits to the budget, we have 18.3% going to staff and 81.7% going to grants. So we understand that things are happening as far as revenue projections are falling, and we are not aloof also to understanding it's due to many decisions that are made from a federal level that we're feeling the impact of some poor management from that standpoint. But what I'm here to do is to raise the alarm that these cuts, we have got to not balance the budget simply on the Arts Commission. And this is the opportunity. The fund balance is not there.
Don't say simply on the arts committee.
The fund balance is not there to balance. The fund balance is there to help those agencies who have.
Unless the mayor wants to take it for other.
Process to do that.
Yeah, that's what the budget is before us. That's the process. So
Then you would have to approve it.
yeah,
So that if you find the dollars from somewhere else, and I believe, because we talk about efficiency, one of the reasons why we could not do sponsorships after the year that we did is because we took a $1.3 million hit to our admin budget. We absorbed that. That's where the sponsorship dollars came from. But as a commission with the commissioners, we figured out ways to reach out into the community to figure out how could we spark interest to support the greater arts ecosystem.
but the arts commission, so I'm not quite sure I'm having this argument with you. Other than to be clear that the mayor presented a balanced budget. The only way that we could restore the $6.8 million is to unbalance it or to cut something else.
Find it somewhere else.
Yeah, that's easier said than done. So the Department of Energy and the Environment has been cut over the last 2 years about 50%.
But those
50%.
I want to be very focused on us.
Let's just say I find $6.8 million. I'm not quite sure where.
Okay.
But I find $6.8 million. What are the chances that the member of the council will move an amendment to take the $6.8 million and put it into vouchers? The mayor funds 0 vouchers
If you find
low-income residents. What's more important, housing or the art?
That's a false equivalency because our artists live in houses and our houses are designed by artists. Let's not do that.
Well, but unfortunately, that's what members do implicitly or explicitly, is the budget is choices.
Oh, yes, and if you spend $6.8 million, and as the chair of this council, I guarantee you the rest of these council members will go with you on it.
Well, that's not what I've seen in the past.
Because the constituents here This is
Well, I get that everybody in the room will support me. I totally get that. But I think last year there was a reduction in some funding, if not last year, the year before, funding that was relative to the arts. It wasn't the commission, but it was something else. No, yesterday I sat through 4 hours of debate about the curfew, in which most of the discussion was we need to put more money in the budget for more programming at the Department of Parks and Recreation and in other agencies for youth.
If we have fully funded our programs in schools, I guarantee you, you're creating other options for young people.
There
to
wasn't
do.
one, I understand what you're saying.
That
There
was
wasn't
$1
one council member who said we need more funding for the arts.
But
He said we need more funding for Councilmember Parker. He gave a long speech. My amendment will have a fiscal impact, but it's important that we fund that. I think he ended up withdrawing the amendment, but he talked about how it was so important for us to fund recreational programs to help with youth.
The arts have shown, especially with young people, that not only do they do better in school, but they're in less trouble because of it.
You know, I don't think I would disagree with you on that, but that's certainly not what the discussion I heard from members yesterday.
This is the reason why.
And what about the Attorney General's office, which was cut like 55 positions, 52, 58, I'll say 55 positions.
He shared that with me.
And $10 million.
Yes, he shared that with me, and I feel for him. I'm here though specifically about the arts.
You should be. So let me continue asking my questions of the agency fiscal officer. So my note here says is that the CFO is certifying for FY27 $42 million in revenues, or am I misreading this? I have a number here, $42,342,443.
So the original certification was for 42.3 million. However, based on the deferral increase of the sales tax, the 4.3 million has been reduced. So then the revised certification will be 38,059,000.
Explain, what's the 4.3 million reduction?
So the original revenue, the original September revenue certification includes in anticipation of the increase of sales tax.
And that's the 42,342,000.
No, that's the 44,352,000. That's the original certification, the September 2025 certification. Then
you said 45, but I have 42,342,000.
So the September revenue certification is 44,352,000. Then it came down to February revised certification, February 2026. It came down 42,342,000. And the
43,342,000.
42,342,000. 42,342,000.
Okay, and then that is reduced with this budget because of the sales tax being delayed.
Yes, it reduced by 4,283,000. Then the revised amount will be 38,059,000. That's the final number.
I'm not sure I'm getting the math, and maybe I'm getting too in the weeds here. 43,352,000 less 4,300,000 is more than 38 million.
So the September certification is 44,352,000. 44.
That's going in the wrong direction. But I'm not asking about September. I'm asking about February.
February, okay. February is 42,342,000. 42,342,000. 342,000. 42,342,000.
All right, that's the number I had before.
Yes.
And then you subtract from that 4.3 million.
Yes.
Because the sales tax is not going to go up.
Yes.
And that's how you get 38 million. I'm not
Yes.
quite sure how you get 59, but that's close enough.
Sure. There is a rounding number on the February If I give you the February, the full number is 42,342,443. That's the with even number.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that equals 38,059,000. And then there's federal money in the budget, and that's how it gets up to 39 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and the biggest issue here is the 6.8 million that was removed from the fund balance.
Yes, 6.8 million.
Because the 6.8 plus the 38 would get you up to 44 million. Which is not quite the same, but close to where you are. No, it would be about the same as where you were for the current fiscal year.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Myers, I haven't let you give your statement.
Thank you. I will start with our vice chair. I will say beforehand, though, we were here together in 2019 when you took over. I think we had the meeting up in the.
You were in the audience.
I was in the audience. I was one of the speakers, but I was in the audience. But I remember that day
Remember
pretty
the
well.
frustration?
I remember it. I was probably one of the chief critics of this commission. I had no idea that I'd be the executive director at this time, but I'm glad to be here and I'm glad to work with you to see some solutions. Gretchen?
Good afternoon, or is it evening? Chairman Mendelson, committee staff. My name is Gretchen Wharton, Vice Chair of the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. I'm a native Washingtonian and a lifelong Shaw resident. I'm delivering this testimony on behalf of our chair, Reginald Van Lee, who is traveling out of the country and unable to attend today. He has asked me to share his remarks for the record. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to speak to the Commission's work, our priorities, and the challenges and opportunities presented in this year's budget. Over the past year, the Commissioners have remained resolutely focused on our core challenge, ensuring CAH is a high-performing, transparent, and community-responsive agency that reflects the needs and aspirations of artists, organizations, residents across all 8 wards. Our role is governance, and in that role, we listen, ask questions, provide accountability, and support the staff's efforts to improve performance. One of the most important shifts we've made as a commission is a renewed commitment to a deeper listening and to ensuring that the voices of artists, cultural workers, and organizations meaningfully shape the decisions before us. Throughout FY25 and FY26, commissioners have been out in the community participating in engagement events, meeting with grantees, and hearing from residents directly. That feedback has not stayed on the sidelines. It's been translated into actions. Clearer expectations and more consistent grant-making processes. Improved guidance to staff on transparency and internal controls. A stronger focus on equity through access and a shared commitment to maintain meaningful award levels where possible. The reduction in fellowship awardees this year is one example. Artists told us that the value of the award mattered deeply, so the agency maintained award levels at approximately $7,000 despite rising demand. That decision reflects intentional governance informed by community feedback, not a lack of outreach or diminished access. From FY25 to 26, CAH has seen a 10.4% increase in the number of grant applications across all grant lines, general operating support included. In the last 2 fiscal cycles, we have seen an increase in applications from across the district, totaling 141 new applicants, both organizations and individuals, in AHAP, which is the Education Project, CAP, which is Capital Projects, and PEF, which is Performance Events and Festivals. This excludes the capacity building GOS cohort comprising 19 organizations for FY25 and 18 for FY26. All first recipients of the CAH General Operating Support. As commissioners, we see it as our obligation to keep context front and center as the agency navigates increasing demand and, and tightened resources. Art Week DC, talking about ways that we can bring everything to the forefront and actually make Washington DC the capital of art. One of our most exciting priorities remains Art Week DC. We view Art Week DC not as a single event, but as a long-term cultural and economic strategy that positions Washington, D.C. as a national and international creative capital. As stated during our performance oversight, Art Basel Miami Beach generates nearly $500 million in economic impact and taxable revenue for Miami, Florida. D.C. could realize similar economics. Over the past year, CAH staff and commissioners have worked deliberately to build national partnerships. NASAA, Art Basel, Prism Art Fair, allergies, Meridian International, and a plethora of embassies. Elevate DC's creative talent as a major art convening like Coda Works, bringing more than 500 professionals to DC and creating additional viability for local artists through tours and public events. Hold meetings and engage local stakeholders across industries to shape a sustainable model. We've been intentional in positioning DC alongside the nation's great cultural designations. Art Week DC is a catalyst for economic activity, tourism, artist visibility, creative industry investment, and civic pride. We look forward to continuing collaboration with the Council to bring this vision fully to life. Budget challenges and the need for stability. As commissioners, we equally are responsible for speaking plainly about the impact of the proposed FY27 reductions. We've talked about this already, but I'll say it again. CAH is an agency that delivers extraordinary results with modest resources, and yet under the current proposal, the agency would experience reductions of 14.5%. These cuts would reverberate through every grant line, every award, and every part of the creative ecosystem. You will hear more of the word-by-word analysis when Aaron continues. A reduction in this small in proportion would have outsized and in some cases irreversible consequences. As a commission, we strongly support two actions that would stabilize the agency. One, authorization for CAH to use its fund balance. We would like to utilize the fund balance to fill the $2.6 billion gap created by the lower FY26 dedicated tax revenue projection, and to actualize the fund balance request submitted in February 2026. This would provide $150,000 to support the conservation of our collection, which includes not only pieces in our art bank, but murals, statues, and other items in our permanent collections. Reinstatement of the original 5% dedicated tax revenue allocation. The cap has unintentionally created a structural constraint that prevents CAH from changing proportionately with the district's economic conditions. While we are aware that securing funding has generally become more of a challenge since the onset of the pandemic, we continue to see increased demand across all CAH grant programs. In FY20, the source of the agency's budget transitioned to the dedicated tax revenue of 5%. The 5%, the original funding designation. In FY26, that figure decreased to 4.615%, and in FY27, it's set to decrease to 4.286%. With our allocation dwindling, the agency's ability to provide stable and recurring support to the arts diminishes. It is vital that we stabilize the allocation and remove the cap to produce long-term sustainable funding to the arts. These steps would allow CAH to continue meeting demand, protecting access, and supporting the artists and organizations who power our city's cultural identity, educational ecosystem, and economic vitality. Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, the commissioners remain committed to strong governance. Governance that listens, that asks thoughtful questions, and that supports effective leadership and operational excellence. We're proud of the progress the agency has made, and we are proud of the way CAH has shown up for creative community. We are equally committed to ensuring that the district's investing in the arts remains strong, stable, and reflective of the value this sector brings to every resident. Thank you for your time and for your continued partnership. I look forward to any questions that you might have and to the continued testimony of our Executive Director, Aaron Myers.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone who has stayed, and of course, Chairman Mendelson for sitting through, empowering through many hours of hearings and testimonies today, and we thank you for that. So to Chairman Mendelson, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the FY27 budget for the DC Commission on the Arts and Humanities. And when I spoke to you in February, focused on performance, I shared how CAH listened, improved our internal processes, strengthened transparency, and delivered meaningful results across all 8 wards. Today, I must speak with equal transparency about something urgent: the sustainability of DC's arts ecosystem under the proposed FY27 budget reductions. The district's creatives, organizations, youth, and neighborhoods are facing an inflection point. The choices made this budget cycle will determine whether the district continues to build momentum or whether we reverse hard-won recovery gains from the past 3 years. The data is clear. Demand for art funding is surging. The return on investment is strong. The cost of reductions will be felt across every ward and every resident. Let's look at the strategic framework and mission alignment. CAH is currently building its next strategic plan, but our guiding pillars remain from the strategic plan we currently have. 1, equitable access, creative sector stability, community connectedness, alignment with district priorities, including safety, education, downtown activation, and economic revitalization, and strong governance and internal operation. These pillars are not abstractions. They drive real outcomes for real people. Students, older adults, veterans, small organizations, neighborhood festivals, local businesses, and thousands of working artists who make DC livable and competitive. Let's look at the impact of the proposed FY27 budget reductions. The proposed decrease of $6.64 million only compounds a decrease from previous fiscal years. For context, in FY24, CAH's budget was $51 million. In FY25, it was $48 million. The current year is $45.7 million, and in the proposed FY27 budget, $39.1 million. This represents a 23.5% decrease in a 3-year period. It is my duty as director to alert the community that this is a red flag. Proposed decrease of $6.64 million would have disproportionately and deeply harmful effects on the creative ecosystem. This reduction represents only 0.033% of the DC budget. Let's look at general operating support. GOS is the backbone of the sector. FY25, 205 GOS grantees delivered 4.27 million audience touchpoints, 436,700 educational opportunities, nearly 32,000 paid opportunities for local artists. In FY26, GOS programs experienced a decrease of 1.3 million, which led to most recipients receiving a 15% decrease to their award. For the upcoming fiscal year, the agency anticipates close to $2.7 million decreases from last year's actuals, which would mean an additional 15% award decrease for those same grantees who have received grants in FY25. A $2.7 million reduction requires one of 2 options. 1, a 15% cut to every organization, or 2, a significant reduction in the number of organizations that receive funding. Either option results in program eliminations, possible staff layoffs, some theaters not able to open their doors, youth programs scaled back or ended, and cancellations of year-round services. The projected impact by ward is substantial, and I think it's important for us to hear these numbers specifically. In Ward 1, $741,691, a loss. 2, $1,695,947. That's a loss. 3, $535,964, a loss. 4, $445,890, loss. 5, $337,015, a loss. 6, $835,077, loss. 7, $228,843, a loss. I hope our council members are hearing this from these wards. Wards 8, $364,823, a loss. Another way to frame this loss: in FY25, 65% of our GOS recipients operated with an overall budget of $1 million or less. Imagine how $300,000, $100,000, or even an $800,000 reduction across each ward would impact each organization. No matter how this shortage is approached, our creative organizations, large and small, from Arena Stage to Long Live Go-Go, from the National Building Museum to Hamiltonian artists, are threatened in every way. Let's look at our fellowship program. The fellowship program keeps artists who, we must remind people, these artists are small businesses rooted in DC despite rising costs. A 15% cut, as an example, means 80 fewer artists or small businesses across all 8 wards not funded. Significant losses in wards 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Artists have told us directly, these businesses have told us directly, this award is the difference between staying at DC and leaving. Let's look at PEF. PEF-IFFO funds job creations, neighborhood vibrancy, and cultural identity. In FY26, we saw 33% growth in PEF-I applications, 37% growth in awardees, 54 new applicants in the PEF-I applicant pool, and 21 new PEF-I recipients of CAH awards, for example. A reduction of 58,000 would destabilize recurring community anchored programs. As a hypothetical exercise, applying this reduction to the FY26 awards could have cut funding for the following programs: Porch Fest, Caribbean Cultural Festival, Creative Aging Corral, Ward 8 Go-Go Charity Series, Moon's Kitchen Arts Therapy for unhoused residents. These aren't nice to haves, they are essential tools for community safety, belonging, senior engagement, and neighborhood activation. Look at public art. $100,000 cut limits our ability to expand the art bank, deliver murals citywide, and partner with agencies on beautification and safety initiatives like Fresh Paint DC. This cut also limits our ability to perform essential maintenance and conservation on our permanent public art collections. While arts funding is not optional in 2026, nationally validated messaging from the National Assembly of State Art Agencies is unequivocal. The arts strengthen America. They support veterans' health and recovery. They facilitate measurable mental and physical health benefits. They reduce isolation among older adults. Students engaged in the arts perform better academically and have higher attendance. These outcomes map directly into the district's policy priorities: public safety, youth engagement, education, mental health, and economic development. And the return on investment is real. International pilot programs like the one in Ireland show that €1 invested in artists returns €1.36 back to the government. CAH grantees leverage public funds with private and earned revenue, multiplying their impact. So what is our call to action today? First, we want authorization to use the CAH fund balance to stabilize FY26 and FY27. The fund balance exists for exactly this purpose: to protect agencies funded by dedicated tax revenue when projections do not align with actuals. The fund balance exists for exactly this purpose. 2, removal of the 102% cap and reinstatement of the original 5% dedicated sales tax allocation. And just so that we can understand, if we were dealing with a 5% dedicated sales tax allocation today, the budget would be $45.6 million. That's what we would be dealing with. Adding on the federal dollars, it'd be $46.5 million. Okay, so that's something that we would be seeing if that 5% was back in place. The cap has throttled CAH. Removing it will allow CAH to grow in proportion to the district's economic conditions as originally intended. So what happens if we do not act? Without intervention, the district will see: 1, fewer payer gigs and fewer working artists; 2, reduced arts education and field trips for thousands of students; 3, loss of small and mid-sized organizations still recovering from COVID; 4, shrinking cultural activity in neighborhoods; 5, reduced tourism and economic activity; 6, artists leaving the district and not returning. The consequences will touch every ward, every school, every senior center, every small business district. CAH is committed to operating responsibly, transparently, and efficiently. We have a plan. Under my leadership, we have done our best to become more efficient and to try to implement a plan informed by the community. We have demonstrated improvement. We've expanded engagement, strengthened governance, and increased public value. But no amount of efficiency can offset reductions of this scale without real harm. This is not about arts organizations versus the budget. It's about protecting the district's identity, its economic engine, its youth, its older adults, its veterans, and its future. So the cuts before you small in context to the district's total budget, 0.0336%, but their impact would be enormous. We urge you to allow us to use the fund balance to remove the 102% cap so that the district's creative sector does not lose momentum it has built. Thank you for your continued partnership and oversight. I will say this, Mr. Chairman, I've sat in a few of these CAL meetings and it's been just you in here at the time of these meetings and these hearings. So I'm grateful that you sit through these and that you do take the heat. I also see you in many different venues around the city, celebrating and supporting the arts. Selfishly, I'll say even my own shows that you've come to. So I do hope we can work together. I'm not sure what happened before I arrived here, but in the spirit of collaboration, I think we can work together to show up for the creative ecosystem. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you for those last few words. When you say you're not sure what happened, it's not like there was a stink bomb and everybody left.
Yeah.
Just saying. Let's see, where do I want to begin? Last year, your contractual services budget was 1.4 million, and this year it's been cut to $718,000 according to a pre-hearing submission by your agency fiscal officer. 208,000 of the 718 is for temporary help. What is that?
That is a thing called VTech. VTech services gives us an ability, we've used it over the years to have employees and contractors learn how to do some of the granting work and the grants work that we do to support the grants department. Some of them have come over and become full-time employees. Sometimes with what's happened within the federal government, we've had the ability to pick up some very high-skilled individuals who may only be able to be with us for a short amount of time. It's been a value add, and at times when we've seen some budget restrictions, it's helped us to keep pace with what we needed to do to get grants out the door.
So it's like temporary help?
It's contractual help. So there's some, depending on where the help is needed, it could be long-term or it could be temporary, depending on what the need would be. A vast majority of those who have come to us from VTech have been in support of grant support and helping the grant staff. This year, we have some supporting our public art staff, which has seen a great deal of increased vibrancy.
It's my understanding the large capital grants awards are about to be made or are in the process of award notification. Is that correct?
The large cap has been, the full commission voted upon the funding recommendation from the grants committee. But as of now, the OCFO will not certify it. So it will not be paid out because of the $2.6 million shortfall.
Let me go back to the agency fiscal officer. The $2.4 million, $2.5 million shortfall is because the current year budget was constructed in part, or the grants were calculated in part relying on some of that fund balance?
No, so the fiscal year 26 budget is based on the pure revenue projection. So based on the latest revenue projection, the Office of Revenue Analysis projected lower revenue by 2.6 million.
By what?
By Office of Revenue, ORA, Office of Revenue and Analysis, part of the OCFO So based on that projection, the revised projection will be lower by 2.6 million due to lower sales tax collection. So as of March, we have collected close to 23 million actual revenue.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything to me. So the large cap grants, part of all of the spending plan for the agency was based on a budget for which the February 28th estimates say there will be $2.6 million less.
Yes.
And so because of that revised revenue estimate, the CFO or the AFO is withholding authorization to make these payments.
So based on the grant schedules, majority of the grants has been obligated for GOS on all the other grants. So the majority is left unobligated fund is from large capital program.
Yeah, so my notes here are that there's almost $4.5 million in large caps.
Yes.
And the shortfall per the February 28th revenue estimates is 2.6.
Sure.
So why are you withholding all of that?
So we're not withholding everything, but we can work together to lower by 2.6 million until we saw the next revenue annual estimate, which will be in June. But to certify the whole amount by seeing the revenue is lower by 2.6 million, it will create a deficit overall. If the revenue trend went based on.
So what I heard you say just now, let me kind of summarize. So the Commission's FY26 approved budget is roughly $45.7 million. And within that, there's almost 4.5 million for large cap grants. Most of the other grants have been paid, and of course, the administrative costs are ongoing. And so the only place, and since the revenue estimates were revised February 28th, and a reduction of almost 2.6 million, that the OCFO is saying to the agency, you cannot spend 2.6 million, and the way the commission is doing that is holding up on all of the large cap grants.
Not the commission. In order for us to.
Let me see if the AFO agrees with how I summarize that.
So I understand your point. Well, from the OCFO perspective, yes, we cannot certify the full 4.5 million in large cap, but we can do half of it.
Roughly half.
Roughly, but we can do the full amount.
But you cannot do the full amount.
Yes.
And that's because most of the other grants have all gone out.
Yes.
So the only place where there's some money available is the large cap.
That's correct.
We will point out that if we are authorized to use the fund balance, there's no problem.
You can't be authorized to use the fund balance.
If it's in the
If the
supplemental.
money is restored.
Which I have full faith you're going to do. Once that happens, then we'll be able to pay the large cap and meet all of our other obligations.
How many awardees did the commission approve for large cap?
It was 3 awardees, if I'm not mistaken.
And am I correct that one of the criteria was that the organization applying for a large capital grant not have received regular facilities and building grants from the commission in recent years?
It would, so if they received the small cap, they would receive the large cap less that small cap award. So that small cap award would come out of that. They would receive the remaining of that, the grants less that.
Is that small cap in the same year or small cap in any previous year?
The same year.
Same year.
Yes.
So if an organization received a small cap last year, that would not be deducted from the large cap this year.
No, all within the same fiscal year.
Mhm.
And if you've received the large cap the next year, you're not eligible to submit for it again. So there's a cooling off period for that within that program.
For the large cap.
For the large
Okay,
cap.
Give me a second. So I'm debating with myself where else I want to go here. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, council members met. The meeting was not recorded, but it was open to the public and people could go online to watch the meeting. This was not a legislative meeting. This was what we call an administrative meeting. And I asked members to identify where they had concerns in the budget. I don't recall that a single member mentioned the Arts Commission.
I'm not surprised because if the members are chairs of their separate committees, their focuses would have been primarily in those areas. And since you do chair the CAL and the commission comes to the CAL, they would probably defer to some of your guidance around that. So I'm not privy I was not present for the meeting. I wasn't privy to all the discussion. But just because it may not have been stated in that meeting may not mean that there isn't a concern, because in every ward, as we saw in my testimony, there is an excess of at least $200,000 that will be cut from arts funding.
So I just
in
have
each
to
one of those wards.
disabuse you of this thinking. Members were encouraged to identify concerns they had about the mayor's proposed budget, whether or not, regardless of whether it was in their committee. And there's several members who don't share a committee. Every member was asked to identify their concerns. A number of members, maybe even most of them, identified issues that are in the committee as a whole, education issues. But I don't recall a single member identifying arts and humanities. I'm struck by, I think it was your own testimony a few minutes ago, not your prepared statement, that you pointed out, I think it was you, that the commission was funded at 50-some million dollars a few years ago, and then 49, then 47, then 45, now 38, 39. And earlier you pointed out in the financial plan, it's even lower. Now, maybe things will change with the next mayor. Although I don't think either mayor's talked about arts funding, but the trend is very clearly that the executive is reducing funding for the arts. I don't think that's great, although I will remind you of my own frustration that I still don't see any strategy with regard to grant making other than to increase the number of grant recipients. So the over and over in your testimony and in Reggie's testimony that the number of applications have gone up. I don't doubt that the number of applications have gone up, but I cannot stress enough, and I think maybe I'm saying this for everybody else to hear this, the commission has got to figure out some priorities in how it's going to spend, because the answer can't simply be to make the pot larger. The trend, the dynamics are not working in your favor that way.
So as far as the commission does have a strategic plan, and it has had a plan. Our
Is this the
commission,
strategic plan that you're supposed to submit to the federal commission, the NEA? Because that's.
it's within our statute, we are required to have a strategic plan.
Yeah, but aren't you supposed to submit one to NEA?
And also that in addition to.
Yeah, and that one is like 3 years, 4 years overdue?
It's overdue not by any fault of the commission.
Okay, by whose fault?
I would say, I'm not going to say fault of OCP. There were vendors that we dealt with, varying arguments around thresholds of which contracting officer would do A, B, C, D. However, we've engaged in our current strategic plan, and this is just so you understand.
I just want to finish that. So
No.
the commission is responsible for whatever NEA wants them to do.
No.
The commission hasn't done it.
That's not what
overdue.
that's not what the state art agency is tasked to do. And I would also say I have met with some of the council members, and I've asked one specific question: do you know what the state arts agency is tasked to do? And many have said, we know what we would like it to do, but we're not sure exactly what it is to do. We are here to promote the arts. That you can speak to your fellow council members, and you can ask each one of them what the job of the state arts agency is.
Okay, it has nothing to do with the plan that you.
Yes, it does. Because what I'm saying is that we have a grants committee that is staffed by volunteers as far as commissioners. Commissioners do not get paid. Just so we could be responsive to the community, so we could understand how the community would best benefit from how grants are awarded. We even created a grants revamp. Our vice chair is responsible for that, so that we could take the feedback we heard during our public hearings, what we heard from the community, to make sure the grants and how we issued the grants would be effective and impactful within the community. Now, our percentages of how grants are doled out, they're legislated. We know that. As we're engaged in our current strategic plan, some of the findings that we've had is this: we're seeing people who are our ecosystem talking about affordability crisis, the capacity gap. Many artists and organizations like business operational skills, equity gap still persists, connection gap still persists. What we have found is that the programs that we've been offering within the commission are meeting these particular needs. So what I do welcome is that your office come work with our office to learn exactly how we have been able to prioritize. We do recognize that there was a perceived inequity before I arrived. I'm not privy to conversations that happened before I came, but since I have been leading the agency, I have seen both the commissioners and the staff work to be responsive to the needs of the community. And with shrinking budgets every year, we've heard people say, hey, these cuts hurt, but we've tried to ensure that the cuts were made equitably and fairly, both to large organizations and to small organizations.
Which is why one of the organizations was cut 80% last year.
You can speak to that. So there is a panel process.
There's a reason. There's always a reason. But
If you take the test and you do not score well on your test, you do not pass. So that particular organization did not panel well. They actually fell at the bottom of their panel. So we heard the year.
I'm not going to mention who the organization is.
I'm not either. I don't
understand. I find that a little bit shocking, but it doesn't really matter because the goal is we're going to fund based on the recommendations of the panels, or the goal is that we're going to fund based on some other priority like stability, or like organizations in distress, or like again, I'm going to say a number of employees or the number of paying patrons that has an economic, and I'm not saying it should be any one of those, but that's a little bit more meaningful than we're just going to fund based on what the panel says. Really, an 80% cut? And do you remember a couple of years ago when I proposed legislation that you couldn't give more than 50% of a grant equal to more than 50% of an organization's budget? And you fought me on that. And we ended up with a compromise, but I still don't understand why it makes sense that an organization that has a budget of, I can't remember, I think it was $50,000, gave them a $50,000 grant. Now, that's not a lot of money, but it just, This is rhetorical. Explain to me the rationale for funding half of an organization's budget.
I can say personally, as an artist, when I received a certain amount of money through grants to put out my albums and my work,
You do all kinds of stuff. We are talking about a public program that is meant to publicly expand, promote the arts. And when I listen to 2 hours of testimony from arts organizations that say they are hurting, I'm kind of trying to figure out why this is the answer is we're going to give a $50,000 organization a $50,000.
I'm just thinking, wait a minute. The testimonies you just heard did not say that the commission was not helping them, and the work that the commission was doing was not helping them to meet the needs that they had.
That's true, but I don't know that they're not the ones who are looking at it from the perspective that I am, which is that your budget's not growing, your budget is shrinking. And the answer isn't simply that all the members who are not here are going to vote for restoring $6 million.
But in this particular case, you have the power in this moment to ensure that our budget does not shrink in the rate that is currently shrinking and from the amount that it is shrinking. So the onus is upon the appropriations, upon the council to say, okay, we see value.
I'm glad you think that I've got that power. So I sat in a room with 12 council members 2 weeks ago, and not one member mentioned funding the arts. But they did mention $300-400 million of other needs.
It is not reassuring to the creative ecosystem to hear that your fellow council members do not see the arts as a priority. So I want to make that very clear. And I would be hesitant to say that you're speaking on behalf of your other council members and your fellow council members by stating that they do not see the arts as a priority. So, yes.
Just to add to that a little bit, when I think about, and I know the position you're in because you're listening to council members that each have their own committees and their own quote unquote charges. But if I were a council member and I were thinking, I need more money for recreation, I'm not going to really think about it. But the reality is that art will help that recreation center. It will provide something for those kids to do once they get in that center. It'll keep them out of the streets. It'll keep them from perhaps, hopefully, becoming involved in gangs. When a council member who's in charge of health, and I say it that way because I'm not sure which committee belongs to which council member, but health, it's been proven that art helps mental health and physical health. Whether it's to relax the person that's involved in it or help them express things. If it's childcare, obviously children love to draw and sing and dance and do all sorts of things that fall into art. But I'm just not sure that the council member might be looking at that second level. If it's recreation centers, they need art in these recreation centers to draw people in, all kinds of art. And I think maybe if we talk to them a little bit about the second level versus just the top part, maybe they'll see the connection. I hope.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying, except that they will see the connection. And I don't mean by that to be criticizing my colleagues. But when they debated for 2 hours yesterday, the curfew, nobody talked about the arts. They talked about recreation centers.
I think when people hear
it's just a fact.
I think when people hear recreation centers, it may be implied or thought that the arts must be involved in some particular type of way. So the data that we have been able to compile shows that ranging from health to economic development drivers, for instance, our fellowship grantees, those are individual grants that go to individual artists. Those artists are businesses. I would raise a red flag if I saw in my upcoming budget that I was going to be divesting from 80 businesses. That's something that is very concerning. And those artists have said, because of the livability issue here, I mean, you have artists who are struggling to pay rent while the council is, shoring up eviction situations and strengths for property owners. So we have artists who are looking at the fellowship grant where One artist may get $7,000 and stays in the district. Their art helps bring economic vitality to streets and corridors that would not have that same vitality without their presence. I think it's important not to take these artists for granted or these businesses for granted. And those 80 artists pay taxes here in the District of Columbia as well. So I think this is something, if we need to have a further roundtable, a deeper dive, I'm welcoming it. I think this is something that's important, but I can tell you, if this proposal goes forth as written, you're going to see a great deal of pain, and many of the places we like to go to enjoy art, the beautification, that from a federal standpoint, we're being held to a different standard too. All of these things, it's going to be harder for us to help you accomplish them, and you're going to see it leaving the district. I'm just ringing the bell. I'm raising the flag. I want to work with you all to make this a reality, but it's proposed, this is not going to work.
So you're doing the right thing advocating for the $6.8 million. And all of the organizations that testified are doing the right thing advocating for the $6.8 million. But where I'm disagreeing with you is that you're not hearing me when I say I do not see a strategy, a plan with priorities, a goal. All I see is we want the money because we have more grant recipients.
I invite you in your office to come down to our office, and we can walk through step by step, and you can understand what strategies are behind certain decisions. You can hear the feedback.
That's not what that frustrates me, sorry. I'm still thinking about, you can give me a reason, you could give me a month's worth of reasons why it was okay to take a major arts organization and cut their grant by 80%. That just doesn't work with me. The stability is important. Clearly, that's not part of your plan.
Well,
stability is important.
That's the reason why we're here. We're
about their grants, and they said their grants have gone from roughly 200,000 to 140,000.
And also 23.5% over the last 3 years. And each year I sit here
stability,
and I say this, and you talk about stability, but our budget is not stable. Right now, I'm speaking about the instability of the budget of the state art agency of the nation's capital. We are a bastion to the country. People are looking to us as a standard because we do good work. Have a vibrant arts ecosystem in Washington. So if we want to maintain that, I'm raising the red flag and stating that, hey, we got to do something different.
I think I'm going to leave it there.
Okay.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'll be quick, I promise. Didn't I adjourn this hearing already? Councilmember Parker.
If you give me 10 seconds.
That's 10 seconds for your questions?
No, just trying to pull up the document. While I pull up this document, I remain unclear about the funding of organizations. And I know you've talked about this before. Who actually makes the determination of which organizations will be funded and the amount of money? Is it staff? Is it the commissioners, or is it a mixture of both?
No staff makes any determination, nor do the commissioners. The commissioners vote on funding recommendations through the panel process that we have for our grant process. The panels are scored and ranked, and through those rankings, based upon the scores given by the panelists, we present them to the commissioners blindly. So there's no commissioner knows what organization is getting what.
And who's doing the scoring?
The staff tallies the scores based upon the panelist score. We tally those said scores.
You have, just to interrupt, you have panels that are made up of individuals who are not staff.
Yes.
And the panels are the ones that consider all the application.
Yes, but also remember that each one of the panels are convened by both commissioners as well as staff members.
As chair of the grants committee, let's try this another way. For many, many years, we did not pay the public to come in. So we do this call now. We're asking any and everybody who wants to be a panelist to come in. We're finally able to pay them a couple of $100s, even though it's a couple of $1,000s worth of work. They look at each, depending on the particular grant, we choose the panelists. There could be 4, 5, 6, 8, just depending on how large it is. They have a week or two to review each application and score. Then we bring them together as a panel for whatever the grant is. And they have another meeting and they sit there with each other and discuss what they've talked about, what they've thought about during this process. Depending on that score, and the scores can go, they're all over the place sometimes. Depending on how much money there may be, the recommendation could be to only fund the top 3. Because sometimes the scores go from very high to very low.
I got it. So after that unified panel, that is then transferred to the commissioners.
To the grants committee.
The grants committee, okay.
And the grants committee looks at what is presented to them by the grant staff, and it shows.
So a lot of steps.
And let me tell you, we're really getting better because now at least we've automated things. There was a time when we had folders. We don't have that anymore. It's finally automated. But we look at it and we have no names. All we're looking at is scores and the ward. We do look at the ward now because we've had to do that over the course of time just to make sure there's some kind of equality and all 8 wards were represented.
And then after the grants manager, it goes to the commissioners.
And the grants committee.
Grants committee.
Grants committee.
Right. The grants committee approves what the staff recommends or disapproves or questions. And
so is it that the staff is recommending or is it this panel?
The staff has rolled up the panel scores and says we have.
And how often does the staff change what the panel has recommended?
We do not change.
So they are just consolidating what the panel has said. Okay.
Yes.
And then it's passed on to the grant committee to vote up or down whether or not they approve. And then at that point, that is who receives the grant. Or is there another step?
It then goes to the full commission. And the full commission 9 times out of 10 will agree to what the grants committee has recommended because they know it's already gone through 3 steps.
And once that has happened, we then ensure, depending on which grant was being paneled, that we have the funding certification so that we can stay within that particular threshold. And then we alert and we notify the grantees, the applicants. And this past year, we had 353 unique panelists.
Okay. And I know this came up last year, but I'm going to bring it up again. For non-district entities eligible for the grants.
So what we're looking at, and this was brought up through, now we know that the chairman requested the OIG come and look at it. We looked within our public art and our art bank selection. And within that, when we looked at the amount of people who were funded through the art bank selection, we look at the art bank because the art bank is more of the ecosystem of the greater Washington area. And the criteria is that the art is primarily based in and supports and promotes the District of Columbia. 0.035% of the funds went outside of DC, only within the art bank.
So non-district entities are receiving grants.
0.035%
I'm
of
talking
the
about
grants
that
that go out.
Yeah. So what does that dollar amount translate to?
Give me 1 second.
Because I think we should pass legislation to say district dollars should not be funding non-district entities.
If you understood exactly what the art bank does, how the art ecosystem works in Washington, DC, those artists that you're saying you don't want to fund that don't live in the district, used to live in the district, but can no longer afford to live in the district.
I get it.
Limit the type of art
I get it.
and the value of the value
I think
of
district dollars should go to district entities. I feel very different.
right. Translate to what we do as experts here.
So do we have a dollar amount?
I can get one to you.
Okay,
Thank
if you could get it to us during this hearing, that would be preferred.
Let me just say, the Inspector General issued a report.
And it was sent to you before,
When did that report come?
last year.
I don't have it.
Yes, you do. I sent it to you personally, but we'll send it again to your staff.
If
Yeah.
you could pull that number during today's hearing, that would be great.
Can I piggyback on that for just a second?
Yes.
One of the things that Aaron said is very critical. So many of our artists.
I get it.
Had-
I get. To be clear, I'm one of the few council members that think non-district residents shouldn't be on our commissions or our health committees. You know, call me a purist on this, but I just think if you're a DC taxpayer, your dollars should be going to DC institutions, and we have sufficient artists in the district that should be benefiting. Now, I might be on island on my own, but it just strikes me as odd that we will be funneling money outside. Let me ask it this way. Are district artists eligible for any Maryland or Virginia-based government-funded programs that you know of?
I'm not certain. I would have to reach out to them.
Okay. Okay.
Get back to you with that because I'm curious about that too. And
I
also
guess would be
many.
no.
Really? Okay.
Will be.
Find out,
my
we'll
guess would
find
be
out how
no.
many.
Maybe not. Okay. I don't know. I missed the conversation about the OIG investigation last year. Okay, I thought that was something new.
The Inspector General, as I remember, maybe I remembered incorrectly, and apparently I've outed myself to Aaron, but I asked the Inspector General to look at grants. And they issued a report, which Evan just pulled up, and it said that there was grants that were going outside the district. The commission, as I recall, disagreed with that. But it's also my impression, which is what you did just now say, that the commission changed its practice.
So what we did, the Art Bank, they removed the language identified by the OIG, and applicants must be based in and primarily serving DC.
Based in and primarily serving. Okay. This was something that came across my desk. I don't know. But how much money has gone to the imagination stage in particular?
We can get that number for you. We can look it
If
up.
somebody could pull that number.
In what year and in what capacity?
In our current fiscal year.
Okay.
How much money from the Arts Commission has the imagination stage received?
Are you speaking to their DC operations? Because that's the only thing we would fund to organizations that serve dual.
Well, now I'm
dual
unclear because
area.
you're saying 0.6%.
That's what we would be looking at, but that's what I'm trying to understand.
I would be interested in any dollar amount that has gone to that organization.
That information for you.
Okay. And while you pull that, I will jump to another area. Awesome, thank you.
You have the OIG information.
That's from last year, but I still am interested in that investment amount to that organization.
Okay.
A number of organizations have asked for restoring the 5% allocation of the dedicated sales tax revenue and removal of the 102% growth cap. How does removal of the cap increase revenue and affect the commission's budget?
So as I spoke to earlier, if we were to look at what the dollars would look like without the cap today, if we were back at the 5%, presently, the proposed budget has us at $38.1 million. At the 5%, it would be $45.6 million.
Okay.
Okay.
And then it looks like the mayor's budget is cutting the neighborhood and public arts program by 5.9 million.
Give me 1 second. The GOS grant to Imagination Stage is $90,750.
I'm sorry, give me that number one more time. 90,000?
$750.
150. And what was that for?
GOS, General Operating Support.
General operating support.
Yes, and then also from FY21 to FY24.
And where is Imagination Stage located?
Their operations are in, is it Bethesda or, I'm not sure. We can look up their.
Their address is in Bethesda. Although interestingly, their clean hand certification is linked to Atlas stage on H Street, which I'm not sure how that works. But why are we providing $90,000 for operational support to Imagination Stage?
I can reach out to their grant manager and look at their grant file, and I can share it with you to see.
But this illuminates,
because it wasn't the panel. They went before a panel of DC residents.
Yep, that's why we started there.
Exactly.
So you walked us through.
So a panel must have seen either the value of what they were doing or the work they were doing that benefited the District of Columbia. So allow me the time to look at the panel notes and to see what they responded to their particular submission, and I can share that with you as well.
That during, and I know the chairman is anxious to move on. I think this illuminates some gaps, frankly, that at a time where funding is tight, we are funding any number of programs. I'm naming this one, and you're saying it's for general operational support, not for scholarships, not for
scholarships.
I'm just naming. If you were to say, yeah, this Maryland-based organization is receiving funding because it's benefiting youth in the district, maybe we can go with that. But for general operational support to the tune of $90,000, I just find that hard to square. And I also don't understand how they are linked to Atlas. So what is the tie between Imagination Stage and Atlas?
Like I said, we will get you the file.
Okay.
We can get you the panel notes from what they did through their panel, and then we can send that over to you, as well as from FY21 through FY24, CAH issued $142 million in grants. Of this number, only $500,000 in total was issued to grantees living outside of the District of Columbia. This amounts to 0.35% over the course of 21 through 24.
I think you think that's a good. I think you think that's a good stat, but I actually think that's a staggering stat that we've given $500,000 to non-district residents. I've made my point. We can move on, and maybe the chairman and I disagree on this, but I just think if I go talk to any resident in wards 5, 7, and 8, that over the last X number of years, could these programs have benefited from $500,000? I'm sure we can come up with any list. Now, those are worthy artists. I get why you would want to support artists generally, but I just think, Chairman, we need more guardrails, both on how these awardees are selected, but to ensure that they are in fact district-based artists.
Two things. I would invite your staff to come to the agency to learn how that process goes, but also in the upcoming budget, Ward 5 is going to experience $837,015. And we would like that not to happen. With restoration of our fund balance,
but over the last few years, you spent $500,000 on non-district residents.
Can I piggyback on that?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, some years ago, there was a conversation before we had the East River or East of the River grants. We had a number of organizations that were located in wards 2, mainly 2 and 1, and they supplied services to wards 7 and 8. And then we had this big discussion, big argument internally, and it was, well, wait a minute, they need to be located in 7 and 8 in order to provide those services. So we changed it for a year. And then everybody east of the river went, what are you doing? Because the services were no longer available because the organization that was giving them was not
And I could go with that.
Okay.
Now, if you're making the case that that money
You
is funded.
shouldn't go with that, because we're talking about like Levine over at the Arc, or Washington Ballet over at the.
I like Levine.
Yeah, we are.
I
At
like
the Arc.
Levine.
Yeah.
At the Arc. They're present at the Arc.
Yeah.
Right.
But my point I was making is, if you can make the case that all of the money funneling out of the district is benefiting district youth, I still wouldn't agree with it, but it would make me feel better. What I just heard was $90,000 in the current year is going to Imagination Stage for general operating support. You know how many DC-based organizations we're not giving $90,000 to? I made my point.
I know. You know, your point's well taken, and we'll get the information back. Here is what we were talking about.
Just for clarification, it was $73,588 for GOS, and for the AHEP education, that was $17,162. The total was $90,700.
What was the AHEP? I don't know what that is.
That's an educational program.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate? I don't know what that
Can you
is.
elaborate?
It's an arts program.
And education.
For education. Public school kids.
education, however that is defined within how they're servicing young
I think, but I'm not positive. There was, the Building Museum testified earlier that they, with a grant from the commission, pay for transportation for kids to go to the National Building Museum. And I'm assuming that's one of these education grants.
I got it. Okay. I know you're anxiously trying to move on. I'm sorry. I'll leave it here. I have one last question. I talked about the mayor's budget proposing a cut, it seems like 5.9 million. 6.8, is that the neighborhood and public arts program?
I may have
I see
misspoken.
5.9 million. for
Most of the testimony has been around the fact that the mayor swept this fund.
6.8 is the fund balance, 6.7 is the cut for this upcoming budget. It's 14.5%.
Understood. Okay, for the sake of time, I will leave it there. I will follow up about Imagination Stage. Great organization. I just don't think they deserve our money. And I think we should scrutinize and be more strict about the approval of grants flowing outside of the district. I also think as an entity, we should be more circumspect about how these grants are selected. I'm not suggesting wrongdoing, but it does seem loose. And that's the most generous way I can put it. And so even in how you described it, I'm counting 4 or 5 steps that the panel reviews it. There's another group of panelists that kind of consolidated. Then it goes to a committee at the staff.
I think it would be advantageous.
Go through the steps again, but maybe I said it too.
And I'll give you the last word.
Okay. We find panelists from around the city.
Yes.
whoever. Okay. The panelists get applications. They review them. They score them individually, and then they come together as a panel. for
So step
particular
1 is
thing.
they score them individually.
Right,
Step 2 is they come together
as a panel.
as a panel. Now, and I imagine that sometimes they're adjusting their scores based on that discussion.
Exactly.
Okay, that's step 2.
That's step 2.
Step 3,
Step 3 is it goes to the grants committee, whatever they've come up with. Number
and I
1 to
imagine
10.
sometimes the numbers are moved around again when the grants committee.
No, never.
Not
I'm
at
chair of the
all.
grants committee. I can tell
They
you.
they are just synthesizing.
That's it.
Absolutely. We don't
Okay.
see the name. The only thing we may ask is, how come there's nobody here from Ward 7 or Ward 8, or Ward 5? You know, if
Here, that's a metro and a train and walked here.
Commissioner.
The money.
Commissioner.
So
Yeah.
step 3, and then step 4 is it goes to the commissioners.
exactly.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave it there. Thank you for the extra time, Mr. Chairman. But again, I think we should look more at this.
But I invite you and of course the chairman, all of your staffs, come to the commission. We would love to have you understand how the process works, what we do. We're open for suggestions. We even invite you to our grant revamp. If there's things you heard in your wards that you think would benefit what we do, we're glad to implement it.
Okay.
We're here to work with you and be solution-based.
Awesome. Thank you.
At grants revamp, what we do is we have all of the commissioners and all of the grant staff sit in one big conference room, and we'd love to have every single council member come too. And we go around and talk about each grant, whether it's good, it's bad, what we need to do differently with it. Maybe we need to get rid of it and come up with something else, but that's what we do once a year.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's going to conclude the testimony on the commission. Councilmember, don't go away. I'm going to talk to you for a second. That's going to conclude the testimony for the Commission on Arts and Humanities. I'm going to take a brief break. It's 5:37. If I say 8 minutes, I won't live up to that, but I'm going to try it anyway. And then we'll resume with the Office of Zoning. Thank you all. Thank you to all the witnesses. I'm going to resume this hearing. We are now at the point of the Office of Zoning. And I have two witnesses before I turn to the agency director. Liz DeBarros, if she is here online or in person, she testified earlier. And Chuck Elkins, who I believe is online. So at the moment, I only see Chuck Elkins. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Can you hear me now?
I just heard you ask if I could hear you. Yes.
Yes. Good. Thank you very much. Well, this is a bit of switch from the previous session of your effort there. We all know that the BZA, Board of Zoning and Adjustment, has a very large workload, which it has trouble discharging in a timely fashion, even when it has a full complement of members. And I want to suggest there's one administrative reform that I believe would allow BZA to handle its workload more efficiently and more quickly at the same budget level. I want to suggest that the BZA could benefit from the experience of its sister agency, ABCA. In some ways, the agencies are similar in that an appointed board must render judgments on cases that come before them, and they have little control over how many cases the public wishes to bring before their respective boards. ABCA has handled this problem in what I believe is a creative way. Each case being proposed for action by the ABCA board is required to go through a mediation session. I understand that a few of these sessions last only a few minutes because neither party wants to reach agreement. But on the other hand, after talking to the director there, I understand that approximately 90% of the cases do respond to mediation, which results in time savings for the ABCA board. These sessions are handled by an ABCA staff person who conducts these sessions. This means that the caseload for the ABCA board is greatly reduced while not denying anyone the opportunity to bring a case before the board. I believe that this approach, perhaps starting with voluntary mediation conducted via Zoom, and perhaps later leading to mandatory mediation, could be extremely helpful to the BZA. For example, hearings could go much faster if the parties came in with an agreed upon set of facts as a result of the mediation session. In other cases, the parties might agree to settle. It's been my experience watching these hearings that often these parties have not really talked to each other, even though they might be neighbors. And so in short, getting the parties to discuss the case apparently works very effectively for ABCA. A first step, if you think this idea is worth pursuing, is to talk to Mr. Moosley, as I have, about this process, and ask about the success of the ABCA program and its possible applicability to the BZA. In my view, this is clearly an opportunity to do more with less, something that seems appropriate given this year's budget stringency. And I would just say that in at least one case, which our commission had before the BZA, if we'd had one of those sessions, I think we could have settled the case very quickly. And instead, we went through 3 different hearings in front of the BZA. So I think there's some efficiency here, and I think everybody would be happier. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't have any questions for you, but I do have your statement.
Thank you.
I will ask the agency director about it, about the idea. Have you discussed it with her?
I have not.
Okay.
I discussed it one other, I can't remember, sir. Not thoroughly, no.
Okay. Well, let me thank you, and let me call Sarah Barden up. I just have to say, this is a different approach than most agencies where the director comes up and there are 50 people sitting behind them from the agency. And you wonder if anybody's getting any work done. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Barden, and I am the Director of the Office of Zoning. I am happy to be here with you today to testify about our budget for fiscal year 2027. Unfortunately, Chairman Hood was not able to be here today. However, he is happy to respond in writing to any questions that you may have. As I mentioned when I came before the City Council in February, I am honored to work with and lead this great team of diligent, hardworking individuals who serve the public, the zoning commissioners, and the Board of Zoning Adjustment members. We believe that our goals for the next fiscal year will be supported by the mayor's proposed budget of $4,210,378 in local funding, which includes a decrease of $156,902. The changes in the FY27 budget are comprised of the reduction of one-time funding for legal services to draft orders, the elimination of a vacant administrative position, and small reductions in supplies, maintenance, and professional services. OZ also took this opportunity to realign its budget to be more transparent and understandable. Several employee salaries were spread across multiple programs and activities, causing confusion. OZ is a very small agency that's focused on administering the process before the BZA and the Zoning Commission, and therefore we have simplified our budget and program activities to reflect this. At the OZ oversight hearing in February, we were asked about our progress in writing full orders. Thus far this fiscal year, we have issued 10 full orders and we have another 13 orders waiting for the board to be confirmed so that they can review and sign off on them. In addition, we are hopeful, while we were hopeful of having our consultants start in March, unfortunately, the purchase order was just approved at the end of April. The consultant is now working hard and we are hopeful that they will be able to draft approximately 20 orders by September. We really appreciate all you have done to help us address our deficiencies and look forward to making more progress in eliminating the backlog. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks to Mayor Bowser and to you, Chairman Mendelson, and the entire City Council for your ongoing support of this office. I would like to also express my gratitude to Chairman Hood for his unfaltering support of the office over the years, which has allowed us to accomplish so much and lay the groundwork to better serve the citizens of the district. And lastly, I would again like to thank staff for their continued outstanding contribution. I'll briefly say about Commissioner Elkins. While it's something I'm interested in talking to him about, our cases are based in the applicant addressing the burden of proof of the zoning relief. So that is not always amenable to a mediation process between parties. We already encourage them, the parties, to speak about cases prior to coming before the board. But it is something I will speak with him about.
It might be that that idea doesn't work so well for variances, but it might work for special exceptions.
Possibly, and as I said, we already encourage them to meet and discuss, and it happens. It doesn't always work, but it does happen in advance of hearings.
Your budget has a reduction of about $149,000, I want to say.
157.
157. Elimination of one-time funds. You spoke to that.
Yes.
But I missed what you said.
So it's comprised of the elimination of the 125 that you allotted us to help write those orders. And it also contains the one administrative position that we are canceling or getting rid of. The funds, the extra funds that we have from that eliminated position go to backfill PS deficiencies. So it's between that one-time fund, the one-time funds that we're no longer have access to, and that one vacant position that decreases our budget.
But we put the 125,000 in to help you with reducing the backlog, and you haven't eliminated the backlog.
Right. So So we're using the 125 that you allotted for this year, and that's with the consultant that we just onboarded at the
Yes.
end of April. The one-time funds disappear at the end of the year. There was nothing
I
we can do about
understand.
that. Yeah.
But so then what are you going to, you're still going to have backlog at the end of the year?
I'm not sure how much of a backlog we're gonna have.
Well, it'll
We're really
be
hoping to greatly reduce it.
It'll be 20 or 30 cases fewer.
Right, but we have the 12 that are waiting for the board to be confirmed. We have those 20, that's about 32. I think that only leaves another 20, and there's still time in the year for more of those orders to be issued from our own staff. So I'm not sure where we're gonna be at the end of this year.
I think I foresee problems with the 12 waiting for the board. Because the members of the board, they're going to be 3 new board members. Every one of them is going to say, well, I didn't hear the case. How can I confirm the order?
Most of the 12 that we already have, it's a matter of the previous board has already approved the order, and it's about them reapproving it after they've gone out for exceptions. When we address the ones that have not been reviewed by a previous board, it would be up to those board members to review the record and review how the order was written and decide whether it reflects what the previous board decided.
As my understanding is that the board votes, and then the staff drafts an order, and then the board approves the order. So these 12 orders waiting, the previous board made the decision.
Mm-hmm.
Did they actually review the order?
Yes, and so when we talk about those 12, because those orders have to go out for exceptions by the parties when there are no members on the board that, or at least one member on the board that previously sat on that case. So any of the orders that didn't have a quorum, is that right? Any of the orders that didn't have a quorum of people that are currently sitting on the board, those orders have to go out for exceptions according to the APA. So
What do you mean by exceptions? Have to go
for exceptions, they have to go out, we send them out to the parties for comment to see whether they agree with the order. If there are problems with it, they'll write in, we have an exception here, we receive it back, we look at it, incorporate it, and the board has to relook at it before we issue it.
And that's where the new members will come in.
Yes.
I still think there's going to be a problem that they're going to say we didn't sit on the case.
Well, they have to review the record.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, it is.
You might lose the new members. Well, could you follow up with a little bit more analysis of where you think you'll be with the backlog?
For sure.
And you know, my definition of backlog is different than yours.
Yeah.
My definition of backlog is every case that an order hasn't been issued. And I think you have like a time period, like over 90 days or something.
Right, exactly.
But if you could give me an analysis of where of what you think the backlog will be at the end of this fiscal year, because that's when you're losing the 125,000.
Okay. And is there a timeline on that? I was kind of hoping that I could have the month of May allow this attorney, the consultant, to get a better idea, feel of how quickly they'll be able to process through these orders. I just wanted to give them a little bit of time. But if you need it within the next week or two, I can do it. But I think the number will be more reliable if I do it by the end of the month.
Well, we vote on the budget June 9th.
I'll have it to you before then.
Well, yeah, but I kind of need it before that.
Right. Just tell me when you need it
that.
by. And
I would say the last week of May.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
And I don't think that means Friday before the end of the month. Closer to the 25th than the 29th.
I'll have it to you before the 25th.
The BZA right now lacks a quorum. You have two members?
On the BZA right now?
Yeah, one would be the NCPC.
No, we have 0. The only member we have is the rotating zoning commissioner right now.
So you have 4 vacancies.
Right.
How soon will NCPC pick?
We understand that it'll be probably sometime in June. They have put out an announcement. It's closed now, and I think they're going through the interview process. And I think they hope to fill the position sometime soon, and the person hopefully will be able to start serving sometime in June.
Okay, and we have a hearing scheduled for the mayors. Do we have it actually by? The 19th.
Right.
On the 3 the mayor sent down. Give me a second. I don't have any other questions for you. So if you will get back to us with that analysis
Absolutely.
on the backlog. It does remind me. This is more performance, but the zoning commission orders, I'm distressed at how long some of them take. I think I did an analysis, it was like 6 months to get the order out after the decision.
Not always. There were a few that may have taken longer than normal, but the zoning commission tends to get them out within 4 months, under 4 months. And most of them are significantly less than 4 months. I would put it under 3 months, 2 months, and sometimes within 1 month. So just looking at it here, the lion's share of them are going out within probably 60 days.
I guess I'm working off of data from a year ago.
Yeah, there were, when we came in February, there were a couple orders that had been outstanding for a long time. But those are all of those are out. And I think our longest one is 6 months. But there's only one of those.
And that
then-
order's come out, the 6 months?
No, that's one that we're still working on. But then thereafter, there's one at 4 months, and then the rest of them are pretty much within the last 2 to 3 months.
So the one that's been 6 months, how soon will that order come out?
I do not have any notes on that particular one. But I know there is a very long one that should be coming out soon, and that's probably the next one that will be focused on after that. Yeah.
Well, just to state the obvious, my view is that these orders have got to come out more quickly because that's an impediment to development.
Right, agreed. But I will say that we have really made huge strides on the zoning commission side for the issuance on the orders. They come out a lot faster than they used to.
I think I'll leave it there for the moment. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to need to take a break at some point, but I think what I'll do is go through the public witnesses and then pause for 10 or 15 minutes and go to the government. So we're turning now to the Office of Planning. And I'm going to call witnesses until I either have 4 people at the table or I have enough people online. Liz DeBarros, President and CEO of DC Building Industry Association. She testified this morning on the Department of Buildings, and maybe that testimony covers this because I don't think she's here. Amelia Kelleher, who's Policy Associate with Center for Science in the Public Interest. She's online. Delilah Backlund, she is online. Rachel Clark, she's online. Lily Rosen. Rabia Tanweer, Senior Evaluation Coordinator with Healthy Schools, Healthy Communities Lab at American University. Gabby Hedrick. David Maloff. Meg McGuire, Chair, Northwest Opportunity Partners, CDC. Thank you for being here. Let's see, I called David Maloff, Meg McGuire, Murtika Raman. Marcia Lee is online. Troy Brunson. Nina Hamadani is virtual. Joseph Liu, Director of Advocacy and Public Policy at the Capital Area Food Bank. I'm going to keep going until I'm going to do one more. Eric Angel. I'm going to stop right there. Amelia Kelleher, who is virtual. Amelia Kelleher.
Hi there. I am going to be off video because you've caught me out in the rain, but good afternoon. Thanks for bearing with us for so many hours. Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee, my name is Amelia Kelleher and I'm a policy associate at the Center for Science in the Public Interest. CSPI is an independent DC-based nonprofit that advocates for evidence-based and community-informed policies on nutrition, food safety, and health. On behalf of CSPI and as one of over 25 organizations participating in the DC Good Food Purchasing Program, GFPP, coalition, we urge you to reject the mayor's proposed Food Policy Functions Amendment Act of 2026, which would repeal the Food Policy Council and Director Establishment Act of 2014. We are also requesting that council allocate funds to implement the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act of 2025. The DC GFPP coalition is committed to transforming the way public institutions purchase food to create a transparent and equitable food system. For the past 8 years, we have advocated to expand the GFPP as a framework to build a more sustainable and just food system throughout the district's $62 million in annual food procurement. The mayor's proposed Food Policy Functions Amendment Act of 2026 would eliminate both the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council within the Office of Planning. It would also remove all of the requirements for the district government to report on food access and the food economy, halting the momentum the OFP and FPC have achieved in the last 10 years. The OFP plays a critical role in advancing values-aligned food procurement and has also successfully brought in more than $200 million in federal and philanthropic dollars, informed key pieces of food-related legislation, served as a critical bridge between government and community, created timely collaboration channels during emergencies, and supported local food businesses and entrepreneurs. The FPC has demonstrated that a central food policy team is essential in moments of crisis. Therefore, if the FPC and OFP cannot stay at the Office of Planning, they should be moved to another agency. This is not the time to scale back the critical work of the FPC and OFP. In March, more than a dozen coalition members and allies testified in support of the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act, which would give the OFP the authority to support agencies in developing solicitations and contracts in line with district laws and standards and help incorporate best practices for nutrition, sustainability, and local food procurement. These measures are necessary to help the district meet and advance its values-aligned food purchasing commitments. We respectfully request that you allocate $100,000 in fiscal year 27 to enable the OFP to implement the provisions of the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act, continuing important work that has already begun under an 18-month federal grant. Please reject the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act, restore funding for the OFP, and support the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kelleher. Delilah Backlund.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Delilah Backlund, and I'm a Ward 5 resident and serve as the chair of the Sustainable Supply Chain Working Group of the DC Food Policy Council. In my professional capacity, I serve as the Director of Food Systems Investment at Locus, a community development financial institution that deploys capital to critical sectors in the region, including food systems. I'm here before you today to express my strong opposition to the elimination of the Office of Food Policy and request the council restore funding. Since its inception in 2016, the office has advanced the most productive 10 years of food policy in district history. Its achievements include a thriving network of public-private partnerships and programs, a commitment to better food procurement in our schools, and outspoken leadership on the reciprocal impacts of food and climate. We have the Office of Food Policy, its directors, staff, and fellows to thank for these wins. The council's continued investment in this work will shepherd the district into the next 10 years of achievement. With continued investment, the Office of Food Policy can carry forward the district's signature commitments that address the food system risks and contributions to climate change. With the passage of the Procurement Amendment Act, ensure the district's $60 million plus in annual food spending are used to purchase high-quality, nutritionally dense food that both nourish our residents and create economic opportunity for local businesses. It will advance collaborative efforts to design a central food processing facility that would deliver cost savings, create jobs, and enhance our ability to respond to shocks in times of crisis, and continue cross-agency and regional coordination on shared food system goals. I respectfully encourage the council to continue investing in the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council, and to consider the opportunity to strengthen them by passing the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act. Doing so would build directly on the work already underway and position the Office of Food Policy as the district's centralized hub for food procurement oversight, climate-aligned food policy, and federal funding stewardship. Thank you for your consideration of my testimony. I'm happy to answer questions and provide any additional supporting documents that may be useful.
Thank you, Ms. Backlund. Rachel Clark.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members and staff. My name is Rachel Clark, and I'm an independent consultant working in healthy communities. I've worked in the DC food policy space for many years in various roles, including at the DW School of Public Health and at the DC Council. I've been a member of the Food Policy Council since 2022, where I serve as a co-chair of the Sustainable Supply Chain Working Group. A few weeks ago, I was expecting to testify before this committee to advocate for funding the Food Policy Council Procurement Act, a pending bill that would create a food procurement program within the Office of Food Policy to improve the way we annually spend tens of millions of dollars on food. I'm surprised to find instead that I'm here to advocate for the very existence of the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council itself. The mayor's budget and BSA propose to entirely repeal and defund the Food Policy Council and Director Establishment Act, which has been in place for over 10 years. If this goes through, it would effectively dismantle both the Food Policy Council and the core food policy work happening inside the DC government. This would be an error, particularly at this moment when food policy expertise could not be more important. Food policy touches on the work of so many agencies, agencies supporting small and local business, agencies buying and serving food to students, seniors, and other vulnerable residents, agencies administering crucial federal nutrition programs such as SNAP and WIC, and more. Food policy is not the central focus or mission of any of these agencies, making a designated team of experts essential. In addition, the cross-cutting nature of food policy means that agency coordination and collaboration is paramount. This is where the Office of Food Policy and the Council have been playing a key role for the past decade. For example, they served as a critical bridge between government and community, engaging thousands of residents to inform food programs and weave food into major district efforts from Sustainable DC to the Comprehensive Plan. They played an essential role in moments of crisis, coordinating with emergency response agencies and community partners during COVID. They've supported local food businesses, including establishing the Nourish DC Collaborative, which provides loans, technical assistance, and grants to local food businesses. And they've brought in millions of federal dollars to the district by convening the necessary agency partners to participate in programs like Summer EBT and apply for federal grants. The district would not have accessed these funds without the Office of Food Policy. For these reasons and more, I urge you to restore the funding for the Food Policy Council and the Office of Food Policy. If the Council determines that the Office of Planning is not a good fit for these functions, it should consider moving the Food Policy team to DC Health. Food policy is often housed within health agencies in other jurisdictions, and this placement would align the work with the district's broader goals for public health, nutrition, and food access. In addition to restoring this funding, I still ask the Council to provide local funding for a food procurement role within the Office of Food Policy to enable the district to continue its progress on advancing smarter, values-aligned food procurement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Lily Rosen, who's online.
Thank you so much, Chairman Mendelson and Councilmember Henderson, for considering my testimony today in support of the DC Food Policy Director and Council, sort of in the theme. I'm Lily Rosen. I'm an originating member of the DC Food Policy Council. The DC budget has so many challenges this year, and I really respect the work that you all are doing to finalize a budget in the current conditions that best serve DC residents. Rescinding the DC Food Policy Director and Council Establishment Act of 2014 will deepen harm to DC residents already existing in a fragile and in some cases scarce food system. The purpose of this act was to create a mechanism for the DC government to coordinate, improve, and cultivate a stronger, more resilient food system for DC residents and businesses. Over the past decade, the Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council have been notably successful in these areas, more than pulling their weight to bring funds into the city, support entrepreneurs, engage DC residents, and meet the challenges of the pandemic and federal cuts head on. The Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council have brought in more than $200 million in federal and philanthropic dollars to support the DC food system. They've provided essential infrastructure and staffing during emergencies, including COVID-19 public health emergency, and most recently, even during the Snow Creek storm. They've also acted as a critical data collector and information conduit across DC agencies related to hunger, food businesses, food access. This includes everything from food security for DC's seniors, as to what Rachel was saying about, for different businesses. The Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council have done important work to support those food businesses, shepherding the Cottage Food Act, Farmers Market Support Amendment Act, kitchen grants for entrepreneurs in Ward 7, and making sure that DC took advantage of the Resilient Food System infrastructure grants. Additionally, the Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council were leaders in standing up the Nourish DC Collaborative, providing loans, technical assistance, and grants to local food businesses, and played a key role in directing more than $50 million in emergency food dollars to local food providers during the pandemic. The Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council have engaged more than 10,000 residents to help shape the DC food landscape through Sustainable DC 2.0 and the neighborhood and comprehensive planning processes. Together, these two groups are the cornerstone information hub for food programs in DC and make sure that all types of residents, from students to immigrants to seniors, know how to access food in their neighborhoods and community. With SNAP changes underway, immigration concerns, impacts of changes in the federal workforce on the food system, the Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council are needed now as much as ever to ensure that essential coordination across DC agencies occurs, public-private partnerships flourish, and DC residents and business owners have a voice in the food system. The impact of the Office of the Food Policy Director and the Food Policy Council reaches into grocery stores, farmers markets, urban growing spaces, school cafeterias, at every single breakfast, lunch, and summer meal. Eliminating this key office will strip vulnerable DC residents of their quite literal voice at the table. Thank you again so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rosen. Rabia Tanweer, I think, is not here. Gabby Hedrick.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. My name is Gabby Hedrick, and I'm a Ward 3 resident and an assistant professor of public health nutrition at George Washington University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for all your time today. My testimony today addresses the proposed elimination of the Office of Planning's Food Policy Team in the fiscal year 27 budget and council through the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act. As an urban food systems researcher and registered dietitian, I currently lead a study focused on dignified grocery access in Washington, D.C., in partnership with the Office of Planning's Food Policy Team. Over the last month, we have conducted in-depth interviews with nearly 30 district residents. A consistent theme across these conversations is that food access is inseparable from self-determination, dignity, and the capacity to meet one's own needs. One participant, who was a mother who received SNAP in Ward 8, described it this way, and I quote, "Having opportunities to put power back in our hands will be so important to our survival, because then we won't just be waiting for somebody to give us something or take it away. When I eat things out of my garden, I'm like, that was grown in Southeast. If that beautiful thing that's nourishing my body can be grown here, and I'm grown here, that means I can be a nourishing spirit," end quote. This is what investment in food policy infrastructure produces. It produces conditions for residents to meet their essential needs and to do so with dignity. It is also what the district stands to lose. The proposal to eliminate the food policy team and council moves the district against the prevailing structural model among major U.S. cities. According to the Center for a Livable Future at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is my alma mater, there are 324 active food policy councils in the United States today, up from just 9 in 2000. 1 in 4 teams are embedded within government within the United States. For example, within government in the United States or an equivalent, and they're convened by a director of food policy or an equivalent city-funded role, For example, Baltimore City houses its team within the Department of Planning. New York City and Boston houses theirs within the mayor's office. Phoenix and Seattle places their teams within the offices of sustainability. And Indianapolis houses theirs team in the Department of Public Health. Eliminating the district's team and council at this moment would leave DC without the coordinating infrastructure that Pierce cities and food policy scholars have determined as essential. There is also a public safety dimension to this decision that I would ask the committee to weigh. The conditions that produce a safe city are upstream from policing. Food access, financial stability, and dignity in daily routines shape whether stress escalates into harm or is absorbed by the social fabric. Investment in people's essential needs is investment in safety. A budget that expands MPD while eliminating the only body that's coordinating food work across district government funds a response to instability rather than prevention. Preserving the Food Policy Council and a dedicated food policy team, whether at the Office of Planning or another aligned district agency, would maintain the district's capacity for cross-agency coordination and keep DC aligned with the structural model adopted by peer cities. An allocation of $400,000 in fiscal year 27 would fund 3 FTEs, a director, and 2 food policy analysts. What matters most is that the function, staffing, and council structure are preserved and adequately resourced. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. David Maloff, I think, is not here. Meg McGuire is not here. Martika Raman? Sorry.
Good evening, Chairperson Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Murtika Rahman. I'm a Ward 2 resident and a junior studying public health and nutrition at the George Washington University. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. As somebody originally from Queens, New York, food policy has been a central focus of my academic and professional work since coming to DC. The district has a unique and supportive infrastructure for advancing healthy food access and food justice. I first engaged with the DC's food policy team through my Cultivating Food Justice class taught by Dr. Gabby Hedrick. What is typically a classroom environment became a meaningful opportunity for stakeholder engagement with their visit. We heard directly from changemakers about how the team secured over $200 million in federal and philanthropic funding to strengthen the district's food systems, including support for summer EBT, local food entrepreneurship, and historically underserved food producers. Every DC resident should have dignified access to food, and yet 40% are experiencing food insecurity. This becomes increasingly important when we consider the real demand for the programs that are made possible through the coordination of the DC Food Policies team. I am currently part of a research project led by Dr. Karina Laura, working with low-income cancer survivors in DC, many of whom experience food insecurity. In an informal discussion, one participant who received SNAP expressed a strong interest in accessing healthier, locally grown foods. I was able to connect them to community gardens in their ward and share a list of fresh farm markets in DC where their SNAP dollars are accepted. They were enthusiastic to learn more, and it underscored for me how important dignified food access is and what it means for people to have real choice in where that access comes in. The Office of Food Policy is vital in strengthening food access and food sovereignty locally through DC. This is through their policy expertise, their cross-sector coordination, public and private partnerships, and emergency food response capacity. It is the only governing body in DC that coordinates food and nutrition issues across the district, and it serves as a critical bridge between government and the community. And this is at a time when that relationship is undeniably fraught. For the past decade, the Office of Food Policy has been housed within the Office of Planning, like the other speaker said, though its mission, empowering communities through food, aligns very closely with the work of several district agencies, particularly those that are focused in on health, energy, the environment, and economic development. The DC government is beholden to residents in each of its 8 wards. With the uncertainty of federal cuts to nutrition programs, now is absolutely not the time to disinvest in our food systems. Healthy food environments, such as those built daily by the Food Policy team and the Food Policy Council, help build healthier, safer communities. And it all starts and ends with the food that people have on their plates. I urge the Council to preserve the Office of Food Policy, both the team and the Council, and I strongly oppose the Food Policy Functions Amendment Act of 2026. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Marcia Lee, who is virtual.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Marcia Lee, and thank you for saying my name correctly. I'm a resident of Ward 5. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of maintaining the DC Food Policy Council and the Food Policy Director. In 2014, this council took visionary action by passing the Food Policy Council and Director Establishment Act. That decision recognized something fundamental, that our food system is not about just we eat, it's about economic opportunity, public health, racial equity, environmental sustainability, and community resilience. Since its launch in 2016, the Food Policy Council has proven that this investment was not only justified, it has been essential. The Food Policy Council and the Food Policy team have leveraged millions of dollars and turned policy into real, measurable impact. They have helped bring over $200 million in federal funding into the district through programs like Nourish DC, the Food Assets Fund, Food Waste Innovation Grants, and Sunbucks. These initiatives directly support families experiencing food insecurity and strengthen local food businesses. They also coordinate $2.4 million in resilient food and infrastructure grants, ensuring that local businesses, not just large corporations, benefit from food system investments. This is what effective government coordination looks like. During times of crisis, the Food Policy Council has been indispensable. During COVID-19, they helped direct over $50 million in emergency food funding to local businesses. They convened food providers daily in the early months of the pandemic to no community was left behind. They supported farmers markets and staying open safely, ensuring continued access to fresh food. During federal shutdowns and natural disasters, they served as a central food hub resource, including SNAP guidance for residents. Without this coordination, our emergency food response would have been slower, more fragmented, and less equitable. The council has engaged more than 10,000 residents across all 8 wards, ensuring that policy shaped is not just for communities, but with them. They have hosted over 60 public council meetings, conducted dozens of trainings across neighborhoods, created accessible education materials about food programs, led discussion on racial equity in the food system. This is participatory governance in action, and it builds trust. The Food Policy Council has played a key role in shaping more than 40 pieces of legislation, including the No Senior Hungry Omnibus Act, the Farmers Market Support Amendment Act, the Universal Free School Meals Act, the Healthy Students Amendment Act. They provide rigorous data-driven analysis, convene stakeholders, and ensure policies reflect real conditions on the ground, especially in underserved communities.
Miss Lee, can you summarize the rest of your
I
testimony? 'Cause
sure
you're
can.
out of time.
Okay, so let me finish it. I urge this council, eliminating or weakening would not save resources. It will cost us coordination, equity, and progress. I urge this council to continue its commitment to food equity, economic opportunity, and public health by sustaining the Food Policy Council and the Food Policy Director. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Miss Lee.
Thank you.
Troy Brunson?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Troy Brunson, and I'm a student at George Washington University, where I'll be graduating with my master's in public health next week. My testimony today expresses my opposition to the proposed elimination of the Office of Planning's Food Policy Team and the Food Policy Council in the fiscal year 27 budget. While I was at GW, I had the privilege to work with members of the food policy team as a part of the project to promote dignified grocery access for DC residents. There, I met a group of people who are extremely dedicated to DC and every single one of its residents. Working with them, I had the opportunity to talk to 30 DC residents about their food access and how vital and necessary food access is for them to have success in other areas of their life and in other areas of their children and families' lives. Food is a cornerstone of a safe and healthy city, and DC cannot abandon its efforts to let the government hear directly from residents on food-related issues. We know that many of our residents are facing increasing food security pressures with SNAP changes and rising prices. Eliminating an avenue for residents in need to get help, share their voice, and influence policy would do great harm to a city where so many residents are in need. I hope that the council is able to preserve the Food Policy Council and the Food Policy Team, whether within the Office of Planning or within another district agency like the Department of Health. This would maintain the district's ability to work across agencies and directly work with residents to provide valuable data that shapes policy, coordinate with others to feed residents during emergencies like COVID, the snowstorms, and government shutdowns, and support small businesses in serving residents, and lastly, engage with the public to improve DC's food environment. An allocation of $400,000 in fiscal year 27 would fund 3 employees, a director, and 2 food policy analysts, and ensure that the function, the staffing, and the structure of the food policy team and the council are preserved and set up for success. After seeing how hard the food policy team works on behalf of the city and its residents, I think it would be foolish to let that go, and it would be a real loss for the city. Thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Brunson. Nina Hamandani?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Mendelson and the Committee of the Whole for the opportunity to testify regarding the DC Office of Planning Food Policy Council. My name is Nina Hamadani. I'm an 18-year resident in the district living in Ward 4, and I'm a registered cottage food producer who's been in business for just about 2 years, making Persian flavored baklava, popping up in 7 wards so far. In February's FY25 performance oversight hearing, I offered testimony on the FPC's positive impact on the establishment and growth of my business. Subsequently, I learned that the FPC was at risk. I now offer my testimony in opposition to the mayor's proposal to eliminate the Food Policy Council in the FY27 budget. My small business would simply not exist without FPC. So I urge you to reinstate FPC funding and its legislation. Under the expert guidance of Caroline Howe, the FPC was instrumental in encouraging me through my cottage food registration process. The FPC connected me to the DC Small Business and Development Center and an assigned food business mentor who's been indispensable. I attend FPC monthly meetings where I learn how to grow my business through changes to district food producer policies, programs like the Ward 7 Shared Kitchen Commercial Grant, and licensing changes like the BEST Act. To further illustrate the value of the FPC, consider the fact that it is only through the FPC that I found out about the 2025 changes to DC Code, allowing cottage food businesses to wholesale in the district. My goal is to grow my food business into food service and pastry cases throughout the district. This change to the code nicely lays the foundation while protecting against the failure risk of leasing a commercial kitchen too soon. With this game-changing revision to the code, I was instead shifting to look forward to entering the wholesale market as a cottage food producer and scaling into a commercial facility when the time is right. I was very much planning on taking advantage of the FPC's evolving kitchen matching efforts, which is the only district program helping minimize that failure risk of growing too quickly into costly commercial kitchens. I was also planning on taking advantage of the Best Act licensing discounts, but the consolidation of licensing types and path to growth still remains unclear, as there's currently 14 often overlapping food business designations. Personally, I was planning on leveraging the FPC's critical upcoming work with DLCP to develop and publish roadmaps for business growth. I have no confidence that these roadmaps and standardization of information for food business owners in the district will be developed without FPC's advocacy and leadership. Presently, there is not enough documentation available for me to understand the path to grow my business without the FPC connecting the dots. Both the dots between district agencies, as well as the dots between district agencies and small business owners like me. I believe the FPC plays a crucial role maintaining the vibrancy of the DC food scene and encouraging small businesses to take root and grow in the district. Council has the power to reinstate funding and keep the FPC intact, whether within OP or another appropriate agency home. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Joseph Liu?
Chairman Mendelson, thank you for your impressive patience, stamina, and engagement throughout this afternoon of a long day of public witnesses. So I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm here to join the chorus of concern about the mayor's proposal to eliminate the Food Policy Council. We've been told that funding the council is going to require multiple council committees, health, human services, transportation, environment. And so we need to look to you for leadership as the council chair to protect this vital resource. We also need to ask your guidance for finding a new home for the Food Policy Council, whether it's DC Health or Department of Energy and Environment or DEMPED. It succeeded well in OP, but clearly this budget proposal indicates a gap between OP's mission and the important work of the Food Policy Council. And I can't think of anybody who can see where the best home would be for this. So please hear our chorus of concerns, and we ask for your guidance and direction for the next steps.
Thank you for your testimony, and I have your written statement here. So listening to the testimony, I'm wondering, several people have said $400,000, and Mr. Liu, you just said across multiple council committees. Maybe I'll start with you. Why do you think multiple council committees? Is there funding besides in the Office of Planning?
There isn't, but the functions of the Food Policy Council cross the jurisdictions of all three committees, Human Services because of Safe SNAP.
Are you aware of any cuts in those agencies that affect the Food Policy Council?
No, not.
Okay. Now, several people have said $400,000. Where did that figure come from?
I believe it's from a fiscal impact statement.
Okay. And then there was some advocacy for implementing a bill that I don't think we've adopted, the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act. Does anyone know how much that costs?
There's people on Zoom who can definitely speak to that better.
I can speak to that a little bit.
Yes, Ms.
It doesn't have a FIS, and I don't think it's likely that the bill would be adopted and funded in this budget cycle. But what I was asking is that right now we have a position in the Office of Food Policy that's funded by a federal grant. And it only goes through halfway through the next fiscal year. And so I'm asking that the council provide local funding so that that position can be fully funded throughout the next fiscal year, and we can continue the work that we've started on food procurement.
All right. You said the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act, you said does not have a FIS. Do you mean there's no statement that's been issued, or that there's, you know that it will not have a cost?
I mean that there's, sorry, that was imprecise. There has been a hearing, but there hasn't been a fiscal impact statement prepared yet. It hasn't moved past the hearing stage.
So it could cost $50,000 or $150 million. We don't know. But you also said that there's a federal grant funding in the Office of Planning for a position, a full position, or half a position?
It's an 18-month position through one of the grants that I mentioned. I'm going to forget the title, but it's a USDA grant. And that position is currently filled by a person who is working on food procurement and improving food procurement across all the agencies that buy food in the district.
And it expires when?
Halfway through the next fiscal year.
The grant is called the Resilient Food Systems Infrastructure Grant.
Thank you.
And that's a short, simple title. I won't ask you to repeat it. We've been joined by Councilmember Henderson online. Do you have any questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. I know you may seem just a hair bit perplexed, but that's because we share responsibility for during performance. The Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council falls under the Committee on Health, but for the purposes of budget, it is on the Office of Planning's budget, which is also why I'm here. I want to thank this panel of witnesses, many of whom I've seen before: Rachel, Dahlia, Lily, Joe, Gabby, Nina, for your testimony and your advocacy. I wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions just to sort of drive home the point. I haven't had an opportunity to speak to the OP director. I've talked to other parts of the agency, or excuse me, other parts of the government about this because we had been having prior conversations about whether or not there was vision alignment for the Office of Food Policy to remain in OP or find a new home. And it is very disappointing that we never got an opportunity to even try to move the office before the mayor's budget proposed completely eliminating the work. The whole council, which I feel like was a pretty extreme move. And then, of course, 2 weeks ago, firing the director. Nina, I wanted to ask if you're still with us, because I remember your testimony very clearly from the performance oversight. You know, there are, at least I've heard from you and from other, whether it be small business owners, cottage food producers, et cetera, that the newsletter that you receive from the Office of Food Policy is so meaty and full of information that gives access to grants and others. And you talked about finding out about the change in terms of legislation. But for the Food Policy Office reaching out to you, how would you have figured out any of these with regard to the changes?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilperson Henderson, and nice to see you again as well. Yes, so exactly. I literally would not have ever found out that the code had changed unless I was just perusing it on my own time and happened to stumble across it, which honestly is not in my bailiwick. So the only way I found out about the change was through the FPC. And honestly, as the tiniest of tiny food business, that is a massive game changer for those of us. I was just at a farmer's market last weekend talking to another cottage food producer. I was sharing that update to the code, and she also had no idea.
Yeah. I also still really want to try your baklava, but that's like for a whole nother conversation. Gabby, you came and testified, and we had a really good conversation in terms of food procurement and the work that the Redstone Center at GW had done on behalf of the district. I'm curious if you wanted to talk a little bit about some of the research work that the Office of Food Policy had been doing. And not just research to sit on the shelf, but like research to actually improve food access across the district.
Yeah, thank you for that question, council member. I will save the procurement part for Rachel Clark, who's on Zoom, just because she works directly on that project when she was still with the Redstone Center. What our work is focused on is dignified grocery access in Washington, D.C., and we co-conceptualized that research project with the food policy team. So Caroline and her food policy analyst at the time, Mamiko, were crucial for coming up with policy relevant questions that we should be asking. And we submitted that proposal to the Healthy Eating Research Program, which is the national program of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and received funding out of a very competitive pool of over 300 applicants to pursue this research alongside Baltimore City. So it's with both cities that we're working with residents directly, including Patricia Stramper, who's in the room right now, who's one of our resident advisory board members, to really understand what are these persisting barriers that exist in urban areas in the United States that prevent populations from being able to access food with dignity.
And, you know, I think that research is timely, especially since the Washington Post editorial board seems to believe that the only reason grocery stores aren't coming to a particular area is just because of shoplifting and nothing else.
I firmly agree and firmly disagree with that op-ed also.
Yeah. I wanted to ask for any of the food policy members, the Sunbucks program, my recollection is that it wouldn't have gotten off the ground but for FPC. Is that accurate in terms of my memory of how this went down?
That's completely accurate. They were the ones that brought together the agencies that needed to collaborate to make that happen.
Which was a game-changing program for families in the summer. We did confirm, or I did confirm today with the Department of Human Services that they are planning to continue that program this summer and they have the funding to do so. But I just want to underscore that food policy is not just an afterthought. It does require coordination. And Mr. Chairman, you'd be interested to know this government spends about $62 million each year on food, and every agency is doing their own thing. So somebody has to be responsible for bringing it all together. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember. I don't have any other questions for you all. Especially thank you who are in person and thank all of the witnesses. So let me continue. Eric Angel, I called earlier. I don't think he's here. Executive Director, DC Greens. Max Broad is present. Madeline Keating. Lauren Jewell. Dwayne Glenn. Or Dwayne Glenn. Tom Seuss. I guess so. Rajiv Manith. Adrian McCann. Ona Balkas. Mr. Broad, you're first. Be mindful of the clock, 3 minutes. You know how it works.
You got it. Do I have a reputation? I'll stick with it. Hello, Chair Mendelson, Mr. CAH, and anybody who's listening online, Councilmember Henderson. I'm continuing with this thread, and I'm just absolutely astonished by the mayor's proposal to not only permanently cut the DC Food Policy Council, but for the Office of Planning's decision to have dispensed of the Food Policy Council director. Personally, I saw from day one how Ms. Howe leapt into this role with enthusiasm, bringing together community, business opportunities, and outside funding to better our community and broader food system. I don't understand why the Office of Planning appears to have soured on investments in food policy. Dissolving a food policy council would undo a decade of relationships, networking, and building partnerships for better food systems. The sheer amount of money that the Office of Food Policy brought in from federal and philanthropic sources was manyfold greater than the modest investment our city put into food systems. I don't need to highlight the funding that they brought in, but I will say that the Food Policy Council was directly involved in the food-related initiatives I work on, including DC Good Food Purchasing Program and the Jail Food Working Group. In these spaces, the Food Policy Council has served as a critical bridge between the public and the government. And they also have an incredible way of institutional knowledge of relevant stakeholders and food-related initiatives in DC. Removing the Food Policy Council threatens to silo these efforts, increase duplication, and weaken the web of food advocacy. I urge the chairman and DC Council to restore the Food Policy Council. Understanding the Office of Planning is no longer a suitable home for the Food Policy Council, I suggest DC Council look at agencies that have relevant programs such as Department of Energy and Environment, DC Health, Deputy Mayor for Economic Planning and Development. And in the spirit of not leaving money on the table, I urge the DC Council to pass and fund the Food Policy Council Procurement Amendment Act of 2025. The current food policy analyst position is already partly backed by federal funding, taking a partial investment from the DC government in FY27, approximately half a full-time employee, bringing food procurement under the sage umbrella of people, pun intended, with food systems expertise would reap exponential benefits for our local farms, food system workers, district sustainability and climate goals, and cost savings on contracts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Broad. Patricia Stamper.
So I had a planned testimony. I'm going to read most of it, but let's talk numbers. You said the budget, Mr. Mendelson, is a $22 billion budget, right? And how much money Mr. CAH is spent on DC public schools? Does anybody know the number? And how much food is thrown away every day in our schools? I have worked in DC public school, DC charter schools, and DC proper since the 2010 school year. Here's what I see the difference in PG County and DC. In PG County, they'll give the opportunity to the kids to resurface that food, repurpose it. They have a share table. So I would say 5 years ago, they created a share table, which changed bullying and changed outcomes in the lunchroom dynamics. Because a lot of kids didn't have money to put up to pay the bill for the food. And then some people felt bad that they couldn't sit and eat with their friends. So the share table came around. It caused less disruptions in the lunchroom. Okay, cool. So that's elementary. Usually I'm at elementary school, but when I used to sub at the high schools, they have Chick-fil-A, they have all these amenities in the high schools. But a lot of kids don't always have the money for that. So instead of, for instance, hypothetically speaking, a kid in Ward 8, what if they just rob somebody on their way to school just for $50 just to be able to pay somebody that they owe money to just so they can eat with them later at lunch or at the cookout that's coming up this weekend? These are lived experiences for kids. Let's bring it back home. Me. Now, I have 2 kids, 7 and a 10-year-old. I have a kid that needs to eat at least 3,000 calories a day to maintain his weight and to lose weight. I have a 7-year-old who needs to gain weight. He currently weighs 42 pounds. He should be weighing at least 70. However, because of his genetic makeup and everything, it's hard for him to gain weight. I then have to spend extra money to buy high quality foods. That money I don't have right now because I've been unemployed since November 7, 2025. I was a special ed teacher making approximately $73,000. I purchased a home for $310,000 in Ward 7. Currently, I still own that home. Knock on wood. Each month, I spend about $1,000, give or take, on high quality food. I don't eat pork. I don't eat shrimp. I don't eat a lot of things. I'm really not supposed to drink milk or eat cheese, real cheese. So I have to buy high quality food that's not always readily available in my community. How did I supplement my income? I went to free food events. You know how much free food is in the district? And it's politics season. On my birthday, I sat and ate the best fried chicken the Democratic Party could put out. I sat across from all the Democrats in DC. It was my 40th birthday. That was my last party. I had testified in the morning, went to all these free events, got free drinks, food. It was great. Now today, months later, how am I going to pay for dinner? $22 billion budget. Let's make it make sense, Mr. Middleton. Thank you.
Thank you, Stamper. Lauren Jewell, I believe, is not here. D. Wayne Glenn, I believe, is not here. Tom Seuss, not here. Rajiv Maneth, I believe, is not here. Adrian McCann, virtual.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. I hope you can hear me. Sorry, I'm actually calling in from the RFK
fields for my daughter's soccer practice. I'm a Ward 6 resident, community gardener in Ward 8, frequent volunteer with the ARC, formerly USDA employee and frequent attendee of DC, the Food Policy Council meetings. Thank you for putting in the time you have today. I know it has been a long one, and I will try my best not to repeat too many of the points you heard, but I appreciate your time. I'm going to jump to the bottom line. The proposed repeal, as you've heard, of the Food Policy Council and its director is not merely a budget cut. The complete elimination of this infrastructure of the staff with no explanation, no true justification, and clearly no reference or discussion with the council members or council member Henderson, who has had countless meetings and hearings with the Food Policy Council and team. Look, this is a team and staff that are not wasteful spending. This is not a group that there is no other outside organization or team in the DC government that can replace the work they do. They are people who connect agencies that don't normally talk. They are people who make benefits actually reach residents, as you've heard from the last panel. They make sure that the DC government is hearing from residents, restaurants, food businesses about problems they're experiencing and working with them to solve them. These are people that the communities trust to show up, to listen, get creative, and follow through. They've done that, as you've heard, with tens of thousands of residents, trainings, building relationships, and working with countless residents also, as you just heard, one-on-one with businesses and small and large. Look, I'll cut to it. The council set up, the DC Council set up the Food Policy Council because we're huge and continued and now and service development about to happen at the RFK Stadium site right behind me. All things that are going to shape food access for decades for residents. This is when we need coordination and we need leadership. I just ask you to please reject this repeal, preserve the Food Policy Council. I hope you will really ask hard questions of the Office of Planning when they come up next. Urge them to reinstate the director, continue this work, and maintain this funding. Look, every resident should be able to access healthy food. We should not eliminate the only team that is working across the district government and with partners trying to make that happen every day. Thank you for your attention and for your work and for your staff's work on such a long day. This issue is really important to residents.
Thank you, Ms. McCann. And Ona Balkas.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Ona Balkas, and I am testifying in my personal capacity. I was honored to serve as the Food Policy Director between 2018 and 2023, alongside my dedicated team, the smart and collaborative OP staff, and of course, the brilliant food systems leaders appointed to the Food Policy Council. Fully recognizing that this is an extremely challenging budget year, I want to make the case for why this modest investment to restore the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council is a critical and strategic use of public funding, even in an incredibly tight fiscal environment. First, the Office of Food Policy and the Food Policy Council have a strong track record of success for meaningful policy change based on community input. In 2018 and 2019, we learned through convenings with small food businesses that the district provided no accessible funding or support for these businesses to increase healthy food in their communities. In response, our office conceived of and co-developed with the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development, the Nourish DC Collaborative, which has now distributed millions of dollars of grants, loans, and technical assistance to district small food businesses. In 2024, after convening farmers market operators to understand the obstacles of opening in Wards 7 and 8, the FPC developed policy recommendations that laid the groundwork for the Farmers Market Support Amendment Act of 2025 that this council passed last year. Second, the small 3-person team within the Office of Food Policy creates an exponential return on investment for the district. Although the district spends $62 million a year on food contracts for schools, rec centers, and correctional institutions, among others, there was very little coordination between these agencies until the office started the community of practice to compare contract language, increase food standards, and hold vendors more accountable. In 2024, the food policy team also facilitated the district's participation in Sunbucks, as you've heard in other testimony. Finally, the Office of Food Policy is nimble, highly skilled, and able to quickly meet new challenges. At the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, our team was stationed at the Emergency Operations Center. We were the only government office with deep connections across food assistance organizations, and we were able to quickly convene these frontline organizations with government agencies to distribute emergency food across the district. When the district was considering closing farmers markets as part of the shutdown, we advocated to keep them open, and we created safety and distancing protocols with the farmers market's input, protecting these critical food access points for our residents. Recently, as SNAP and Medicaid work requirements loom, the Office of Food Policy has been integral in helping Department of Human Services engage with job training providers to help residents meet the new requirements and maintain their benefits. Since I left the office in 2023, it has been a pleasure to watch it flourish under the leadership of the Food Policy Director, Caroline Howe. I strongly believe the repeal of the Food Policy Council and closure of the Office of Food Policy will harm residents and roll back a decade of progress in food policy work here in the district. My sincere hope is that the council enables this critical work to continue in the next fiscal year and beyond. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I do have a couple of questions. Trying to remember. Maybe some of this was explained at the end, but Mr. Broad, you said, or your statement says FPC brought in more than $200 million in federal and philanthropic dollars. Those dollars would not have come in without the Food Policy Council?
I can't speak to the inner workings of the Food Policy Council, but I do understand that they were instrumental in coordinating many of those sources of funding.
Okay. Ms. Baucus, at the end, you mentioned Caroline Howe. You thought she was doing a good job?
I did.
Is she the director who just recently left?
Yes.
She didn't leave. She was asked to leave.
If I could add, Chairman, she's
Sure.
the heart and soul of this work and is working, her brain was working constantly overtime, 24 hours a day, advancing this work. Every witness an individual who's worked with the council and the food policy team would say as much. It is a tremendous shame, the knowledge and expertise and passion for this issue that I feel is lost with the change that they have decided to make.
And the data, I was going to write my dissertation on what is dignified grocery access in relation to what is dignified healthcare access east of the river. That was going to be my PhD dissertation topic.
Okay, let me turn to Councilmember Henderson. Do you have any questions?
I don't, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank this panel of witnesses and their expertise and their advocacy, not just on behalf of the office, but on behalf of all residents as it pertains to food access.
Thank you. So thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I'm going to turn now to the Director of the Office of Planning. I am not going to take a break, which could mean, Ms. Cozart, that I'm going to be hangry, but we'll try not to.
I do have some cashews if you'd like them.
You cannot buy off the chairman, sorry.
They were free though. Okay.
Give me just a second. All right, when you're ready.
Thank you. Chair Mendelson, Councilmember Henderson, and staff of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Anita Cozart, and I'm the Director of the DC Office of Planning. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to discuss OP's fiscal year 2027 budget. On April 10th, 2026, Mayor Bowser transmitted her FY27 budget, Grow DC, to Council. The budget focuses on how to drive growth in our economy and to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investment and creates jobs. OP plays a central role in shaping growth and development in the district's distinctive neighborhoods by engaging communities, conducting research and analysis, serving as a steward of our historic resources, and producing the planning documents that guide growth, including the comprehensive plan. The mayor's FY27 budget provides the resources OP needs to advance the agency's mission, including completing the DC 2050 comprehensive plan rewrite and preparing for the zoning amendments and place-based planning efforts that will implement DC 2050. For FY27, the total budget for OP is $11.9 million, consisting of $11.3 million in local funds, $626,000 in federal grants for historic preservation, and $30,000 in special purpose revenue. OP's local funds for FY27 support 67.5 FTEs, and OP's federal funds support 2.5 FTEs. In March 2025, OP launched DC 2050. Since then, more than 5,000 residents have shared their hopes for the district's future growth and development. OP has reached residents across all 8 wards through community workshops and focus groups, attending meetings and events, and providing opportunities for online engagement. In mid-March, we released a draft future land use map and held workshops to gather public input. We encourage all residents to review the draft map and provide feedback through our virtual workshop at dc2050.com by May 17th. Looking ahead to FY27, OP will focus on 2 aspects of DC 2050: delivering the comprehensive plan to council and preparing for its implementation. In September 2026, OP will release a public draft of DC 2050 with comments accepted through December 2026. OP will incorporate community input into a final draft, which the mayor will transmit to council in June 2027. From FY24 to FY26, OP's work on DC 2050 has relied on contractual services that provided specialized data analysis, modeling for future land use scenarios, and community engagement support. As we complete the public draft of DC 2050 at the end of FY26, these contractual needs wind down. In FY27, DC 2050's completion will be supported through 7 FTEs on the citywide planning team who will integrate public comments and finalize the document. While completing DC 2050 remains a priority, OP is also preparing for implementation. Once DC 2050 is adopted, OP will advance zoning amendments that align with the future land use map. Although zoning amendments implementing DC 2050 cannot proceed until after council adoption, the research and analysis conducted now through FY27 will allow OP and the Zoning Commission to move efficiently once the comprehensive plan is adopted. Advancing zoning changes immediately after DC 2050's adoption will enable property owners to utilize the additional land capacity proposed in DC 2050, allowing new housing development to proceed with fewer impediments. Implementation work will be supported by 10 FTEs in the development review team and 6 FTEs on the urban design team. Place-based planning will play a vital role in implementing DC 2050. In FY27, as DC 2050 moves through council review, OP will focus on strengthening the place-based planning program to prepare for a robust relaunch once the plan is adopted. Our 9 FTEs on the neighborhood planning team will engage with communities about the future of place-based planning, along with our 8 FTEs on the data analysis and visualization team. They will continue to enhance our in-house analytical capacity. OP has already begun investing in the technology and training that will enable a new generation of plans, like City Engine 3D modeling software, robust community engagement tools, and real estate finance training, ensuring that we are ready to deliver high-quality, data-driven planning immediately after DC 2050's adoption. OP's FY27 budget continues strong support for historic preservation. The local funds include 14 FTEs and $250,000 for the Historic Homeowner Grant Program, which assists low to moderate income homeowners in historic districts with exterior repairs, rehabilitation, and structural work. Since 2015, Mayor Bowser has invested over $2.5 million in this grant program, providing assistance to 100 households across the district. Of these grants, the most awarded historic districts were Anacostia, LaDroit Park, Capitol Hill, and Mount Pleasant, where the residents of the Kennesaw Apartments were awarded 31 grants to restore the buildings, balconies, and cornice. Historic preservation work is also supported by a $30,000 special purpose revenue fund and $625,000 in an annual federal grant from the National Park Service, which together support 2.5 FTEs, studies on the cultural context of the district's diverse communities, and the History Quest website. In closing, OP remains committed to planning for a city where every resident can thrive. Even amid uncertainty, planning allows us to set clear priorities, define measurable goals, and build a shared vision for a stronger, more resilient, and more equitable DC. We look forward to partnering with DC residents, businesses, and the council as we together shape the district's future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Cozart. What do you mean when you say place-based planning?
So that's our work. Some of that is small area plans, some of that is corridor studies, some specialized studies, a public realm plan, like the one we completed in Columbia Heights. Those are a few examples.
So I find it interesting that I've listened to an hour of testimony. In the past, it's been about the Office of Planning or about, the comprehensive plan, or about PUD zoning, equity and reports and zoning decisions, and not today. 1 hour of testimony about the Food Policy Council and not a word of it in your testimony. At least I don't remember that. So what's going on there?
So our core function, as you know, Mr. Chairman, is really focused on land use regulation. The boards and committees that we work with, including the Historic Preservation Review Board, the Commemorative Works Committee, they're really governed by statutes that are around land use regulation. And so when the council adopted the Food Policy Council and Director Establishment Act, it gave OP accountability for activities that we don't have the authority or resources to implement.
That was 10 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
So for 10 years, you've had the Food Policy Council?
Yes.
So I would assume you've kind of gotten used to it.
Yes.
Keep going.
So reminder, we don't regulate food businesses. We don't have resources around business attraction activities. And so a lot of those things, as has been noted in the testimony, are across different agencies and multiple clusters. The food policy team since, and as shared in the testimony, since the COVID-19 pandemic, the food policy team has really shifted towards operational priorities, expanding access to federal food assistance for more residents, supporting values-based food procurement, and those are important to district residents. They are also substantially the function of other agencies and not core to our functions at OP. And so we've just gotten to a point where it's really difficult to justify supporting with human resources, supporting with IT, supporting with a whole host of other ways that we support the staff across OP, it's difficult when there's not that synergy with the functions that we are focused on. And I guess the thing that I would say it's, there's that disconnect is difficult to keep moving forward with and the go forward. At times where we had more abundance of resources, the question wasn't necessarily called. Yes, that's what I'll say to that.
So why not then, why isn't it being transferred to a different agency if it's a non sequitur in your agency?
So for the purposes, what I would say is, again, that's not within my authority to necessarily do. And so I'm responding to a piece of legislation that exists that asks me and our agency to have some accountability for things that we don't have authority over. And so really it's just a direct response to the legislation that exists.
Was there a conversation about transferring it?
The conversation, so what I would say is I haven't had conversations about transferring it. I understand that Councilmember Henderson has had some conversations with other district colleagues. I wasn't a part of those conversations, so I don't want to.
So I'm looking at table 4 in the budget chapter for the Office of Planning. Where would I find this cut? So I see a reduction in, oh gosh, we named everything, agency management. But no reduction in citywide strategy analysis or community planning or historic preservation. I wouldn't expect to find it there. Well, there's some reduction in planning and data visualization. So where is this?
I believe you would find it in executive services. Just give me a minute, Mr. Chairman.
I've created a lot of commotion behind you.
So always good to keep the blood flowing, right? And so in table 4, the 1, 2, 3, 4th line down, executive administration, you would see the change from, and go all the way to the right, you would see the change from FY26.
So the elimination of the Food Policy Council and the staff is part of that 1.23 million reduction.
That's correct.
And the 3 FTEs.
Yes, that's correct.
Although I suspect it's
There's
2.5 FTEs or something like that. Or 3.5.
No, it's 3 FTEs.
So what is the staffing for it? There was testimony about there being a director, 2 FTEs, but then there's a federal grant that funds a position. So
you've captured it.
Well, but I didn't do the math right. So is it 3 on local and then one on federal?
So it's 3 on local, 1 on federal. The reason you wouldn't see the one that's on federal on OP's budget is because it's a budget line item inside DEMPED. Because they received the federal grant.
And that federal grant is going to live into next fiscal year while under the mayor's budget, the Food Policy Council goes away in OP.
That's correct.
So do you know what DEMPED's going to do with the grant?
They're going to carry it out further. I don't want to get ahead of them to speculate what happens beyond next fiscal year.
Well, the testimony from others, which is not the same as from the government, was it's an 18-month federal grant, expires 6 months into FY27. So the position remains at DEMPED, the person remains at DEMPED. at least through March, if it's 6 months.
Mhm.
That's your understanding.
That's my understanding.
Are there any other changes to the staff?
The staff of OP or the
Yeah,
staff?
the staff at OP.
There is, as part of the, hold on a second.
Maybe I could ask that question differently. What is the current status of the staff at Office of Planning on Food Policy Council?
The current status of the
Yeah.
staff. As of next week, the director position is vacant. There's another vacant position, policy analyst. There is a filled position, policy analyst. And then the federally funded position, another policy analyst. Again, that's the DEMPED funded position.
The policy analyst position that's vacant, how long has it been vacant?
Just one second. That's been vacant since October of 2025.
Why?
We had other positions that we needed to recruit for.
I got distracted. So it sounds like the, in terms of staffing, the Food Policy Council's been eviscerated already. Is that unfair characterization?
Yes, I think it's unfair.
Well, there are
I
a
don't-
total of 4 positions, 1 federal, 3 local. Of the 4 positions, 1's been kept vacant for the entire fiscal year. The second has become the director, the most important position presumably. Then there's the federal position that I guess is physically at OP, but is at DEMPED, which leaves one person. That sounds like 25% of the whole sounds like eviscerated to me. I'll recognize Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, Director. Mr. Chairman, I probably only have 1 round. Director, I want to follow up on a line of conversation you were having with the chairman. You mentioned in a response to him that you didn't believe that food policy is core to OP's land use priority, which is interesting because during performance oversight, I do recall the food policy director testifying that her office has made contributions to OP's priority projects, including the land use chapter of the 2025 comprehensive plan, zoning policies as it relates to increasing grocery store access, and the small area plans for Rhode Island Avenue, 8th Street, Popular Point, and RFK. Are you concerned about losing food systems expertise when healthy food access is so central to the citywide and neighborhood planning efforts of your office?
So thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I'm not concerned because since the adoption of the 2021 comp plan that has food policy, has land use policies that intersect with food policy throughout many chapters. Since that time, 100% of the place-based plans have included recommendations around food policy. And so our team has a lot of ability to, really make sure and think about it from an existing conditions perspective. We have a lot of data and analysis to rely on, and then we have the process of developing policies and putting them into plans, including plans that have been approved by this council.
Okay. Director, how long have you been director of OP?
Since 2022.
Okay. Have you felt since 2022 that the Office of Food Policy was not a good fit for OP?
As I was sharing earlier with the chairman, that really that change, kind of post COVID, there's been a lot of focus, much more focus on kind of the operational aspects that are just very different than what the rest of the work that we do at OP. So I have felt that disconnect.
At any point, did you make a recommendation to the city administrator or the mayor's budget office that perhaps OP should no longer house food policy and it would be better suited somewhere else in the number of years since you've been director?
No.
Okay, this is where my struggle is. For 10 years, we have had this office and we have had this council, and now all of a sudden at the 10-year point, we're deciding that, you know what, let's just get rid of it. Not even move it, just get rid of it. I do want to ask some follow-up questions around what happens to the work in the final few months that it is with you. And I'm not sure if you guys have had these conversations about ensuring that work streams do not go away. So, for instance, in preparation for the SNAP work requirements, the Food Policy Office was convening ANCs and emergency food providers to communicate new SNAP eligibility requirements and coordinate the on-the-ground food distribution efforts for communities most impacted. Do you happen to know which agency will now take on this work?
At the moment, I do not. What I would say about that is that I guess this gets back to the chairman's question about eviscerated. We still have staff that work on these issues. And so continuing to convene agencies, that's something that staff can do in the interim.
Okay. The Food Policy Office was leading on grocery access planning for the district, particularly as DMPED had moved away from this priority. The grocery access study that is being conducted with George Washington University and best practices from other jurisdictions to map out low food access neighborhoods and try to, convene folks in terms of investing resources. Who will take on that work now?
So that's, I think, to be determined. What I would say is, again, there is a lot of data and analysis that we have that certainly is available. So to your question about, or your concern related to it being lost, that's not something that could be lost or would be lost. And particularly, I'm mindful because at OP, we just had an in-house discussion around that mapping. And so that all staff could have an understanding of that and the importance of that and the information that goes into that. So the loss of that, I feel confident that we won't have that loss.
Okay. The Office of Food Policy was also working on a procurement community of practice. We even have a whole federal grant about this. The district spends $62 million on food. This was an effort to improve our food contracts from a pricing, quality, and compliance perspective in terms of district laws. Who should we turn to for that work now?
So what I would say, that is also to be determined who's the lead on that. Certainly the team has the support of the federally funded staff person whose work is focused there. In terms of the lead, I think that's still to be determined.
Okay. The Food Policy Office was also coordinating culinary job training sites to help prepare for the SNAP and Medicaid work requirements that, to be clear, come online next month in order to increase the number of district residents who can retain their benefits. Have we discussed which agency will be taking on this work?
I have not been a part of those discussions.
Okay. In terms of leading the district's research on food insecurity, we have a number of research projects that are currently pending, particularly focused on seniors, LGBTQ residents, college students, low-income residents who don't qualify for public benefits. Who will be taking on that work?
That work is also to be determined.
Okay, so right now, we've got major streams. We've proposed to eliminate an office, but it doesn't feel like we've planned to continue the work. And I'm not putting this necessarily on you, Director. I think this is more, I'm speaking to the entire executive office of the mayor. Food policy is a huge, well, food access is a very huge issue in this city. And there's nowhere in this budget beyond our benefit programs where I'm actually seeing us having a focus in terms of food policy. I want to ask about the individuals who are currently remaining in the office. So there's a Congressional Hunger Fellow who I believe started maybe a week or two ago, as well as you have the federally funded FTE and one local policy analyst. Who is supervising the work of these individuals?
So the front office at OP.
The front office at OP.
Mhm.
Is there, so who will also be leading the upcoming required Food Policy Council meetings, or do you guys expect to disband that too in the next month?
We do not expect to disband that. As I shared with Food Policy Council members, they have a work plan certainly that goes through the end of the calendar year. Supporting it through certainly the end of the fiscal year is something that we recognize is important to do. In terms of who will be the chair of those meetings, that also is to be determined.
Okay. I'm just trying to better understand. So I can understand there not being an alignment in terms of the Food Policy Office, but repealing the Food Policy Council, can you unpack that to help understand? We have lots of boards and commissions and advisory groups who, on all parts of this government, who provide their expertise and, to be clear, are volunteering their time. Why repeal the Food Policy Council?
So the Food Policy Council Act really established that OP was accountable for it. And in investigating what we understand to be alignment around core functions, we found that there was a disconnect. And so again, this is a response to the existing legislation that it stops with OP. And so that's our response, is that disconnect is something we can't continue with.
But like legislation can be amended. This feels very haphazard of we're just going to repeal it. We're not going to move it. We're going to repeal the whole council that was proposed by the DC Council and has been in effect for the last 10 years. I just want to say, as I close, Mr. Chairman, like I said, food policy is super important. It's definitely important to the work that we do on the Health Committee because food is medicine. And there is disparities in this city in terms of food access. And we know that. And this sends a signal that I don't think is one that the mayor was looking for, but the lack of ingenuity and creativity and conversation amongst the executive. I feel like repealing this BSA subtitle was a cop-out. And I feel like zeroing out this whole office was to make some budget challenges that my OP might have had. It was easier just to cut them all, as opposed to cutting other pieces in the Office of Planning. I'm hoping to work with my colleagues to restore this. I could tell you now that the BSA subtitle repealing the Food Policy Council is not one that the Committee on Health will recommend to the full body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I had asked about staffing. I didn't realize, I just heard there's a congressional fellow as well.
The congressional fellow started a couple weeks ago, and their term will end in August.
So they started beginning of April 1st to August 31st?
I can get you the specific start date and end date.
Am I waiting for somebody to get that?
No, I can get it to you following this. My apologies. Following this hearing, I can send those to you.
Roughly, do you know?
Roughly within April, and roughly within August. We'll have to follow up with you with the exact dates.
Okay. So the director was let go. Do you have a plan to hire an interim director for the rest of the fiscal year?
We need to see how things shake out in terms of what the council decides related to the mayor's proposal.
So it depends on what the council decides.
Correct.
Now, the fiscal impact statement says that there's $413 million that would have been in the FY27 budget. Would have been.
Could you repeat that?
The fiscal impact statement for the Budget Support Act says that it says the savings by eliminating the office or the Food Policy Council is $413,000. So another way of saying that is that the fiscal impact statement is saying that there would have been $413,000 spent on the Food Policy Council in FY27. I'm assuming that it's roughly the same amount in FY26.
Yes. Yes.
So with all these vacancies, what's happening to the money?
So one of the with one of the vacancies being, beginning of this fiscal year through today, essentially, there are sets of, it remains to be seen. We're, more than halfway through the year in terms of kind of where things shake out as far as our budget as it relates to the overall budget for OP.
Another way of putting that is that with the impending vacancy of the director, because I think you said vacant as of next week, and with the policy analyst that's been vacant since the start of the fiscal year, it's sounding like that's just salary lapse.
Yes, that would be an correct assessment.
I think you said, Ms. Cozart, that there's $250,000 in the budget for the Historic Homeowner Grant Program for FY27.
Yes.
What's the balance in the program right now? Because it's a non-lapsing fund, right?
Correct. It's a non-lapsing fund. The current balance, what I will say about the Historic Homeowner Grant Program is that we have planned for, or we have awarded all of the resources. Part of what's happening, awarded across the city, one in Anacostia, 2 in Bloomingdale, 1 in LaDroit Park, 1 in Mount Vernon Square, 1 Tacoma, and 2 on U Street. It's been allocated to 8 homeowners, and we're in the process of spending that down. And we can get you the current spend for that following this hearing.
Okay, so you'll get us the, so my question is, I guess, what's the balance coming into FY26? And
No.
then you said you've awarded all of the resources, which says to me, if we put 250 in this year, you've awarded 250?
That's correct. We've awarded 250, and so in terms of paying out through the projects, I think you remember, Mr. Chair, that you have to have a contractor who's going to do the work, and we make sure that the homeowners are able to have that good relationship, and that's when the checks essentially get cut. So we can give you the current, as of now, what the spending is, but we've fully, reviewed proposals and allocated those resources. And we did not come into this fiscal year with any, we did not come into this fiscal year with any funds, because this is You said I always get lapsing and non-lapsing fund messed up.
Non-lapsing means it holds over. What you don't spend
We
holds over.
don't. Okay, so as of last year, the lapse began. So we don't have holdover dollars as we had in many fiscal years ago.
But you've awarded all of whatever was in the budget for
Mhm.
this year.
Yes.
Is that a problem that it's not, is it a problem that it's lapsing? Because that means the
No.
money has to be spent this year.
No, we have demand for it and, good proposals that we can feel confident about to match the rigor of our grant program.
Switching to HPO, it's my recollection that the fiscal year 2026 budget had staffing reductions, some of which required a reduction in force. I think some of those cuts were related to historic preservation inspection functions. In the proposed FY27 budget, there's an additional FTE cut in historic preservation. What is that?
So the best way to help you understand that is that we had a staff person retire. And given the levels of uncertainty that there have been around federal funding and understanding that we've traditionally had federal funding for a number of staff, we've worked to move staff from being federally funded to locally funded. So
Okay.
that's the math there.
So for FY27, there's a reduction of 1 FTE in HPO that's federally funded, but then is there an increase of 1 FTE that's locally funded? Because I should act like I know what I'm talking about. I'm told that there was a reduction of 1 FTE. And I don't think that's local dollars. Table 4. At the end of table 4. Development, design, and preservation. R00304, historic preservation, minus 1 FTE.
So the way to think about that is there was a federally funded FTE. It was part of our FTE count. And so when you use the federal dollars for other things that are not an FTE, the FTE associated with those federal dollars gets minused out of the budget.
Okay. And then that means you have 1 less FTE. This table
Yes.
is gross
Yes.
funds.
Yes.
So I don't like to answer my questions. So what I'm hearing is that somebody retired, and so you're just not going to fill that position. And you're taking a cut in federal dollars funding positions. You might use the federal money for something else, but you're taking a cut, and so it's still a net decrease.
Yes. The issue is that it's not reflected. It's not like but it's not. You started the conversation talking about reduction in force, and I don't want it to be perceived that there's going to be a
Because it's a
reduction.
vacant position.
Yes.
Okay, but I think part of my question is there were some cuts to HPO last year. When I say last year, I think that means for the current fiscal year, what we adopted last year. And now there's another reduction. Are we We're reducing HPO. That doesn't sound like a good thing.
So what I would say, the last year was about the inspection program, and as we've talked about, that there some ability for existing staff at the Department of Buildings to coordinate with our compliance officer that we have at the Office of Planning, and together they're able to cover the kind of the work that is related to inspections and compliance. So that function is that is how we're functioning now. And again, we are not replacing we're not hiring a new staff person or recruiting for a new staff person for that vacant position, but rather we're stabilizing our existing HP staff in the light of uncertainty around federal funding.
As I understand it, your budget has a total reduction of $3,674,000, most of which is local funds. My understanding is that roughly 400,000 of that is the Food Policy Council, and the remainder would be one-time.
That's correct.
So sometimes we put money in one time that we think is a good thing and ought to be continued. Is this a problem? What's the one time that was eliminated?
There were a few things that were one time. So we had resources related to Streets for People. We had resources related to DC 250. We had some resources also related to some H Street planning study, to some Ward 7 implementation activities.
As you were saying that, I was thinking some of these are initiatives or programs that we put in the budget that were very task specific. So is any of the one-time funding that's eliminated? Let me start over. All of your one-time funding has been eliminated?
That's correct.
And did any of that one-time funding speak to ongoing operations?
No.
Right now, OP should be beginning phase 3 of the DC 250, 2050 comprehensive plan rewrite. You spoke to that in your statement. The timeline, phase 3, the timeline is now, which is reviewing the draft plan and engagement before sending the plan to the council next June. Next June is fiscal year 2027. You also have a cut of 1 FTE in citywide planning at the same time you're doing this work. Why shouldn't that be a concern?
Because what we're doing so we have to the end of the fiscal year to do the largest bulk of the work on DC 2050 to prepare a draft plan that's going to be ready essentially a bit before the beginning of the fiscal year. So really our focus with the staff that we have is going to be for FY27 is really going to be around engagement and talking with residents and businesses and bless you other stakeholders around what's in the draft plan. And so we'll do that through the end of the calendar year and then use our internal staff to be able to prepare the document to go to council.
Give me a second. So as I'm understanding you, the comprehensive plan, which is DC 2050, is essentially going to be written before the end of the fiscal year. Then you're going to put it out for public comment. I think you said you're putting out for comment in
September.
September. And but how much staff do you have left to work on the comprehensive plan?
So the entirety of specifically the entirety of our citywide team, but it's really a all hands on deck approach, especially as it relates to the engagement of residents.
So how many is your citywide planning? 13, I think you said? 13 people?
So that entirety of that team is I want to speak accurately about what the number is on our team.
7 FTEs on the citywide planning team.
7 FTEs on the citywide planning team.
Oh, that's pretty bad when I answered the question for you.
I know.
It's on your statement, page 3.
Yes, there it is.
So the plan is essentially written in September or by September, and it's a concise document that we will all love to read, and it will be released to the public. The public will comment, and you have a team of 7 who can work on this, and then there'll be other people as needed. That is all hands on deck. This all assumes that when you release it, that there's not an avalanche of criticism that forces you to rewrite it. It also assumes that with the new mayor coming in, that he or she isn't going to say, I don't like this, let's start over. I don't know where I'm going with that, just other than to say that this has some assumptions of stability and peace and harmony. Stability, peace, and harmony. At least somebody chuckled when I said that.
So if I may, it also has a lot of people who have been involved and want to see us have a comprehensive plan that really is reflecting where we want to go into 2050 and has some immediate action items. So my aspiration is that those individuals will continue to push for us to move forward on this. That was one of the critiques we had before of the amendment process, is that didn't move fast enough. and wasn't, and so what we're trying to do is make sure that we move at a pace that really involves a whole array of district residents, and also provide some concrete action steps that can be taken and considered by the council.
You do know if you go too fast, the public will criticize you for going too fast.
Yes.
And if you go too slow, the public will criticize you for going too slow.
Yes.
And both are very subjective.
Indeed.
Give me a second. Hate to say it, it's 7:57 PM and I don't have any more questions. So I guess the people behind you are happy. I know you'd like to stay longer. So thank you. I want to thank the witnesses who testified before. I hesitate to say this, but everyone has a second shot at testifying next week, May 13th, when we have the hearing on all of the mayor's budget legislation. And tomorrow, I believe it's tomorrow, we have a hearing on Office of State Superintendent Education. How many witnesses do we have? I think we have about 250 witnesses. The time